Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna koga book.
Oh yeah, I different for only a yajoni. Only a yajoni. One day, Mokule Ogun. Oye tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà. Ká ní kó bá mi wá. On fire. I don't tell you them. I beg with you, no man.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Ammunition, we are ammunition. So now the example Ayo sets right there is one that should be emulated by everybody. Every single person watching this stream to emulate what Ayo has been set as an example. We've had sessions where we've not even had somebody had the temerity. So that the example set by Ayo there should be repeated by every single person that's watching the stream. So good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So we start with that. We always start with good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So we start with that. We start with the greeting, and then of course we set you to work. Click on the like button just as soon as you hear me invite you to do so. So click on the like button right now. So click on the like button, and then if you're not already subscribed, please correct that as well. So like and then subsequently subscribe. So you know if you're not already subscribed, because we need a minimum of we need 30-something subscribers to tip us over a threshold, but we're trying to do it in tranches of 10. So we're doing it in tranches of 10s. So if we have 10 this session, 10 the next session, and then 10 the subsequent session, then that tips us over that threshold. Thousands and thousands of people watch every single stream. If you go back and check, there's thousands that watch the stream, every single one. So it cannot be the case that they're all subscribed. So if you're not already subscribed, then please correct that. What's that thing they have in America? Your country needs you. Well, the platform needs you, and the need that the platform has for you is for you to subscribe. So the platform needs you. So leap to the call and subscribe. So the platform needs you leap to the call and subscribe. So very, very important. I'm really trying to push that subscription, because when you are just on the threshold of something and you just want to elegantly just scale over it. So let's scale over that particular threshold with some elegance. So make sure you're subscribed if you're not already. Very, very important that you are. I'm doing my part. I'm bringing you big names. All these names that you do you know the sort of names we've had on this platform? Do you know the sort of people we've had on this platform? We've had presidential candidates. We've had chairmen of parties. We had Alhaji Shehu Gaban. It's all in the catalog, so you don't even have to take my word for anything. Just go and look to our playlist. They're all there. We've had presidential candidates. We've had chairmen of parties, Alhaji Gaban. We've had senior players within political parties, Arabambi, what's it called, Daniel Bwala. We've had intellectuals like Professor Odin Kalu, also a whole plethora of big names. On this Saturday coming, we're having Segun Showunmi. You all know who Segun Showunmi is. He's appearing on the platform this Saturday. And then leap to the new year, we introduced that year with an appearance by Omoyele Sowore. So we're doing our part. So your part then is just to just click on some lousy button. That's just all. That's all that is required of you. So I mean, it's somewhat a sense of it's almost I don't want to say ingratitude, you know, because you are not obliged to anything, but you know, you make that equal push by clicking on the subscription button and making sure you're liking the stream. We should already have crossed the. We should already have not crushed though, but crossed. We should already have crossed the threshold of 100 subs by now. In fact, we should have forgotten that a long time ago. But because of the sort of diet that we present here, it is not it's not palatable to everybody's taste buds. Let's put it that way. The sort of diet that we present here is not palatable to everybody's taste buds. But that's what we present. That's just it. You know, we do away with the fluff and the frippery and present the facts as we understand them, waiting them for a counterfactual argument to counterweight it. That's what we do. So we do away with the frippery, the vuvuzelas and the emptiness of vacuous noise. We pack that to one side, and then we boil the situation into actual quantifiable facts. So we hold that, and then we invite then counter quantifiable facts to come and counterweight what's already been established. That's what we do here. And it's not to everybody's delectation. Everybody wants to be spun a yarn. They want to be fed a lie. They want to hold on. Hello. Hello. Unmute. Low ban, below a ban. Couldn't quite handle the pace. So we're not spinning yarns here. Is what I was saying. We're not spinning yarns here. We're not spinning anything. We're presenting factually as understood and verifiable, and we're inviting counterweights to those facts established. You know what that means? It means we're chasing the truth. Okay, can you believe that we are chasing the truth? Not often palatable, not what most people want to hear, but nevertheless, that's how we've evolved as a platform. And because it's not to everybody wants to entrench in their trenches and hoopla their particular leaning. So you see that all over the place. No, forget all that. Facts, the fact-led platform. So it's not everybody's diet, but if that is for your diet, then make sure you're subscribing and you're liking. So like and subscribe. So do those two things, and then and then if you want to come and join me on the screen, that chappy man that just came in and then bailed out it, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will bring you into the studio space as it brought him into the studio space. I'll let you onto the screen. As I let him onto the screen, I'll invite you to have a conversation as I invited him to have a conversation, or hopefully you then unmute and engage in a conversation. So that's how it works. It's a participatory sport. You know, it's a dialogue, not a monologue. I'm not here to sermonize. I'm here to present and then infuse a little bit of my thoughts and then invite you to come and counterweight it. You know, if you look at the top right, by the way, my tweet is a big gun, so you hear me. I might well even get some in a moment. So if you look at the top right hand corner of your screen, you will see two branding glasses, and then you see the word one or the phrase "one man" stretched on top of a red banner. You see that. So that's quite deliberate. The idea of the platform is that a gentleman's club, you know, with those buttoned brown sleeves, those buttoned leather brown sleeves, cigar, and putting the walls to right. So that's the concept, and that's what the branding glasses represent. Essentially, the idea, the thought, the reason depth of the platform is a concept of a gentleman's club, a paneled brown with buttoned leather seat, wine glasses and cigars, people with some achievements sitting down to work right. That's the concept. So that's the concept. So like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and engage me. Follow the example of your super chats towards the stream. Let me play you a little micro music with my son from water. I think you can tell it in my voice that I made it. I made it. And let me play you the verse.
These recent elections. It's unfortunate that because the two things happened. First of all, one party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue. That is, you know, you have force of arms.
Yes, indeed, what we call in Yoruba, Bajue. So, Bajue as one of the panelists, we call him, so all of that, share the link, super chat towards the stream. That's really the content of what I was saying. So let's just get straight into it. But before we get straight into it, let me signpost the direction of what is to come up on Saturday. We have a big new guest, as I said, Segun Shomi, goodness and personality. He's coming to join us on Saturday. I'll send the link to that stream now. So I'll send the link to that stream now. Click on the thing and bookmark it. Give it a like and sub. You don't miss it. So there it is right there. With Segun Shomi. So that's coming up this Saturday, 10 p.m. UK time. Click on the link in the comment section. And go bookmark it. So go bookmark that. So go bookmark that. So now, you know, there's something they say in life. They say, be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for, it might not come true. I'm sure you've heard that. And if you've not heard it before, hear it now. Be careful what you wish for, it might just come true. So be careful what you wish for, it might just come true. This is the truth that DELE put out a while ago. His own thing. So this is it. It says my secret wet dream. This is DELE to me. So my secret wet dream, and that ends with a question mark. So what is the secret wet dream? To be sued for either by any of the two that have either ruled or are currently ruining Nigeria or any part of it. I will prefer Obasanjo above all, but I am happy to manage Jagaban. Nikure. So be careful what you wish for, it might just come true. What's the date on that? I didn't quite grab the date, but I grabbed the tweet. My secret wet dream to be sued for libel by any of the crooks that have either ruled or is currently ruining Nigeria or any part of it. I would prefer Obasanjo above all, but I am happy to manage Jagaban. So be careful what you wish for, it might just come true. Be careful what you wish for, it might just come true. So we might as well start there. Let's start with DELE FAROTIMI. We've been on DELE FAROTIMI for what? Going on 4 days now. And I'm tiring somewhat of it. I suspect some of you might maybe as well. But it's a storyline that refuses to leave the headlines. So it's a storyline that refuses to leave the headlines. It is a storyline that refuses to leave the headlines, just as DELE FAROTIMI is unlikely to leave custodial custody. Is that even a phrase? Just like DELE FAROTIMI is unlikely to leave custody anytime soon. For the foreseeable, that guy will be in prison. Let me explain why. I mean, for the moment, his detention has been extended by an additional 10 days. But that's just the beginnings of it for him. That's just the beginnings of it for him. Defamation court denies human rights activist DELE FAROTIMI bail. So he's been denied bail, and the case now, he might well spend Christmas in custody, and I think they're keen to have him held in custody through Christmas. Uh, pardon me. The magistrate court in Ado-Ekiti has denied bail. The magistrate court in Ado-Ekiti has denied bail to human rights activist DELE FAROTIMI in the suit filed by the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Kayode Egbetokun, against him over alleged cybercrimes. FAROTIMI was taken to court for allegedly defaming the founder of Okpebholo University, Ado-Ekiti, Okpebholo. You know, this already tells you about the ego of this person in play anyway. He founds a university in his own home state, and what does he do? Does he commemorate the premier king in that space? No. Does he commemorate the town itself or the state itself? No. He commemorates himself, Okpebholo University. So that already hints to some level of narcissism right there. So he should have just looked at the name of that university and not bothered trying to defame the guy. But there it is. And anyone shall research soldier. The magistrate, I may not be able to get through this actually. If my voice is if it's too strained, then we may just have to call it quits. The magistrate court in Ado-Ekiti has denied bail to human rights activist DELE FAROTIMI in the suit filed by the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Kayode Egbetokun, against him for cybercrime. FAROTIMI was taken to court for allegedly defaming the founder of Okpebholo University, Ado-Ekiti, Okpebholo. At the court hearing on Tuesday, the presiding magistrate Abayomi Adeosun postponed the decision on the bail application to December the 20th. So December the 20th, of course, a skip and a jump from Christmas. So there's every possibility. Oh, hold on. Give me 1 microsecond. I think I've notched something here. There's every possibility that this guy might well spend Christmas in. You can hear me wrecking the place, can't you? Hold on. Let me play you a little bit of music to make some adjustments here. I do beg your pardon. It's a bit of a skittish start. A bit of a skittish start. Yeah.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodomin Moni Domin Darty, yo go to phone it bunny bucket as a party. And win.
All right. A little bit of a Fulani. That sounds almost like an oxymoron, isn't it? A Fulani rap. So yes, the magistrate court in Ado-Ekiti has denied bail to human rights activist DELE FAROTIMI in the suit filed by the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Kayode Egbetokun, against him over cybercrime. FAROTIMI was taken to court for allegedly defaming the founder of Okpebholo University, Ado-Ekiti, Okpebholo. On the court hearing on Tuesday, the presiding magistrate Adeosun postponed the decision on the bail application to December the 20th. So every process, because that's a skip and a jump from Christmas. Christmas is already ruined anyway, so forget Christmas in this household. In fact, nobody is celebrating anything there. But nobody is going to celebrate anything in that household for the next 5 years. And I'll tell you why in a moment. For the next 5 years, so I'll tell you why in a moment. pardon me, at the court hearing on Tuesday, the presiding magistrate Abayomi Adeosun postponed the decision on the bail application to December the 20th. This happened after the police counsel, Samson Osobu, argued that bail application submitted by the defendant was incomplete and not properly filed. So this is the thing, isn't it? They thought that the bail application itself was the noise that was preceding now the adjourned date. So they once they learned from the time, the magistrate doesn't go home because of all of the noise all over the place. Because we rushing to Ekiti for photo opportunities and all that. So that's not how it works in the grown-up world. Where people are able to pull up trousers by themselves and pull it up, that's not how things work. Things work in a proper order, and if things are not properly ordered, you are reverted to the start to properly order it. This is what's going on. This happened after police counsel Samson Osobo argued that the bail application submitted by the defendant was incomplete and not properly filed. So, what sort of lawyer did they even recruit in the first place? This ruling, however, contradicts the decision of the Federal High Court in Ado-Ekiti, which granted FAROTIMI bail on Monday. So, that's a different court case, So, and it's still in custody, by the way, the Rastafarian. This ruling, however, contradicts the decision of the Federal High Court in Ado-Ekiti, which granted FAROTIMI bail on Monday. Correspondents reported that FAROTIMI was arrested in Lagos by police and transported to Ekiti, where he appeared before the magistrate court on Wednesday. He was charged with defamation stemming from statements in his book, Nigeria and its Criminal Justice System, where he alleged that Babalola had compromised the court. In his ruling, the Chief Magistrate's Court in Ado-Ekiti Division ordered that FAROTIMI be remanded at the State Correctional Center. The State Correctional Center. FAROTIMI's arrest has, however, sparked public outrage. The 2023 presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, Omoyele Sowore, called for his immediate release in a post on his Twitter handle. So stated, it is pertinent that the Nigerian police are notified that the institution cannot continue to be used to settle personal scores, and we, the citizens of Nigeria, would no longer tolerate such a situation. Therefore, the police at Zone 2 in Lagos are advised to release barrister immediately. So I'm not quite sure if that's a mistype, but it's not being held in Zone 2 in Lagos, as far as I'm aware. Also, as a senior advocate of Nigeria, also as a senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana also condemns the arrest, describing it as illegal. Falana demanded conditional release. The arrest is unlawful, and we demand his immediate release from police custody. In defense of the arrest, the police claim FAROTIMI is not a harm. And there it is right there. So now listen to this. Forget the noise from frog marching all the way to the chorus, what it is, all the way to Ekiti. So from Lagos to Ekiti. So forget all of the noise, because there are processes followed to arrive at where we are. We already know that he was a lawsuit was instituted against him in Ekiti. Several sentences were sent out to him by his own admission. A bench warrant was issued by that magistrate court, which he notified us that he's aware of, and that bench warrant then was subsequently acted. So nothing to do with Afe Babalola, who does complain. It's the arrogance of placing himself over the law that has led to his travails, and this confirms it. In defense of the arrest, the police claimed FAROTIMI ignored previous invitations to appear before them, citing cyberbullying and defamation as grounds for his detention. So there it is. If the law enforcement space invites you and you choose to ignore that invitation, then woe betide. Woe betide. So woe betide, and woe has betidden, if there's such a phrase. So woe betide and woe has certainly vested itself upon FAROTIMI. Woe vests itself upon FAROTIMI, but the woes are coming from so many quarters. The woes that betide FAROTIMI are, I did say that he was going to spend the next 5 years thereabouts in the courts, if not in custody. And here it is. It's coming thick and fast. So as soon as matters are settled with Areafe Babalola, matters begin with Ogunwumi Ju. So it's another lawsuit instituted against him, writ of summons and motion of interlocutory injunction. Ogunwumi Ji SAN versus DELE FAROTIMI, 500 million naira in damages. So here is another lawsuit now instituted against the Rastafarian. So another lawsuit against the Rastaman. Let me see. Can I read this? Is this too thin? So where was this? This was instituted. They will bankrupt this guy without equivocation. He will be bankrupted. And by the way, Afe Babalola has also addendum an appendage to attach the earnings from that book. So that the earnings from that book will be held in some sort of abeyance until these matters are settled. So he will not be able to defend himself with the proceeds of that book, and the proceeds of that book will be held in, there's some technical term, it will be held in some sort of animated suspension until matters are settled. And if matters are found then in favor of Afe Babalola, the proceeds, all of these purchases that you've been making will only make Afe Babalola richer. That's where we're headed with this one. This one won't expand, so let me just see how much of it I can read. So this is Ogunwumi Ji versus FAROTIMI. It says right, and this was instituted in Abuja, in Abuja somewhere. It says writ of summons to DELE FAROTIMI of number 15 or Ogunike Street off Wole Olateju. They're even exposing his home address, Omasheo. Woe is being vested. It's like something out of Game of Thrones. It's like I am coming and hell is coming with me. That seems to be the signal. It's like a quotation out of this doomsday sort of movies. I am coming and hell is coming with me. That is what the oligarchs are signaling to the Rastafarian. To DELE FAROTIMI of number 15, it's Ogunike or something street, off Wole Olateju Crescent, Lekki Phase 1, Lagos, Nigeria, outside the jurisdiction of this honorable court. So let me see how much of it I can make out. This thing will expand. You are hereby, it is commanded. Yes, you are hereby commanded that within 30 days after the service of this writ on you, inclusive of the day of such service, you do cause an appearance to be entered for you in an action at the suit of claimant, and take notice that in default the claimant may proceed and judgment will be given in your absence. So very difficult for somebody to appear when he's already in custody. What are they charging him for? All right. Let's get to what it says. It's very, very thin, and I can't seem to expand it. I'm trying to expand it, but my thing is not responding. And please, that's not a metaphor for anything. All right. It says this writ is to be served within 3 calendar months from the date of issuance, or if renewed within 3 calendar months from the date of the last renewal, including the day of such date and not afterwards. the defendant may enter appearance personally or by a legal practitioner, either by handing in the appropriate forms duly completed at the registry of the High Court of the Judicial Division, which the action is brought, or by registered post to the registry. So what's been alleged? So it says, hereof, the claimant claims as follows: a declaration that the book titled Nigeria and its Criminal Justice System, authored by the defendant, in circulation within and outside the country and the jurisdiction of the Honorable Court, excerpts of which reads as follows. So let's see what it reads. I'm going to try and bring as much of this as I can. It says, take notice that this Honorable Court will be moved on X date of 2024 at the hour of 9 a.m. in the, okay. It says, an order of interlocutory injunction restraining the defendant/respondent, whether acting by himself, his staff, employee, servant, privies, representatives, agents, etc., it's too thin for me to read. It's just well, there it is anyway. So there's another lawsuit against his name. That's the sum total of that. It says a writ of summons and motion of interlocutory injunction, Ogunwumiji SAN versus DELE FAROTIMI, all wrapped around that book. So all wrapped around that book. So that's another yawa coming his way right there. And by the way, I suspect that Elumelu may well be filing his own situation, but does the woes end there for Faro? Hold on. But does the woes end there for FAROTIMI? I suspect not. The woes does not end there for FAROTIMI. Like I said, the woes are coming and they are bringing hell with them. Hell is coming with them. Nigerian senior advocate Adebayo Adenipekun sues DELE FAROTIMI to Oyo State High Court. So this is why I'm telling you now that this guy will be tied up for the next 5, if not for the rest. It will go gray very, very quickly. You will see his hair go gray even before the first quarter of next year. A court document dated a prominent lawyer and senior advocate of Nigeria, Adebayo Adenipekun, has filed a lawsuit against human rights lawyer DELE FAROTIMI at the Oyo State High Court in Ibadan, Oyo State. A court document dated the 9th of December 2024, which correspondence obtained on Tuesday, showed the court summoned DELE FAROTIMI to appear before it within 30 days of notice. Adebayo Adenipekun SAN is listed as the claimant, while DELE FAROTIMI and DELE FAROTIMI publishers are listed as the first and second defendant, respectively. The court document reads, "You are hereby commanded that within 30 days of the service of this writ on you, inclusive of the date of service, you do cause an appearance to be entered for you in an action at the suit of Adebayo or Adenipekun SAN, and take notice that in default of your doing so, the claimant may proceed therein, and judgment may be given in your absence." The document continues. This writ is to be served within 6 days, within 6 calendar months from the date thereof, or if in etc. etc. So it's giving us all that. We read that in the previous one. This is coming amidst the ongoing legal battles between FAROTIMI and another prominent lawyer, Okpebholo. Our correspondents reported that the magistrate court in Ado-Ekiti reserved its ruling and adjourned the bail application of DELE FAROTIMI to Friday, December the 20th, 2024. You see, this is calling the bluff of that we would riot, we would... What happened to the demonstration, by the way? I thought protests were meant to kick off today. What happened to all that? Yes, correspondents reported that the magistrate court in Ado-Ekiti State reserved its ruling and adjourned the bail application of DELE FAROTIMI to Friday, December the 20th, 2024. The ruling means FAROTIMI, despite the growing public outcry, would remain in custody for another. And by the way, a lot of them are starting to buckle. All those noisemaker spaces. A lot of them are starting to buckle. I will bring you another one in a moment. Hold on. A lot of those Vuvuzela, I am obedient, our mandate was stolen, we will burn Nigeria down, all these noisemakers, calling people names and abusing everybody. Not only is this settling them down, they are retracting and apologizing now. This is what we're saying. Hold on. I'm trying to bring you something. Hold on. Let me just line it up. I'll read it to you after this. All right. Okay. So yeah, let me line that up. All right. Let's go back to where we were. Yes. The ruling means FAROTIMI, despite the growing public outcry, will remain in custody for another 10 days, prolonging his wait for justice and freedom. Earlier, FAROTIMI on Tuesday pleaded not guilty to 14 charges leveled against him at the Ekiti State Magistrate Court. The charges, which were initially 16, were amended and reduced to 14 by the prosecution before being served to the defendant. Earlier correspondent, pardon me, we made bail on this. We made bail on this stream. Earlier correspondents reported that human rights activist, human rights lawyer FAROTIMI arrived at the premises of the Ado-Ekiti Magistrate Court in Ekiti State in the ongoing trial on the defamation suit filed against him by legal luminary Afe Babalola. So even Sahara reporters now are now cautioning their language, legal luminary. The Nigerian Correctional Service brought the lawyer on Tuesday morning without handcuffs after facing backlash on Monday at the Federal High Court. Correspondents also reported that FAROTIMI submitted a preliminary objection urging the Ado-Ekiti Magistrate Court in Ekiti State to dismiss the defamation suit filed against him by Afe Babalola. So there it is. I'm losing count now how many suits are there against him. So there's another one right there. Is there more to come? Okay, and this one I think we've already just read. Ogunwumiji, partner at Afe Babalola's law firm, filed 500 million naira defamation suit against FAROTIMI. So this guy is going to, they say, act in haste, repent at leisure. This is exactly what they mean when they say that. Act in haste, repent at leisure. Act in haste, repent at leisure. Let me play you clips of where we are with FAROTIMI so far. So, do you know Yaya Bello Mashawan Joba and all that? So, let me play you clips of where we are with FAROTIMI so far.
It is Peter Obi himself.
No, that one to come later. This is where we are with FAROTIMI so far.
Okay, so we're in front of Court 1. This is Court 1, Ekiti State Magistrate Court. Most of the legal representatives are already seated in there. We can go in for now, but of course we were there earlier on. The magistrate judge is not in yet, so people are just to moving around. We've seen one of the legal representatives for DELE, Mr. DELE FAROTIMI, who we spoke to earlier in Lagos. I heard his lead counsel is not yet in. I'm waiting to confirm that. But of course, we saw the lead counsel for the affair, Mr. Chief Afe Babalola, which is Owosheni Ajayi. He just arrived a few minutes ago. Rumors we're hearing is that the DELE FAROTIMI team is trying to transfer the case to a federal high court. We can't confirm that yet, but we think that is what might be in play here today. But so far, we've seen representatives or members, activists around claiming that he must be granted bail today. If not, they will decide to take to the street. We've seen a few of the activists. I was able to identify about 2 of the is it Take It Back? Yes, one of the Take It Back movement organizers during the End Bad Governance protest, and I was able to identify one of the Revolution Now activists as well here. So I think they just banged the table. I thought I heard them ushering the judge, but I might be wrong. So for now, that's what we have. We're hearing there might be protests at the police command. We're trying to get information from there, but nothing has also happened there. I want to believe that what happens here in the next few minutes will determine if there will be a protest or not. But one thing they're pushing for that we can hear is that
you know, it's very unlikely that there will be a protest there. One, this is playing out in Ekiti State. Okpebholo is their preeminent #1 citizen. It's probably the most loved person in that state. They probably love him more than they love their own monarch. So the indigents of Ekiti State, they are unlikely to protest against Okpebholo. For any protest to take place in Ekiti State, they have to import protesters. So that's one. But are those protesters being imported? It doesn't look like as though they are. Because what that reporter was telling us was that he could only spot about 1 or 2 Take It Back movement type of persons. And they're saying they're going to. So very unlikely that there's going to be anything like a protest in Ekiti State. Who is going to protest against their own son? Highly unlikely. So there it is. And here is FAROTIMI being presented in court. But it looks as though public opinion may be weighing upon this situation somewhat, because this time they've not presented him in handcuffs. Watch this.
Nigerians are with you. Nigerians are with you. Nigerians are with you. Amen. Amen.
So there it is right there. Nigerians are with you. Nigerians are with you. But for how long for? We're in the festive season now. So people will busy themselves with family matters. We'll cascade into the new year. And then we have that withdrawal symptom of the festive season. People trying to recoup from the festive season. And before you know it, a quarter of the year is already gone. People still sympathize with him, but life goes on.
Nigerians are with you. Mommy.
You don't.
Very good.
Now, the FAROTIMI is now in court, and he just entered the courtroom, the magistrate court 4 and 5 at Ekiti. So here we are with a comrade, Kuliajai Wiseman. So, what can you say now?
Yes, we started, and the FAROTIMI is here. No more in chains, and that's the beginning of the freedom and the beginning of total liberation for the justice system in Nigeria. As you can see, we have lawyers. Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Olumide Fujika, is leading our charge, and I can bet you he's going to get a bail today and it's going to be released. And you know, there is already working on the perfection of the bail of High Court yesterday. So finally, what we just want to say is that this is the beginning of the moment to show the world that enough is enough of tyranny, enough is enough of oppression and freedom. No individual can become a god. Thank you, sir.
So we heard that Peter Obi visited Okpebholo to go and beg on behalf of DELE FAROTIMI. What can you say about that process?
The people are not interested in that. Anybody can go and negotiate with anybody.
But do you think and believe that Peter Obi can beg Okpebholo?
Everybody has no methodology. That's Peter Obi's methodology. But for us, we want total liberation, and there is no other condition or no other option.
Thank you.
So now look at the inherent contradiction in that guy's utterances and his posture. So his posture is that enough of the tyranny, we are going to show the world if it gets built today or else. But did you see that he was speaking it in muffled tones? Hardly the language or the bombasticness of a revolutionary. Is cowered by the situation he finds himself in, and he still wants to be a rebel. So the two conflicting things right there, and that's what you find with that space. But it looks as though war has now broken out in that space between the do-gooders. Who is the first do-gooder? So in that do-gooder space, by the way, or alleged do-gooder, in that Vuvuzela space, there's somewhat of a conflation there. Sowore thinks that Peter Obi has stolen his luster. He thought that all the way through the elections, and is now cascaded into this situation now. So that tension then between those two camps, DELE FAROTIMI versus Afe Babalola, prominent social crusader reacts as Sowore attacks Peter Obi. So I didn't even see what Sowore had to say or not about Peter Obi, but let's see if we can glean from here. Social crusader and national coordinator of the National Democratic Coalition for the Survival of Nigeria. So this is a title that some narcissist has given himself. Social crusader and national coordinator of the National Democratic Coalition for the Survival of Nigeria, Moses Ogidi Paul, has said it is evident that Peter Obi seems to be Omoyele Showore's perpetual target. Paul stated this on Tuesday, December the 10th, moments after Sowore, publisher of Sahara Reporters, criticized Obi for visiting Afe Babalola to plead for DELE FAROTIMI, the human rights activist. Correspondents had reported how, let's actually see, because there's a hyperlink here. So let's see what Sowore said before we carry on. Let's see what Sowore said. It's still the same thing. Okay, this is what Sowore said. Sowore reacts as Peter Obi visits Afe Babalola to seek pardon for FAROTIMI, colossal injustice. Omoyele Sowore, the 2023 African Action Congress presidential candidate, has criticized Labour Party's 2023 flag bearer Peter Obi for visiting Afe Babalola SAN's office in Ekiti State. Obi's delegation visited Chief Afe Babalola to appeal for the release of DELE FAROTIMI, a human rights lawyer and author who was granted bail after being accused of defamation by Babalola, the founder of Afe Babalola University, etc., etc. In a post accompanied by a photo shared on his X page on Monday, December the 9th, Sowore condemned the delegation led by Obi, who went to beg for what he described as the unjust detention and prosecution of FAROTIMI. Sowore likened Obi's visit to a historical injustice, comparing it to forcing human rights icon Rosa Parks to give up a seat on a bus. He implied that Obi's actions undermines the struggle for judicial justice, civil rights. I condemn those who went to beg Chief Afe Babalola today over the unjust detention and persecution of DELE FAROTIMI. The delegation led by Peter Obi did monumental injustice to the struggle to drain the swamp of judicial criminality in our country. Obi's action is like forcing Rosa Parks to return to the back of the bus of racial injustice during the civil rights era in the United States. The struggle continues. Revolution now, free, etc., etc. So that's what Sowore said. And this is now the reactions coming off the back of that. Right. Hold on. I'm not saying the super task come through, by the way, apart from yours. DELE FAROTIMI versus Afe Babalola, prominent social crusader reacts as Sowore attacks Peter Obi. So we've seen the attack. Now let's not see the reaction. Social crusader and national coordinator of the National Democratic Coalition for the Survival of Nigeria, Moses Ogidi Paul, has said it is evident that Peter Obi seems to be Omoyele Showore's perpetual target. Paul stated this on Tuesday, December the 10th, moments after Showore, publisher of Sahara Reporters, criticized Obi for visiting Afe Babalola to plead for DELE FAROTIMI, the human rights activist. Correspondents had reported how Showore condemned Obi's visit to Babalola, saying it had grounded the will of justice. Babalola, a senior advocate, sued FAROTIMI, a case that has landed the latter in jail. But reacting, Paul, an ally of Obi, so already telling us that Paul, an ally of Obi, already then call us whatever then succeeds that, because we already know the coloration of his own stance, an ally of Obi. So anything subsequent to that then is already, it's corrupted. But reacting, Paul, an ally of Obi, alleged that Showore misrepresented the facts of Obi's visit to Ekiti. He explained that he was the only person who sat between Obi and FAROTIMI, and I am fully aware of the conversation that took place between them. If it does not in any way align with what you, Showore, is claiming, claiming, but is claiming. So Showore is not commenting on Obi's visit to FAROTIMI, because Obi paid two visits in the course of his visitation to Ekiti State. He paid the first visit to Afe Babalola, Are Afe Babalola, and the offshoot of that visit was that he begged Are Afe Babalola to let FAROTIMI go. And then he subsequently paid a visit to FAROTIMI in custody. So those are two different visits. But the visit that Showore is commenting on is this visit to beg Afe Babalola, which he says is counterintuitive, the push for justice. You know, that they should be arrogant and frontal and demanding rather than contrite and coward and pleading. So that's what Showore is saying to Peter Obi. But reacting, Paul, an ally of Obi, alleged that Showore misrepresented the facts of Obi's visit to Ekiti. He explained that he was the only person that sat between Obi and FAROTIMI, and I am fully aware of the conversation that took place between them. It does not in any way align with what you, Showore, is claiming. Paul wrote on his verified X handle, I am fully aware of the sacrifices of Mr. Peter Obi. I am fully aware of the sacrifices of Mr. Peter Obi. You see, anyway, I'm reading it how it's written. Also, any errors in there is the author's. I am fully aware of the sacrifices of Mr. Obi has made since Mr. DELE FAROTIMI was abducted. He wasn't abducted, he was arrested. You know, it's just the language of choice, you know, that this, by saying he was abducted, he was kidnapped, it doesn't, that your mandate was stolen, it doesn't add or remove anything. How has that progressed you in any way since you've been doing that same little skit? I am fully aware of the sacrifices Mr. Peter Obi has made since Mr. DELE FAROTIMI was abducted. I know the people he called, the places he visited, and the efforts he has made to manage the situation. I have been with him and witnessed it all firsthand. Some of those criticizing him have likely never taken any meaningful action close to what Mr. Peter Obi has done. To ensure no harm comes to Mr. DELE FAROTIMI, he has traveled under challenging conditions, navigating difficult terrains to ensure Mr. DELE FAROTIMI's safety. So there it is right there. So there it is. So it's the jousting. It's the jousting for righteousness. I am more righteous than you. No, I am more righteous. So that's what's going on in that self-acclaimed sanitizers of Nigeria space. You know, I am more righteous than you. I am more righteous. It will never end, this little side dish, you know, this side beef. between Obi and Omoyele Sowore. Furthermore, Paul lashed out at Obi's critic, saying if most of them had achieved even a fraction of what the ex-Anambra State governor has in life, they likely wouldn't make the sacrifices he does, visiting villages, enduring tough terrains, and dedicating himself to helping others. He's not dedicating himself to helping others, he's campaigning. We want to see if Obi continues on this trajectory post-February 2027. You will never see him again. He won't even make public comments saying, "Is it I try? I give up on Nigeria." If that is that's what he will say and disappear into the smokes. This is just his last hurrah, the last stance at the OK Corral. The last stance at the OK Corral. Furthermore, Paul lashed out at, oh God, my voice is going, you know. Furthermore, Paul lashed out at Obi's critic, saying if most of them had achieved even a fraction of what the ex-Anambra State governor has in life, they likely wouldn't make the sacrifices he does, visiting villages, enduring tough terrains, and dedicating himself to helping others. Correspondent earlier reported that activist Aisha Yesufu shared a closed-circuit CCTV footage showing the moment police operatives arrested and took away FAROTIMI. Yesufu likened FAROTIMI's arrest to a terror. How is it like? We also saw the clip. So how does that align with this commentary? Yesufu likened FAROTIMI's arrest to a terror attack. We saw the guy chatting along and bantering with the officers as they strolled leisurely towards the vehicle to escort him away. So if that is what terrorism looks like, then they must be having quite a jolly good time in the Northeast. Yesufu likened FAROTIMI's arrest to a terror attack and called on Nigerian authorities to prioritize the urgent task of combating the real threats plaguing our nation. So there it is right there. That guy is in it for the long haul. FAROTIMI is in it for the long haul. So from there to another one. Federal government arrests 10 Interpol wanted suspects in 1 week. So there's somewhat there's a quiet achievement being made in the security space. Can you recall the last time you heard of a terror attack or a Fulani bandit, whatever it is? That space has been quieting down a lot. Of course, it's still happening. I'm not saying, and it's not been underreported, by the way, because there are vast swathes of the media space that are vehemently against this government. So if there was any going on, we'll be hearing it from Rufai Seni and the school travelers. So it's not been underreported. It's now just being aggressively tamed. And maybe they've pulled back as well, the Fulanis, knowing that their dad is not there to protect them anymore. Government arrests 10 Interpol wanted suspects in 1 week. The Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, has revealed this to President Bola Tinubu at the unveiling of the Technology Innovation Complex at the Nigerian Immigration Service headquarters in Abuja on Tuesday. Tinubu was in Sauka to unveil the data complex comprising the Command and Control Center, NIS data center, ECOWAS biometric card production center, interior data center, etc., etc. Tunji-Ojo said the newly installed facility will ascertain the risk level of a person entering the country, detect irregular migration patterns, and monitor unmanned borders in hard-to-reach areas nationwide. So is that some sort of satellite deployment? So is that a thing? In the last couple of days, there were 10 people who were on the Interpol and immigration wanted list who were apprehended in 1 week. Before now, those people would have entered Nigeria causing terror, but we have now told them that under the new leadership, Nigeria is a no-go area for any criminal element. Tunji-Ojo said aside from an installed solar power plant, 250 trained officers maintain 8-hour shifts to monitor the borders round the clock. So the real place we need to monitor our borders is in the north. That's really where our troubles come in from. So that's where our troubles come in from. Oh, all right. I did tell you that all those FAROTIMI books that you've been rushing to Amazon to buy, that you are only really putting money in the pockets of Okpebholo. I did tell you that. So now People Gazette tell you that. Pained by global rush for FAROTIMI's bombshell, Okpebholo sues to seize royalties, block Amazon, others from distributing judicial corruption bestseller. So if he's seizing the royalties, then all the money you are spending goes to him. The Federal High Court in Abuja has ordered publishers to stop production and distribution of the FAROTIMI book. The order, sought by legal icon Okpebholo, also demanded the seizure of royalties and the blockage of Amazon and other online platforms from distributing the book. The order, which was suit number XYZ, was filed by the head of Mr. Babalola's chambers, Kende Ogunwumiji. So there it is. An order of interlocutory injunction restraining the defendant/respondent, whether acting by himself, staff, employee, servant, privy, representatives, etc., or any other person, however described, including Amazon online bookstore, etc., from further publishing, selling, circulating, advertising, distributing the physical, hard, digital / soft copies of the book authored by the defendant. So, and then the seizure of the royalties as well. The order of the seizure of Mr. FAROTIMI's book I'm trying to see where they seek to seize these royalties. Another of interlocutory injunction directing the seizure of all physical copies of the book authored by the etc. The order for the seizure of Mr. FAROTIMI's book came after it reportedly became #1 bestseller in global politics for international tech and retail giant Amazon. The controversial book, so there it is. They're seizing the books and putting a charge on the royalties. So there was this picture circulating yesterday of how Yahaya Bello walked majestically out of EFCC whilst FAROTIMI was handcuffed. That's of course Photoshop. That's from your obedient space. Court sends Yahaya Bello to Kuje prison over alleged 110 billion fraud. So Yahaya Bello has not been granted bail. Is very much in custody. So don't let facts get in the way of that storyline, though. But those are the facts. A High Court of the Federal Capital Territory in Maitama has ordered the remand of the immediate past governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, in Kuje Correctional Center, Abuja, pending his bail application. I wonder who is protesting for him that justice is being miscarried there. By the court's ruling, Bello may remain in prison till January the 29th, when the court adjourned further proceedings in the criminal case involving him. So Bello is standing trial along with 2 others in an alleged 110 billion naira money laundering charge brought against him by the EFCC. In an earlier ruling on Tuesday, Justice Marianne Aneni faulted the competence of Bello's bail application and held that it was filed prematurely. So you can see that it's not just in the FAROTIMI case. In all cases, in quite a number of cases, the bail applications are not being properly filed, and subsequently, then the sitting person in judgment has no option but to continue to retain and detain the guy. Justice Anene held that the application, having been filed when Bello was neither in custody nor before the court, his application was incompetent. She said, consequently, the instant application having been filed prematurely is hereby refused. So that's Yahaya Bello. He's starting to spend Christmas then in custody, much to the contrast of whatever was being circulated yesterday. Much in contrast to whatever was being circulated yesterday, FRC backs Tinubu's tax reform bill. So is this a short read? Okay, let's have this one. This is the last readout, I suspect. Then have we missed anything? Hold on. Oh, all right. Yes, this will be the last readout. Yes. FRC backs Tinubu's tax reform bill. So who's the FRC? The Fiscal Responsibility Commission has expressed support for the tax reform bills currently before the National Assembly. FRC noted that the proposed changes have the potential to enhance fiscal governance and spur economic growth. The chairman of the FRC, Victor Maruako, so all of the names back in this bill are southern sounding names, and all of the names opposed to this bill are northern sounding names. So as ever in Nigeria, the north-south divide. The north-south divide. The Fiscal Responsibility Commission has expressed support for the tax reform bills currently before the National Assembly. The FRC noted that the proposed changes have the potential to enhance fiscal governance and spur economic growth. The chairman of FRC, Victor Muruako, said this during an interaction with academics and journalists at the fellowship lecture and investiture of the Capital Market Academics of Nigeria on Monday at the NDIC Academy in Abuja on Tuesday. Murako explained that a thorough analysis conducted by the FRC indicates that the tax reform bills are designed to benefit all Nigerians, with a focus on promoting fairness and inclusivity. He said, the bills are designed to benefit all Nigerians, particularly low-income earners and macro, small, and medium businesses. The bill, developed by the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee, includes provisions that will directly benefit a broader segment of the population. Key provisions include tax relief for low-income earners, with individuals earning less than 1.7 billion naira annually set to see a reduction in income tax. Small businesses with turnovers of less than, so it goes on. I think we've done a lot on this tax bill. So that's that. So that's that. So that is that. The link is there if anybody wants to hop on. We do the clips we have, and then we see where we land. So now people are starting to recoil from that obedience space. You know, actually, let me bring you this as well. Just off the back of that intro right there. The offshoot of what is going on now, what is going on with the offshoot of what is going on now, what is going on with DELE FAROTIMI is leading to a lot of people starting to review and revise and even reverse their positions. Review, revise, and then subsequently revise positions. So that seems to be going on. I'm just waiting for it to load up. Remember when we brought you the Deji Adeyanju apology, when they published an apology that anything I've said defamatory to anybody, I withdraw it and I apologize. Well, they are all rushing to do that now. So they are all rushing to do that now. Also, here is another one. Also, let's see. Here is another one. So this is SN Ezeoko and Company. It's a letter of retraction and apology. I am a legal practitioner of the above address, and I write on behalf of myself, I hereby retract the post I made on Twitter on the 5th of December 2024, where I shared that a raid was conducted in the house of Nasser El-Rufai's son by the EFCC, and $800 million, 700 billion naira cash, and 1 trillion naira worth of drugs were discovered. I hereby wholeheartedly apologize for the said post. I did not verify the veracity or truthfulness of the statement before posting, and all attempts thereafter to verify it proved abortive. I have since discovered that the statement is completely false. Please kindly accept this letter as a retraction of my said post, as an expression of my sincere apology. I never intended to offend or embarrass you, your family, or the Federal House of Representatives, nor to harm your reputation. Thank you, sir. Barrister, something or the other. So there it is right there. So you'll be seeing more and more of that now, and you'll be seeing a pullback in the sort of language that those people have been using hitherto. So this FAROTIMI thing, very much a correctional measure. So this FAROTIMI thing, very much a correctional measure, and off the back of that, that obedience space also seems to be pulling back as well. They seems to have the allure and the sheen on Peter Obi seems to have dulled a little bit. The sparkle gone and the wood clearing from the eyes of those of the people of that space. Here is one of the seniors from that space speaking stories of somewhat regret.
It is Peter Obi himself. I just don't understand how somebody who was this sparkling, inspirational figure, who created a movement almost overnight, galvanized the youths, the intellectuals, anybody who had any iota of principle in their bloodstream, you know, at least admired him to some extent, even if they weren't necessarily going to vote for him for whatever reason. I don't understand how Peter Obi has gone from there to there, because as far as I'm concerned, he's like a firework that has turned into a damp squib. He's become so pedestrian. All I see is him making anodyne statements here and there on TV, wearing babariga and going to donate boreholes in Kafanchan or wherever. You know, it's all good stuff. He's still a good guy. But where is the leader that the opposition needs so desperately? And he's not looking like it. In fact, if you look at I accuse the entire opposition, the PDP, for allowing itself to be derailed by my dear friend Nyesom Wike, by the way, I saw him a couple of months ago, and I told him, if I was a PDP Mandarin, I'd have tossed you out by now. So the PDP, I accuse Atiku of spending more time, all this manana, Dubai type of big man type of thing, not really effectively taking on the government. And I blame Peter most of all, because Peter was a shining star. And so many people committed themselves to him emotionally, myself included. I'm not an obedient anymore, to be honest with you, because he's such a disappointment. I mean, there's no aggression. The government is lousy. I mean, pretty much the only good thing I can think that Tinubu has done is keep herdsmen at bay, because I've noticed there hasn't been any herdsmen shenanigans since Tinubu came in. So I congratulate him for that, if indeed it is his, But it's kind of like, there's so many things this government is doing wrong. Contracts being awarded without due process, economic collapse, rampaging inflation, widespread hunger and disillusionment. And, you never hear anything seriously punchy from Peter.
Well, in fairness to Peter, there is a lot of stuff that he comes up with, a lot of it on social media. I mean, he doesn't go on traditional media most of the time. That's relatively rare, except when he's sort of maybe at a public event or something. But he does come up with a lot of things challenging the government on social media. The question
he's too
that
mild,
you're raising
Charles.
is whether it's effective enough.
He's too mild.
Yeah.
You see,
he should go more for the jugular, basically.
He should go. He's got so much. There's so much he could go for, and he would get so much public support if he did. I'm not just speaking for myself, by the way. I'm speaking for hundreds of obedient, ex-obedience or current obedience who are really, really disappointed. We don't want a weak opposition leader. He's the star of the show. Atiku, PDP, they should also be doing more. But really, Peter is the star opposition player, and he's not doing well enough.
So there it is right there. I'm somewhat I'm somewhat reticent by the choice of language of that woman. You know, a lot of people actually, they try to foist upon Peter Obi what he himself has not presented himself as. You cannot give what you don't have. You know, Peter Obi was, it tells you, I am a leader. That's what it tells you all the time. And it's not been trying to be unnecessarily humble or affect humility or whatever. It's telling you that, look, this is who I am and this is what I have to offer. So for that woman to go chapter and verse that is disappointed, Peter Obi never, he cannot effuse. It's not Wole Soyinka now. It doesn't have the oratory skills. It doesn't have the expansiveness of knowledge. It doesn't have the accoutrements to be what they would like him to be. So it is not for want, you know, of trying. It's for want of capacity. It's not capacitated to be that person. You know, what they want from Obi is like the punch of Wole Soyinka, but the brain function of, let's say, Atiku or Tinubu, or, you know, so they want that combination in one person. But Peter Obi, it lacks neither, you know, or it lacks either, you know. So it doesn't have, it cannot offer what it doesn't have. That's just the thing. Peter Obi is just a plod along sort of a character who has just happened upon a place that is bigger than his capacity to carry. What you'll ever get from Peter Obi from now till eternity is from him, is just him hopping from one photo opportunity presentation to another photo opportunity presentation and standing in front of the cameras and saying, we cannot continue like this. That is the sum total of any, and could Peter Obi have come up with this sort of tax reform bills? Even his most ardent supporter, it doesn't, you know, sharp the level here now. What are we talking about? We know the guy now. It's just a plod along clown. So it's just a plod along clown, but still staying within the parameters of clownish behavior. Enough of all this nonsense, Ruben Abati says to the Biafrans. Enough of all this nonsense. Watch this.
The name Biafra did not come from Igbos. Yes. Actually, as far back as the name Biafra did not come from Igbos. Yes. Actually, as far back as 1710. Yes. You know, the Portuguese had named, you know, that zone, you know, Bight of Biafra or Bight of Mafra. Yeah. And it went all the way to Equatorial Guinea, to Sao Tome. And at the time, you know, that Bight was in Cameroon, not even Nigeria. And it was, you know, adopted in 1967, you know, and used as a name of a revolutionary movement that will bring about another secessionist country. But we know the history of all of that. But in 1975, long after the Civil War, the Nigerian government adopted for that particular coastal line the name Bight of Bonny. Bonny, yeah. Is known as the Bight of Bonny because the Nigerian government jettisoned the name Biafra. So it's important for people to be sensitive to some of these details and for us all to allow conversation.
And it's good we set the record straight historically because, you see, this comes from not teaching history in schools. Because I have seen one too many times a lot of people have skewed history Dr. Bat, it's good you set the tone there. When I first heard that comment, I said, no, that's not true, because I have studied a lot of cadastral maps from the 1800s. I love map reading. And the truth is, you will always see that region to be the Badge of Biafra, named after the Portuguese town of Mafra. That's where the Portuguese started from, 1710. So when you hear that it was another person that put the word out there, it's a little bit skewed. But the bulk of all of this is when it comes to history, let's get it right. Let's not skew it.
Yes.
So that is right there. Apparently, allegedly, even the word Biafra is a Portuguese word, but still staying within the parameters of ranks foolishness, rank stupidity. The Edo State governor now came out. They say you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. That's what the saying says. That's how the saying goes. You pay peanuts, you get monkeys. So the Edolites, they paid peanuts, and this is what they got. Watch this.
The Edo State 2025 appropriation bill of 605 billion 76 million. Let me take it again. 506 billion. 605 billion, sorry. 776 billion. Sorry. It's confusing me. Okay.
Order in the house, please. Mr. Speaker must be held in silence, please.
605 billion, and details of the budget proposal for your consideration and approval. Thank you for your kind consideration.
Thank you for your kind consideration. So that it is right there. Like I said, you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. The Edolites paid peanuts, and that was the monkey that they got. Not even the semi-literate, barely. Can you even accord him any level of literacy? Yeah, where's the money now? Where's the money now? Imagine the level of looting that will take place there. It's his underlings that will loot the most out of him. He can't even read figures. He cannot read figures. Can you imagine that? They will put an extra zero. They'll tell him it's 900 million when it's 90 billion, and the guy will just sign the gumless, lumping element, as Femi Falana would say, just some gumless. Yeah, that's what they've got in Edo State. So it's a pity, but pity for them. But did you know that the president of Ghana is actually a Yoruba man? Did you know that? It's not me saying it, it's him saying it. Watch this.
Let me clear a few things first. One, about my Nigerian antecedents. My stepmother is Nigerian, who raised me. She comes from Ofa in Kwara State. And so what Kayode was explaining was that at a point in time when there had been a coup in Ghana, my father lived in exile here in Nigeria, and I had to come and stay with my stepmother for many years in Ofa. So I know Ofa quite well, and I consider that my hometown here in Nigeria. And the Olofa of Ofa was very gracious to grant me a chieftaincy title. And so for those of you who don't know, I'm the Are Atolashi of Ofa Kingdom. And he told a story about our intervention in Gambia when there had been an election.
So that's the Atunwache of a land, who also moonlights as the Ghanaian president. So there it is. I think relationships between Ghana and Nigeria will improve under the tenure of this guy. So the relationship between Ghana and Nigeria will improve under the tenure of this guy. Two more clips. So this clip right here, in Adukano, they say a broken clock is right at least twice a day. So if your clock stops working at 10 minutes past 1, at 10 minutes past 1 a.m. is exactly correct. At 10 minutes past 1 a.m. per p.m. is exactly correct. So even a broken clock is right at least twice a day. So Nnamdi Kanu was right when he described Nigeria as a zoo, and there are plenty examples that proves that. Nnamdi Kanu was right. One of the rare instances that he got the wordings right. Nigeria is a zoo, and here is yet another proof. Watch this.
I have my glasses case. I have my glasses. In my pocket, I have chocolates. So, what else?
This
What's that?
You don't open it. This open this one.
I opened already.
Let's open it already.
That's the claim.
It's finished now. We don't have money.
No, that I'm just like asking, like, why you like?
Listen, just you need to cooperate with us.
No, because
now you are coming.
Yeah.
I stopped.
All of a sudden, you just pick me out of the old crowd.
This man is coming.
Reason? What was the reason? No, you can't be. No, it has to be. It has to be according to the law. Not based to you.
See,
you're an officer of the law.
Well, I don't need to go far.
Yeah, you don't have to go far. Because if you don't need my permission, you show me to the wall.
Why? No.
But because you need my permission, that's what you're asking me.
We can't do that.
Thank you.
I want to search you, please.
You can't search me. For what reason?
I have the right to search you as a policeman.
For what reason?
For what reason?
What is the articulate suspicion? Have I committed any crime?
You've not committed any crime yet.
Okay, Meda.
Until I start to say anything you.
Okay, Meda.
Yes. Until I start to say anything you. The recording, yes. You say it's recording. The recording. I have the right to search you. You're not here for legal duty, yes.
That's okay. Yes. So, like, what's this? What is suspicious? What is suspect me for?
Best known to me. If I search
best known to you.
Yes. If why would you to you, then
hello,
you are free to go.
Yeah.
You can't know all our strategies. That is not you understand your course. Our strategies.
Your what?
Our strategy. Who have
strategies? Okay.
Who have way to do our work.
Okay.
And what you just need is that you need to cooperate with us. Is that any embarrassment?
No, but what I'm asking is like, what is the? Because you're looking for gun?
Yes.
Like. Hey, what do you mean? You collected my phone from me. You got my phone from me from him. Did you get my phone from him?
He asked you to call the authority.
You call the authority. This is an harassment, and I'm gonna be suing you guys. I'm gonna be suing you guys. You let your ego get in the way. I'm gonna be suing you guys. Okay? This is an harassment. You harassed me. You assaulted me. You're lucky you have your job, but now you fucked up. Okay, good.
You will not be talking like this.
I have
thousands of witnesses. I've not beat you. I've not harassed you. You don't know what you are saying. That's why I say you don't know what you are saying.
You're a liar.
That's why I say
you have no integrity. You have no integrity.
I've not beat you. I've not done anything harassment to you. We respect of this. You are just posting.
You have no integrity.
You don't know what you are saying.
You are ashamed to this profession.
You are ashamed. You are a shameful citizen.
Give me my space. Give me my space.
You are a shameful
Give me my space.
If truly you know what you are doing,
you see what you're doing. You see what you're doing. You see what you're doing. You're on camera. Just so you know. I didn't need to inform you because I'm in public. I'm allowed to film in public. You see yourself again. You're gonna be popular. This time around, you're gonna be popular. I promise you. You're going to be popular, and you're gonna be hearing from my lawyer. I'm gonna be coming to your station soon. Fuck you, mother.
So that was a promise made and fulfilled. So he promised him he was going to be popular, and popular he is now. That clip is all over social media. So Nigeria is a zoo, as the man from Umar here told us. So Nigeria is a zoo. Without it stops the guy and asks him to subject himself to a search. Fair enough, but why is that's the next logical question, isn't it? You stop him, you say subject yourself to a search. And the guy asks why, because of course you are curtailing his liberty and infringing on his rights, and he wants to know what justifies that. So subject yourself to a search. The guy asked why. He said, that is a best note to me. A better note to me. It is our job. You know, this is it. You wonder if these guys in fact, you don't even have to wonder. There's no training that took place there. They just say, are you able to stand on your feet? Does this uniform fit you? Put it on, take this gun, and go and keep the society safe, and bring back some money when you're coming back. That no, you cannot say that that person had any training. But this is the last clip now. This now, we go to this guy a lot. This guy now talks us through why the Northerners are so vehemently against the tax reform bills. Watch this.
I've had analysts saying that the reason why Northern Nigeria has rejected the tax reform bill is because majority of their population are uneducated, uninformed, and therefore do not understand what is contained in that tax reform bill. So I thought about it, and what we must bear in mind is that educated and non-educated, literate and non-literate, nobody reads in Nigeria. Personally, I have not read the tax reform bill, although I know it is a very wonderful bill. But the reason why majority of us in Southern Nigeria have accepted it is not because we are more informed, more educated than Northern Nigeria. This is my 3 reasons why I believe it is generating so much argument in Northern Nigeria. Number 1, politics stops in Southern Nigeria immediately after election. Once the election is over, everybody moves on with his normal business. We don't debate government policies. We don't care about it. Whatever grouses, whatever disaffection we have with the government in power would have to wait till the next election season. But in Northern Nigeria, politics is a continuous process. Northern Nigeria follows up on policies and politics. They don't wait till the next election seasons. It has always been like this. Historically, they are used to this, whether during military government or democracy. Number 2, Southern Nigeria is more progressive. Southern Nigeria welcomes change. Southern Nigeria wants things to change. Anything that can move Nigeria out of where it is presently. But Northern Nigeria is conservative. They are not in a hurry to change anything. Even something that can be changed within 6 months, they would rather prefer it changes in the next 50 years. Once it is benefiting them at that moment. They are more contented with whatever they're benefiting at the moment. And this is not really too good for the country, because when you hear that certain policy is benefiting the North or the South, it is the oligarchic few who is benefiting from it, not majority of the people. It is just those very few elites that are benefiting from it. So they will do everything to discourage change in the system. They will feed the people with all sorts of lies to make sure that the people does not embrace change. And that is why you see that Tinubu is doing everything he can to reform everything reformable. Number 3, the political leaders in Northern Nigeria are different from the opinion leaders. Northern masses vote for popular politicians to lead them, but they rely on their Muslim clerics to form an opinion. And you cannot blame them for that. Historically, Islamic clerics are known for being very principled. But today, things have changed. Things are not the same. The clerics we have in the North today are not like the ones we used to have back in those days. The clerics back in those days used to be scholars, intellectuals. But today, the kind of clerics we have are people who are scratching knowledge at the surface. They are not intellectually deep, and they are not principled. They are just after what they will eat. But in Southern Nigeria, it is a different thing altogether. This is my humble opinion.
And it is right there, Cordinos. You know, I think universally we all have the same thoughts. I'm somewhat right about what's going on in the North. It's just, you know, it's just a backwardness that's rested upon living off the fat of the land. Backwardness rested upon living off the fat of the land. Let me play you this one. Yes, it's necessary that I play you this one. This is the raft of changes that Festus Keyamo is introducing to the aviation space, and somewhat the level of resistance that is encountering. This is quite important. Watch this.
A bag that has passed through a screening machine, and the screening machine has not seen anything. A human effort wants to now open that bag and see anything. It doesn't add up at all. A machine, that bag has passed through a screening machine. So what is the point telling them to open the bag again for searches? So we now said, okay, you know what? Customs, you are looking for money laundering. Okay? NDLE, you are looking for drugs. Dismantle that table. We dismantle that joint inspection table. That screening machine is manned by us, which is called the aviation security. They call it AFSEC, aviation security. We now said customs and NDLE, join us, join our people at the screening machine. So you can then observe all the bags passing through the machine jointly without harassing anybody. That is why the machines are there in the first place. You, NDLE, customs, if you notice anything like drugs inside or suspicious package, pull the person aside, take the person away into your room, your private profiling room or screening room, and do your further searches there. Customs, if you notice anything in those bags, pull the person away to your private room. It's very easy to see bundle of notes looking like money in those bags. Pull the person away and search the person. You don't need that joint inspection table. For you, DSS, you are profiling people, for Christ's sake. You know, what is DSS searching bags for? I'm trying to be measured in my language, because these are very important agencies that we all respect. It's just that all of this opprobrium comes to us as aviation. I have been screaming my head off since I came to office as aviation minister, and nobody has listened to me. That, you know, the embarrassment comes back to me. Anytime anything happens at the airport, it's aviation minister, it's aviation minister. And I've been struggling to explain that these people are not under our control. There are other agencies, but they were not getting results. So we thought that we should be proactive. If we are proactive, if they have anything to come in terms of amendments and all that, let them come and meet us, we'll sit down. But we needed to take this step. DSS, you have no business searching people's bags. You are profiling individuals who are going out of the country. People who have been, maybe who are under security checks and all that. Go and stay with immigration. At the point of stamping their passports and all that, you can pull the person aside that this person ought not to travel. So DSS, you can... So just reduce these points of check. DSS can work with immigration at their table. And then they can just roam around. You know, we said roam around the airports, check faces of people, profile them. If you want to just, pull people aside, you think they should not travel, pull them aside to a private room. Don't create a nuisance at airports where you see people, they are checking people's bags and here and there and all that. Quarantine, you also have a private room. Don't do it openly. If there are things you have seen at in the machine that are not supposed to go out, take the person away. Now, for the customs, a very tricky issue, because customs are telling us that there are some exportable items by their law that things that should not be exported, apart from money laundering and all of that they can see at the machines. But we have gone around the world. You see signages everywhere when you go, things to declare, things not to declare. That's what we see when we go around the world. Customs, so why can't you do this?
So that's Festus Keyamo right there, trying to sanitize that cesspool of corruption. So that's Keyamo trying to sanitize that cesspool of corruption, which is the Nigerian airport. Everybody, you are a lot lighter when you leave the airport. And it's not just from sweating from the heat, it's from you being relieved by so many agencies. So there it is. We play the Kegite music. We see if anybody turns up for the conversation. The link is in the comment section. Anybody wants to jump on. First, the Kegite.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ide sodi akẹkẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. lódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o, ó dìle o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o, ó dìle o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o, ó dìle o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbesheme death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, the mighty man himself, General Thomas, right there. The Dorset Tone, that is Baba right there. Dewale joining us as well. So Dewale right there. So we seem to have an early phase crew. The room will start to populate at some point, but there is the assembled so far. Plenty of space. Anybody that wants to hop on. Thomas, you want to say something?
Yeah, good day, one man. Good day, everyone. Yeah, like, share, and subscribe. One man, I just want to give this guy kudos. The lawyer you just played the clip now, Kiamo. Yeah. So you see now, it's not about what you read in school. It's about information exposure and somebody that wants to work. One man, just I think maybe when people populate, we need to play that video again. Just look at the explanation he made. Why are you harassing people around?
It's speaking to the heart of the experience, because he's a traveler too, so he knows what these people do. You open your bag in one space, and then the next table you open your bag again, and then the custom will ask you for your passport. What's the business of a custom officer with your passport? And then the immigration man will ask you to open your bag. What's the business of the immigration guy with your bag? You know, I mean,
DSS is saying open your bag.
It's like a torture experience going through the Nigerian airport.
The machine screener has been there. If anything is in the bag, the machine will detect it. Then the person you pulled them, the person are apart. You don't even harass the person in the public, not causing nuisance, not causing sin. Take them to a private room, investigate them, then you can search their bag thoroughly. So it's just, Mama, these people, they travel. Mama, when you are doing, yes?
Don't go inside a private room with them, oh. Don't go. I will tell you, you don't want to go inside one room with them, oh. They will talk you dry. You come out, you will looking like all those Washioko chicken. They will take everything you've got. Don't do it.
One man, no, I respected the guy. Sometimes we were saying, why do we make a lawyer as the aviation minister? But look at the outcome. And to Edo people, they were. Thank you for the your governor that can't even read the
at some point he said, "I'm confused." This is the budget. This is the budget that he allegedly put together. He didn't understand even if he has difficulties reading, he didn't understand the figures. Calling millions, billions, calling billions, millions. At the end, they say, "I'm confused." This that's them for 4 years. But then that's the best that those states that what you ordered and what you got. That's the best that those states to offer Nigeria.
Forget it. In English, we go shop. Forget it. Don't worry, we go run and do successfully. Now English we go shop.
Forget the English.
If I say too much infrastructure, no be book that too much infrastructure.
Man, at the end of the day, he couldn't read the numbers. They just adopt it.
It does, yes. I mean, it's there in front of that assembly to defend that budget, by the way. Never mind defending it. He couldn't even read it. Never mind, forget defending that budget. He could not even read it. Look at that. It makes Senator Adeleke look like a Harvard graduate. Look at that.
That's what I wanted to say. You took it out of my mouth, woman. Like, how could in a state like Osun State have somebody like Adeleke could not say Jack? His vocabulary is like a grade 6 here.
One man, Nigeria is so. One man, I just say let me kick it off with that. Yeah, go to Baba and Adewale before people join us. Yeah.
All right, but so too, Baba, like Thomas said, Baba traditionally.
No, Adewale can go on. Adewale can start off.
All right.
I love you, Baba. You're the best. You know, I was thinking Baba is gonna push it to me today. Man, why is everything just working? I don't know. I think I'm being psychic. I don't know. I'm reading minds. I'm telling you.
The lines are falling in pleasant places for you.
I was just thinking, see what Baba is gonna push it to me. See what and he just said it. Well, man, I didn't start with you from the beginning though. So what's going on with you?
We were talking about still the DELE FAROTIMI situation. So he was in a court today, the magistrate court that detained him, but then they did not file his bail application properly. So they retained him in prison to be represented on the 20th, which is just 5 days from Christmas. So we can just imagine that Christmas has been cancelled in that household. But when it rains, it pours. About 5 or 6 other SANs have instituted lawsuits against him in Abuja, in Oyo, everywhere. And we're still waiting for Tony Elumelu to see what he's going to do. So this guy his next 5 to 10 years are locked down.
You mean another individual has already filed charges against him?
What do you mean another? About 3. There's an SAN Adebayo Adenipekun. He's suing him in Ibadan, in Oyo State. And then there's another one. It's another SAN Ogunwumi Ju. SAN. He's suing him for $500 million in Abuja. All tracing back to that book. And as it continues, a lot of them will start. That guy is done. He's done.
Holy moly. Well, you know what? I'm beginning to have a soft spot for him now. I don't know why.
Look at it now.
They are shaking him up.
You know.
Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Honestly, I'm way behind when it comes to this because I don't want to read anything that has to do with that guy. I was just thinking, well, this is a case that should have been, not really make headlines, but here we are talking about an individuals and what is going through in Ekiti. I mean, we are running a federal system for Canada. Anybody can get a case in any of the 36 states. Why must everything be central to Lagos or Abuja? But now that he has multiple charges, circling around that publication. Oh, they're shaking that guy up. They're shaking. But thank God it's about the mistake is from them, defense, not from the prosecutor. Because I was thinking, why would I could deny him bail? But if you don't perfect your paperwork, usually you're setting the court back because it's going to keep prolonging the issues for those who are familiar with court proceeding. But I mean, the chances that he will still come back home before Christmas, if they are able to do things right. But I don't think it's by now supposed to have died down. But now that you have, he's going to be facing multiple. Oh my goodness! Wow.
There's a very good chance that it will come home for Christmas. I don't imagine them holding him beyond the 20th. It will come from home for Christmas, but it will not be a merry one. It will not be a merry Christmas. It will be, the wife will be, agitated. In one of the clips that are coming out of the prison, they said it was in the process of burying the wife's father when he was arrested. So forget Christmas, forget everything now. It's just operation get him out of prison.
But Adewale, give me one second. If they even grant him bail on the 20th of this month, Nigeria to perfect bail to take some days, unless the bail condition is not too stringent. If they say go and find top clinic level 5, level 100, levels this, it could be spending Christmas there. If they don't, you don't understand what I mean. Nigeria is a little bit skeptical about bail. It depends on the judge, what they grant him. Yeah, go on.
But honestly, our judiciary's system is kind of like the duplicity of this proceeding is very, very kind of funny to me. Why can't somebody use the same one bill application for all of them since it's just the same suit? Why? You know, I don't see a reason why they cannot harmonize and make everything in just one. Well, by the way, I expect the government to grant him personal recognition. This is the guy that you see on your TV screen virtually every weekend. And he has his own show. He lives in Nigeria. And the issue of not hiding when to bury his father-in-law. Look, this guy was purposely waiting in the office for the law enforcement to come get him. Because somebody must have given him a hint that they are coming for him. He knew, that's why he decided to stay put where there's camera, where everything will be done on the camera, so that there will be enough evidence. But to say that, look, he may claim that it's not hiding, but government is not going to be, sending all the what do you call them, U.S. Marshal to be looking for you every corner. Look at you. I mean, look for you where they could find you. If you're not there, then they wait till another day. But here is a system that is not perfect. I mean, we expect it to, start working like the way we have it in the Western world. Even the Western world still have some lapses here and there. But whatever the excuse, if government claim they can't find it, they can't find you. You can't question them how they look for you. Okay, but here you are. But the moment you are aware that there's something pending, for you somewhere, right now, I expect him to swing to action and contact the particular jurisdiction and ask if he needs to turn himself in, right? So just like somebody who got to know that if you got stopped for traffic offense, because it has happened before, you have a pending traffic offense. I'm just using this place as an example, which is almost like a class B misdemeanor or class C, if I'm not mistaken. And then all of a sudden you thought you've perfected all the stuff. You have a lawyer, but then eventually the case kept adjourning and adjourning. And here you are, there's a pending warrant of arrest for you, and you don't know. All of a sudden, you found out. And then you can call the court, and then the judge will ask you, okay, you can come on so date and all that. But but to me, he put himself in this, in burglary. He actually did. He put himself in this situation. Nobody else did. He deliberately wrote a book, and then also back it up with, some interviews. Okay, so he dug his own. I don't know what. I don't want to use the word here. He did, and he should face the music. Now, if that same court, because it seems the song that he's singing now is that court, there's no possibility that is going to get justice from the court. Now, when you drag the same institution that is going to be, they are going to be at their mercy. I wonder what kind of judgment is going to be coming out. Except that judge is not, it's an angel. Because if you drag the same constituency that belongs to, every profession have their ethics and norms. And when you go against those norms, there's going to be penalty. It may not be written in black and white, but when you drag the entire system and you say, look, some people are going to be going after you. And it's unfortunate that you now have other people, dropping their charges left and right across the country. They're going to shake him up. And every penny that drop, or those who are buying the book, well, you are helping him. You are contributing to the pocket of those people that are filing. There's no way one or two charges will not stick.
The Babalola space has filed they filed a charge against the royalties from that book. So all this rushing to buy FAROTIMI's book, you are actually feathering Afe Babalola's pockets, because he will take that money. He probably donate it to charity, but he will take that money off him.
Those people that are rushing to buy the book, we like to go with the trend. If you look at the demographic, those people that are jumping to the wagon about, DELE FAROTIMI, we're going to buy a book, I will buy 5. These are the people that ordinarily they don't even read. They rely on one headline from one blogger somewhere in Atlanta or somewhere and across the globe. And that is what is going to form or shape their opinion about something. So regardless, or they don't even care about what the subject matter is all about. So once they read the headline, and that's all they know. And here they are, paying for the penalty, for the defamation. If court decided to award it, I heard, but I'm not so. I can't confirm. I'm not so sure that the FAROTIMI himself said the proceeds will be going into charity, and at the end of it all, this time around, I don't think it's going to be going to charity. I think it's going to be going into the pockets of those people. If the court awards them, the money though, the proceeds from the sales of that book. But it's quite for this should even make an headline the more. Did you listen to the interview from this journalist on Rise TV? What's his name? Kodnu, she was attacking Obi and condemning him for being too
Yeah,
soft.
we played it just now. Now, did you not
Oh,
hear it?
really? Oh,
And she said she was barely, and she's so articulate, so well spoken, and she was pitch perfect in all the points that she was making. That look, this Obi now is turning out not to be the champion that they hoped he would be. But you know what really, well, my response to that was that Obi has always been Obi. Now it is these people that are trying to see in him what was never there. Obi has nothing to offer beyond what we see physically now. He has a history in Anambra State. 8 years achieved nothing. He doesn't have the. We saw him when he was campaigning with Atiku, when he was being grilled by Zainab, that Zainab woman. So what are they expecting from him? He cannot give what he doesn't have now.
Absolutely. I mean, if it's that easy, that woman should come to the into politics and try luck. Maybe she'll be able to amount to something. Like you said, Obi cannot pretend or go beyond who he is. By the way, I don't subscribe to much of what that woman said. She was trying to push that man off the cliff. Obi is not Jesus, and he can't act like a messiah now. God will say, so why did she didn't drag her own husband or her own relative to come forward to help, contest for public office? I don't think someone like her, meant well for Obi, because the moment you keep pushing someone like Obi, he's gonna act out. And when he acts out of character, that could get him burnt. That could get him into big trouble. You can't say, well, because you are in opposition, then every thought that comes to your mind, you have to fight every battle. You get yourself into big trouble. And the way he's been playing it, I mean, he understood some of this because he has been in executive position before. He understood how public governance goes as far as Nigeria politics is concerned. And here is a person that is he's acting. I mean, he hasn't depicted character that is not known for. He has always been that follow type of person. So when I listened to that interview, I was like, what is he talking about? So all this while you felt, okay, this is the only shot your region have. So Obi should act out of character.
She said, I'm no more obedient again.
Well, it's unfortunate. Majority of them are just an opportunist that are looking for one person to help them act what they've been thinking all this while. They don't know how this thing works. And here is somebody who called herself, a renowned journalist, which I found very, very strange. So I expect her, at least if you don't even cover politics, but at least you know how system run in your part of the world. And you are just talking out of talking point. And obedience are going to come for her. And they're going to drag her. And they already started doing that anyway online. But when I listen to people like that, I was like, well, Obi shouldn't even listen to people like this. Because it's more or less praising Atiku and, rejecting our own adopted candidate. And it's unfortunate. That's where we found ourselves. Real quick before I enter into this zone that is always making my phone crack up somehow. Your brother that was saying is going to sue police, and he says it's going to make the man popular. Can you hear me, one man? Hello? Can
Yeah,
anybody hear me?
Wally, go ahead. I can hear. We
Oh,
can hear
okay.
you. Yeah.
Because I'm about to get into that zone that my phone will not start. I will use
It's like you're in the zone already. We are losing you. Can you hear me, Wally?
All right. It sounds like you have entered that zone. You are playing like a guitar now. Ding dong ding, ding dong ding. All right. All right. Dewale, come back into the conversation when you've gone past that space. Let Baba fill the gap whilst we're waiting for you to get a better signal. Hopefully you can hear me. If we can hear him, probably he can't hear us either. But Baba, a gift that just keeps on giving. This FAROTIMI situation. So legal suits everywhere. I think they are going to make his life a living hell. He's going to be locked in the courts for the foreseeable future.
Yes, a very fine evening to you, man. Thomas, Bawu, Elaine Combel. Okay, they are all absentee panelists at the moment. I salute you all in the comment section, and our viewers, listeners, I hope you've clicked the like button. That's very, very important. I can see that only have clicked. We have so many people watching, so please upgrade the click at the like button. Thank you. Yes, woman, I think you showed an X message, I think, where he says if it's authentic, and he says he's having a wet dream, that it will be a delight to have people sue him, all those that have ruled Nigeria before. This very X handle. That's prophetic if it's true, if he actually said this. And I think maybe he has a death wish. That's just some people are like that. Because why do you want to invite trouble? I know he comes from this Aluta background, because in LASU, 94, 95, I think, he was the student union leader in LASU. So it's a carryover mentality he has. And if you don't even have it, if you must have death wish, because there are ways to write your book. Because if that book, for instance, is not self-published and you pass it to a seasoned publishing house, they naturally will edit that book. It will not come out that way, because when the shit hits the fan, the publishers too will also be sued. So they will not want to get involved. But he is self-published, so he put in his own money naturally. And I'm assuming in that kind of business, you must have distributed on credit, because you are not a seasoned author or known author. So naturally, the book shops will ask you, okay, just bring 20 copies and keep it there. When we sell, you come and collect your money. But even the latest suit from the guy in Afe Babalola's or Chambers, he has listed the bookshops. My favorite there is the one in Glendora in Falomo shopping center, and Quintessence, and a whole lot of other ones he has listed. So those ones naturally, they will slam them with an injunction, because the practice is when you list like that, the next thing you file that all those who has the book or the sales of the book should put the money in escrow somewhere. It was to be part of a motion to the court. If the court approves it, then all the sales from all those listed bookshops will of course be put in an escrow account until the determination of the case. Because they sue him for 500 million. And you know, is the in Are Afe Babalola's letter, or what did they call it? The letter to the police. There were 3 people there, they claimed in their chambers that he maligned. This very one that sued him for 500 million, and one other one. I expect that one to maybe to go sue him. The one of the Oyo State one is a surprise. I don't know on what ground that lawyer, also a senior advocate, is suing him for, actually. And there will be rafts of all these courts.
That's Lekale, sir. I was hearing you were greeting me. How are you, sir?
Wow, Ilenkombe.
Adragbao. Daddy, do you know the irony of this? My father-in-law, which is here, called me day before yesterday. He said I should purchase that book for him on Amazon. I was just laughing. I was just laughing. I said, "What is going on here? This book is selling, my daddy. It's really
it depends on how many are sold. Now people will just pirate it. That's the problem there. The Shomolu publishers, they are ready now. They must be pirating it and trying to selling it, and it's not going to get anything from that book. He's not going to get anyway. He himself must said the proceed will be to charity. Normally, when they say that, they remove their money they invested in it and maybe give the rest to charity. So, but now that this is like this, because I don't think he has much copy. Even Amazon, I don't know where I picked that from. I think they don't even have up to a dozen of that book on their shelf. Yeah, they don't have. I picked that up somewhere. So it's all around in Nigeria, and the Shomolu
publisher. And Okpebholo has stopped the reprinting of it.
About the Shomolu people who pirate it now, you know. You know, the publishing corridor in Lagos is Shomolu axis there, where they have a lot of printing presses. So they will now. It's good business for them. They will pirate it and then be selling it. So Thomas, call somebody in Lagos to check the Shomolu axis for you. It's
I'll be in Nigeria by Monday. So maybe
I remember the ceremony you're coming for. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So that is it. I don't envy him because they will disrupt his life. You understand? This one in Oyo State now. The other one is in Ekiti State. Maybe another suit will come from another state. So every month you have
there's one in Abuja as well from it's still around that book.
Yeah, so they'll be fun. Every month you must be on the road because the adjournments will be closed. Maybe 1 week in Ekiti, the federal court.
And all the people suing him are sons.
And the problem is
we know his life for the next 5 years. We know where he will be for the next. He will be in court for the next 5 years.
And that's not true.
They say Nigerians are with him.
This is their cyber state. Look, when they cook for Nigerian can eat. But if the whole Nigeria cook for them, can they eat? Because these people may not, the noise they make gives them the confidence. Because I watch a short clip of about a minute and a half where someone posted it. It's on YouTube, but that's the only place I get my Nigerian news from. actually, apart from the other ones. Them we posted that some thugs are in government Toyota civilian buses escorted by DSS, according to his narrative. Following the video in Yoruba, oh, look at DSS following them, escorting the thugs. They want to come and fight. We are going to kill you today. And I look at the crowd that is going to kill thugs that are inside a field, a civilian Toyota bus. And I look at you, and it was making all the noise. Making all the noise, we're going to kill you. And you will. I said, look, if they even come down alone with their ordinary ruler to beat you guys will run away. Will run away. I just don't know how people, maybe most of them are these looter people, and you've left university. You cannot win yourself away from that kind of activism. That's no activism. Or you beat Bangolo and start dancing and making all the noise. At the end of the day, you go home in the evening, end of the so-called elaborate strike. You have put everybody on the jump. And today, they are in Babalola's chamber in Lagos. The police were there so early. Nobody.
I was just thinking now, maybe we should be putting allegedly. One man, anything you are saying now, put allegedly before you get lawsuit in Kent. In London.
We don't mind the lawsuit, or we could do with the publicity, but you know.
I've seen the clips. I've seen the clips of the lady of the obedience space. She's moderating her language now and how she headlines releases. She's more. There's a
you mean
difference in
Ngozi? You mean Ngozi?
No, Aisha Yusufu.
Oh yeah. Well, everybody's on that caution now. You know, she's not even as big as DELE FAROTIMI now. So if they pick her up, look, all of this noise will soon die down, but that guy will still be in court. His life is FUCK, you know. You know?
Just one big happening now. He will be left. His information about him or whatever is happening will be in the back corner.
Who talks about Nnamdi Kanu anymore? Who talks about Nnamdi?
And he will continue going to court and suffering. All these people that's egging him on will just face another thing entirely again, because noise is what they make. They look for new excitement. This is the current one. Come, talk like we are few, so it's a discussion, so you can chip in anytime.
I don't really like the way the case is going. I don't like it. I want that guy to appear in court and prove what he has written.
It will get there now. It's a process, isn't it?
I don't like the delay. Look, I don't even want that thing to last like up to a week. Honestly,
they will scream.
I don't want it to keep dragging. I want his appearance in the court. Honestly, sincerely, I'm not saying judgment will come immediately, but I want his case process to start. I want him to appear in court and then explain or defend what he has written. It's as simple as ABC. If he cannot defend it, if he cannot defend it, then it will send a very big signal to every other person, including me. You shouldn't be talking about people when you are not sure of what you're saying. You can't just wake up and say something about somebody. If you listen to what they are saying, they believe he has the evidences. Those people supporting him don't believe. You've met them in this platform. They said he said it, but some people don't know that some people speak ignorantly with so much guts.
No, Zita, let me give you an example. Maybe you let me know, you're a lady. So during Buhari's time, Fela and Dr. Taishulari, they pick up this news that there was about 86 suitcase or 6 billion naira. Kind of, it went around kind of corruption. I can't remember the detail now, to the extent that they have to empanel a judicial body to look into it, people calling for information. But it was all over Nigeria. When it got to Fela's turn, everybody was like breathless. Is there in that inquiry? And we were waiting. He went there, and when they questioned him, he said he just had it on the streets. And that was jaw-dropping moment. Anyway, I think people like Blue Shell will remember this story. Same thing for Dr. Taishulari. That one said, I had it in Boss. The whole thing that want to put the whole nation aflame.
That is what I am saying. I want this guy to have his day in court. We shouldn't be doing things bruyaya, bruyaya, bruyaya. They should quickly take him to court. Let the court process start. Let them ask him questions. Let him show us that he has a proof.
For his sake, I hope he has proof. Honestly,
sincerely
I am
speaking,
praying
because
for him. I just pray for
he's
him.
been talking. That guy has been talking. I don't want to talk about him, because as long as I'm concerned, he's nobody. He's been talking. But because of what happened in 2023, Nigeria now has a lot of headless mob. And so when people like that speak, the whole headless mob take it out in the internet. They believe that he has something on the guy. Number one, let me tell you, I am not a lawyer. But one thing I understand about the law is proving your case beyond reasonable doubt. Even if you have evidence, with your evidence, can it be proven beyond reasonable doubt that that evidence is correct? So that's why people should be very careful. You went to court with somebody, you had a case, the person won you, you resort to writing book and making claims. By the way, if I may ask, those people who is talking about the lawyer bribing the judges to get a judgment, if I may ask, is there anywhere in the world that thing is not done? Let's face the fact. You know me, I say a lot of nonsense to some people. I have to, somebody told me that listened to us here, said I should be putting to some people. I say a lot of nonsense to some people, but at the end of the day, my nonsense, they make sense. Well, I ask, is there anywhere in the world that there is no lobbying?
It's a human institution now, and any human institution is vulnerable.
So why would you go to court? You are a lawyer. You didn't know you have to lobby? You have to lobby for your case.
He was not even involved in that case.
Some people will say, Sister, how can you say you have to lobby? You have to come to the case and judge and judge and judge. Just one statement from the judge, your case is demoralized. The lobbying is part of human existence. So why will somebody say lobbying is a type of bribery? That's why sometimes I tell people, rigging, there is nowhere in the world that elections are not rigged. They will attack me. It depends on what you call bribe. It depends. But I can assure you, when it comes to justice system, it's there.
Zita, there's something they call gratuity. When somebody, bribes are not allowed, but gratuities are. So when you approach somebody in a position of influence to influence matters in your favor, if you give him some inducement before he does that, they call that bribe. But if you show gratitude after that process is completed, they call it gratuity. So, like you said, there's bribes in so many. It comes in so many flavors. Whatever it is, bribe is still bribe.
Bribe is brilliant. Okay, what if you agree with him that you will give it to him after he has finished judging the
Well,
case?
yes, then they'll claim it's gratuity now.
Anyway, I don't know why people do what they do and say what they say. I don't even know why the guy wants to fight people he wants to fight. But I wish him luck anyway.
But as a lawyer, I think there are ways you can gap your language. It's the nuance will be there.
If
People
I were
can read
him,
between the
God
lines will
forbid,
know definitely that this is the person you are talking about. This
he
is
would
the
have
case you are
written it
referring
as
to. But he mentioned names.
so let him have it.
And he didn't say allegedly, sir.
No.
Allegedly. If you put that allegedly, it will sound like addendum. So nobody can charge him for that. Allegedly.
The thing is that proving that somebody collected bribe is a tough one.
And people are saying, no, it is the Okpebholo that has to prove. But we know the principle is he who alleges must prove. That is the basic principle we hear from lawyers and commentators. And so why would they want to turn it now to say?
About me. I said it's a lie. I took you to court. I'm ready to jail you because I said you are lying against me. It's left for you to prove, to get yourself acquitted from going to jail. So why are they saying it's a Okpebholo that we have to prove? I don't get that.
What
but
he did
those
is
guys,
very
they
strange.
do say a lot of things. So those your headless mob, they say a lot of things. So.
And they said the book itself is like a pamphlet.
They say a lot of things. So honestly, sincerely speaking, those people say a lot of things that sometimes I begin to think if I am the one that my brain is not good. Honestly, when I hear some things, I call them headless mob for Nigeria. In the Western culture, they call them far left. Those guys are crazy.
I refer to them as anarchists.
You're right in what you're saying, Baba and Zita. Sometimes they make you sometimes doubt your own rationale, and then they start to call you names, start to corner you into. And what you're trying to do is to hold steadfast to logic and sense.
Okay.
But then if you don't come to that wild, crazy something, then they start to make you have some self-doubt.
Yes, you begin to think like what one of my, I wouldn't call her my friend, somebody I know that has been brewing, she is still not healed about this election they lost. She's still mourning. So he brought up the case of
He's still money.
Yeah.
Nobody died now. Why is he money?
That's how because they are far left now. They mourn. So it brought about this case of this guy that hired the CEO in New York. And you know what this lady told me? He told me, let her tell me categorically that the guy wants to be caught. And that was why they caught him in PA. At that point, one man, I begin to think my brain is not correct. Honestly, do you know what I just told her? I said, please, I don't want us to do this today. I'm too busy. Why? Somebody wants to to be caught in your action. You did something, you want the police to catch you. Okay. The place where you buy the person, is it not for you to stand there? Police will come and catch you. Or even call the police yourself, because most people who want to be caught, they do the action, they pick their phone, they call the police, come, I don't buy him. He didn't do that. He left the city. He left the state. He went around, boom, 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 everywhere, and went to far another state. Does that person look like somebody who wants to be caught? But somebody will look you straight in the eyes and tell you he wants to be caught. So when I discuss with these people, sometimes I feel my brain is not okay. Honestly, they make me feel my brain is not functioning. So sometimes
The
I will
apostle
tell them,
actually does that to people, because you start to question your own sanity, because they are just, I don't know what to describe. They are not ready to listen. They will be
no, I
mouth.
listen to them all. I listen to
No,
them.
I
Sometimes
mean, they
I
don't
want
want
the
to listen
word.
to any rational thoughts or
No.
thinking. They are not
Sometimes they
interested.
entertain me. Honestly, sincerely, if I'm in a good mood, they do entertain me.
And they are verbose. The guy was kidnapped. He was, they like sensational words.
Yeah.
Daddy, they say he was adopted.
Abducted. I was kidnapped, abducted. This video we saw, they were escorting him out of his office. Nobody is harassing him. He was
Okay, let me
walking
ask you a
leisurely.
question. If that guy was not in that party supporting P2B, would all this not be around?
No, they will not. They will not.
So you see, this is why I actually
It will
have
probably hardly make the news. It will just be a footnote in some page 10 or something.
This is why I have this problem with these guys. You make your what do you call it? I won't call it, what do you call it? Your stand very weak. You say you are for this. Is it you are for this when it is for a particular thing? That's actually the problem I have. Because when what happened in United States in 2020 happened, everybody went wild. The whole world was condemning it, even when the guy was an ex-criminal, even when they know why the police was called on him. But everybody was like, you shouldn't buy somebody like that. Why lean on somebody's neck? That's too brutal. In that same country, that one was just one white man leaning on his neck. One. In that same country, 5 police officers spied a black boy. 5 black police officers killed one black boy for no just reason. The buying was so brutal. In 2022, everywhere went quiet. So I really do have issues with these people, because I cannot understand what you stand for. I don't understand what they stand for. Because if they say that this man, his job is to bring out the truth, the rot in the government, I ask, DELE, where is he? That guy said a lot of things that are true. I might not agree with him on everything, but he brought out a lot of things that are fundamental truth. Where is he? Why are they not littered all over the internet talking about him? I don't want to mention other names. So why this guy? I don't even know why. One man said, if you follow join them, every time you bring this guy to your platform, they will be discussing him. What did you say the governor of Edo State did?
Oh, we'll get to him in a moment. Let Baba continue, then we rip it round. We've got King Emeka here as well. So
I just want to talk about lawyers. I think there is something wrong with the big lawyers generally, or do they naturally intend to sabotage their clients? I'm not a lawyer, but I know some of the process. Look at Yahaya Bello today for his bail, which he lost. a big lawyer representing him, and that's just one of the sons leading. There are several other sons, and they make that terrible mistake, which is bail and extending his incarceration. If it's now gone from EFCC's
Please stop
gulag.
calling it incarceration. It's not incarceration. I beg you, Papa.
It's
Continue.
what? Detention.
It's not incarceration. I beg you.
What is it?
Behind the body, put them. That's not incarceration.
Okay, behind bars. Okay.
What's the difference?
You have to go and look at what incarceration means.
Okay.
It's not taking the police, carrying somebody, putting him behind a. What will I even call that? Detaining somebody is not incarceration.
Okay, let me use your own word. So from EFCC's behind bars, they've now taken him to Kuje just for one mistake. And it was, look, when they want to burn you alive, do not use oil to rub your body, because that makes it easy for them. The court hinted 2 weeks ago, he attended that, look, this motion you brought predates his arraignment in court. Somebody has not been brought to court. You submitted motion for bail. You filed already. And you did not bother for 2 weeks to correct that thing. You only arrived in the court today to still argue on it. And the judge ruled that this thing you are saying, how do you want me to rule on something the person has not been in my courts and you already filed that motion, even 4 or 5 days before he arrived in my court? So how do you want me to rule on that? So go and refile your motion. But meanwhile, if they should take him to Kuje. And same thing happened in this man's case, FAROTIMI's case today at the magistrate court. The same thing almost happened. That's why I got another 10 days. It was the lawyer's mistake. So I don't know the quality of all of these lawyers. Maybe they just do it deliberately, or they have their hands too full to do anything. So Yahaya Bello, them we were crying, and they've taken that fun out of the far left. Let me use that word, the far left, the anarchists. Because anytime you want to, go and look for Yahaya Bello. And I was saying then that his day will come, because the wheel of justice grinds slowly but surely. And are we now talking of Yahaya Bello again? When it comes to the things of law, it's a process. They don't rush it. This FAROTIMI, like one man said, we could be at it, particularly when it's civil matters. It could take another 3 years before it's concluded, but one day they will conclude. And the danger he is facing in that civil suit of the 500 million is, if he thinks so, because that's how everybody thinks, if they won at the lower court, I will appeal. No. The person who won that judgment will file and say, okay, before we go on appeal, put that money inside the court first. Then I will follow you to appeal. And the judge will support, okay, you pay that money first. We will keep it. We will not give it to anybody. So when you go to appeal, if you won there, fine, you come back and pick your money. If you fail, then the money is released to the person. Or even if you want to proceed to Supreme Court, you go ahead. But you must, at the first court of instance, you must pay the money. The judgment debt, you must pay.
But I really like this man. Don't kill this guy's case. You people are giving him unnecessary publicity.
It's topical. That's why we have to talk about it.
Because the guy, I remember when is he not the one that was showing his face on camera saying, I think we discussed it on this platform. He said Nigeria will, that they should go and do one thing. Then I said, and after the demonstration, what next? They said the demonstration is testing water of what is about to come. It was in this platform. The guy made a video commanding, is it not that same guy? Commanding Nigerians to bring down Nigeria.
No, he said we should stay at home, I think December 7. That was what he was posting. I can't remember the date. But he himself pick a date and say sit at home.
I don't know what.
As in form of suggestion, he was putting it then. And I was laughing in my head.
It wasn't suggestion. That thing was a suggestion. Go and watch his video. It wasn't suggestion. I think one man played it here.
Well, how could he think that he will ask people to sit at home? And they will sit at home?
One man played part of his video on this platform. You go back and listen to the full video. Yeah. So he was threatening fire and brimstone. So I don't know why people are discussing him, but if you don't have something to discuss, I don't know why he's a topic. This thing is not between him and the federal government of Nigeria.
It's number one trending in the Nigerian landscape.
Well,
everywhere you look, it's just Farotimi.
I think
even I am bored of it, but we have to go with where
their news. The moment a let mob move, pick something.
One man, why you didn't show that lady, that super lady, punching the FRC people?
Oh, I thought it was too violent.
Yeah, I saw it again on Arise this morning. They showed it. And
all right.
Even though I watched it before, I was still taken aback that, what is this? Because they not even said she was not the owner of the car. She was not the one driving the car. She was a passenger.
What emboldened her to do that is the thing,
I think she's a not case. She's a not job. It's a not job, actually.
Why did she blow FROs?
She battered them, not she battered them.
What did they do to her now?
No, because the car she was a passenger in, private car, when they stopped the car and asked for the documents of the car, they found out all the documents have expired since 2022. So they wanted to impound the car. She came down and started fighting them, kicking, slapping.
And they just left her.
No, they didn't touch her.
Why didn't they touch her?
She used her two hands. You know that double slap they give you. Wow. She did it, and I was like,
what happened?
No, she's going to court. They're not going to leave him.
I mean, you see, my brother.
That's anger too.
I tire for speaking out for. Look,
no, that's anarchism. That's where we are. But they forget that government is government. A country is not left in a vacuum because it has become a fad just to be disagreeable.
Let me say this. You see, in 2023 and this year, 2024, it taught me a very big lesson about human. Because when things happen, I don't actually do override it. Like, look at it, oh, it has happened, it's gone, it's gone. I usually think deep. What happened in Nigeria in 2023 and what happened in the United States in 2024 gave me a lot of concern of what humans actually want for themselves. Look at a lady beating FRC officer.
I've never seen that kind of thing. No.
Touch that woman.
Very violent.
That woman will tell you Nigeria is jagara. Nigeria is not working. This country suffer this, that. Look at the one that is in her hands. Look at the way she handled it.
Have you seen it, Zita?
I've not seen it. It was my cousin that was telling me about it.
Let me show you. I've got it.
One. They cover them.
Where's the man? Who arrested him? Why?
Just continue.
My face.
Don't enjoy. That is about that. Where is it? It's outside. It's okay. Leave her. Don't touch her. Just leave her.
Where are you going?
In my office, you are doing this nonsense. You are beating my personnel. You are beating my staff in my office. I say release his hand. Release him now. Release him now. Release his body. Release his body.
It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. That way, it's okay.
Deflect all. You are fighting in the office. I said, come let me see justice.
So that's where we are now, Nigeria 2024.
This one will sleep in prison.
Just Rebecca. How are you?
I'm fine. This one.
How is a little girl?
My baby, boy.
She could not add some height, Abby.
Yes, sir. This one would. Our life is finished already.
Finished.
It's finished.
Honestly.
That's not true. That's not true.
Now, why do you say it's not true?
Let me tell you why it's not true. You see this woman, in the next 3 days, she will be out in the street doing her normal business. They go collect money from here.
No. This has gone real over. The director, they call Marshall. They call Marshall. No. I mean,
I think they're going to use that as a lesson. You know, the FRS, they've been requesting to get guns, right? And they've signed into law for them to bear arms. So this would be an example to justify reasons why
they need to bear arms. Are you not seeing what she's done? Who wants to take money from this person?
I don't go wait, make I talk now. I'm not the talk. When I finish my jobs in the next 1 week, we come here, we discuss the woman. No, say me, I like follow case up.
Follow up. I disagree with you vehemently for this. Because the call Marshall has spoken,
let me
and one of their directors said she should be taken to court. Who will take money from this person?
As little as handcuffed her while she was doing that thing, like grab her hands. I don't know why they didn't do that. Anyway.
Then the obedience will come and say another thing entirely, that they are harassing women. Women society will come up and say another thing. Those men acted well.
No, they didn't.
You seen where they've taken them to pieces?
No, they didn't. Those people, don't they have handcuffs?
You don't know what Nigeria has turned into now.
Marshals don't have handcuffs.
It's not the first time we have seen this tape, this kind of tape. Except this one is just overboard. Worse
Road Marshal doesn't have power to arrest now.
Why didn't they call the police?
And the police came and took her away. They don't have power to arrest.
They called the police. The police took her away. That's correct.
That's why I told you in the next 3 days she'll be out in the street doing her normal business. But I'm not going to believe me. No wahala.
I don't believe you. I'm not going to lie.
By Monday, I go bring the woman. Now me go bring the woman case for one man platform.
I'll be waiting for that.
I don't know why now.
All right, let's move it around a bit. Bring Emeka in. So it's been a moment. Baba, we'll loop around back to you if you don't mind.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, is that our Emeka? Emeka, where
that's King Emeka now. He's been making all the dollars and putting the words to right. So that's a Emeka.
Yes. You won or you lose?
Yes.
We need to find Emeka for not showing face all this while.
Hello.
We need to find him.
Hello, is Emeka there?
Is there? He's
I'm here,
muted.
I'm here.
Now you win for US or now you lose?
I win, oh. Trump win now. Trump, my guy. Trump, my guy, won.
Yeah, you don't get that lot. My God, the win.
I for laugh you if you say that you lose. Well.
Anyway, it's been a while. It's just some busy days. But once in a while, we try to, as much as possible, to keep in touch with what is happening back home. This is our brother that is shouting everywhere, DELE FAROTIMI. Now, they're giving him the treatment that he has been requesting for. He has been calling Nigeria a zoo. So they're not giving him that zoo treatment. And everybody is rushing around to go and be begging for him. You see, well, we have advantage.
Are you hopeful that this storyline leaves the headlines? Because I'm a little bit bored of it actually. But every time you look, it's still there, you know.
I don't think it will leave the headline any sooner, because a lot of people are applying pressure, right? And it appears that Baba is not agreeing. He wants it to run its course. You can see he's now blocking revenues in Amazon and the rest. But that's the right thing to do if you want an honest opinion. It's the right thing to do. It's the right way to go. If you feel someone is defaming you, you have to apply the law. And you know, many of us are saying, "Oh, it's an overkill." I think on Twitter today, the PRO, the police PRO, was explaining something. Someone from Canada that visited Nigeria, and then the police was trying to search him, and he was trying to speak too much grammar. I don't know if you showed it today. So he was explaining. I responded back to him to tell him that, yes, I like the way you explain. He's not in Canada. We like to do a lot of comparison in Nigeria. We need to understand our penal codes, our local laws, because what is applicable in the US is not applicable in Nigeria. What is applicable in Australia is not applicable in Nigeria. Yes, there might be some similarities, right? But our local laws still holds and still prevails. We can't be saying, oh, because I think the police PRO was saying that Nigerian police have the right to search. They don't need to show you any search warrants. They can stop you and search you, right? And some people were saying, no, it's not applicable. Yes, this, blah, 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 because the guy was trying to say, show me this, show me that. I know at some point in New York, they do freaks and search at some point. And I think the mayor, I don't know, the guys in the US can correct me, is trying to want to bring it back again, that they can profile you, frisk you, search you, if they think you possess any, you know, they think your behavior is questionable, your appearance seems to be questionable, even though some NGOs are saying it could be racially biased. But that's if we want to go in the line of comparison anyway. So in this context, same thing, we need to understand our laws as that applies to defamation. You know, for some other countries, it's purely a civil matter. In our own case, it's both a criminal and civil matter. It depends on how the individual who claims that he is the victim or she's the victim wants to pursue the case. Then there's also the cyber stalking and cyber bullying law too. So we need to be very careful. Once we know the law, we need to try as much as possible to be careful when we are addressing specific situation and providing our opinion. You know, this DELE FAROTIMI's case has opened a lot of people's eyes, and then people started going back to his videos and were publishing it, and you can tell that it turned out to be a habit for him, going to the extra mile, saying so many things, and you would think he's right there with you when these issues were happening. You would think he has lots of evidence. In short, as a matter of fact, you would think it's the God that is watching when these situations were playing out. But to be human is to look at, okay, this guy was quite lousy, even though he's a lawyer. We hope Baba will be forgiven at some point and withdraw the charges or withdraw the case and tell the police to withdraw the case and let him go and find his trouble somewhere else. I hope it probably might be a lesson point, but I don't know what's in the heart of Baba. We can't say if Baba says no, Baba is entitled to his rights. He feels he has been or treated wrongly. You cannot choose the way people will react, especially when you've wronged them. You might say the way they've reacted is overbearing, but you can't choose their reaction for them. They are the ones who probably are feeling the pain. So to avoid an overbearing reaction, it's better not to just go ahead to look for people's trouble.
Emeka, let me take you to the tax reform bills. I don't think since that space opened up, we've yet heard your take on it.
I have actually, let me be honest, I've not really looked at this bill. And yes, because of work, personal concerns, I've not looked at it. And another reason why I've not looked at it, I've been very disappointed with our president's approach with the economy. The last time I was here, when I spoke, I wasn't really happy and impressed with Tinubu's approach, right? Things are really getting.
Yeah, you were quite strong on that the last time, actually. Yeah.
Very, 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 very disappointed. I truly believed in him. And this is in a couple of months, it's 2 years. Next year we are entering an election. It's almost an election cycle. The campaign will start by October next year. Campaign will start, and then which means in his first tenure, he literally threw Nigerians into poverty. That's what it's looking like, and then saying excuses. Oh, be patient, be patient, be patient. What are we being patient for? So, I've not looked at. I just looked at snippet when the PwC partner was like, well, because of I like, okay, what's the essence now with the taxes, right? I saw the proration, VAT, the rest, you understand? That was like, okay, what will it do to the common man? How will it elevate people out of these issues? Our Naira has been devalued remarkably. People have been plunged into poverty because of the president's pronouncement. Let's be very honest. So I've been very disappointed, being a supporter. I still support him, not that I don't support him, but I've been clearly disappointed with what's going on. And if for those of us like yourself who've been in politics, you can be able to tell from next year, if something is going to happen, it should happen now. And this year is over. This is December. We're already into 2025. This year is over already. So if it's going to happen, it should have happened now. By next year, that is 2025. We have first quarter. By first quarter, what's going to happen? How will it transform the lives of the average Nigerian? How will things get better? You saw, we all monitored the U.S. election. You saw how energetic Trump was explaining himself, how to reduce inflation, how to reduce prices of grocery. Dre baby Dre, even had a name for it. Dre baby Dre. Pump out more oil, more supply. Today, he said, if you are going to be investing in the US, $1 billion and above, expedited approval. No no relegation for you, no regulation for you. Everything expedited. This is a man with a business sense coming in to do business. You understand? Our president is an accountant, a learned one, top of his class. We'll give it to him, top of his class. But his economic policies and reforms, I'm not saying the tax is not okay. And I can't express an opinion on it because I've not really read it, right? But I could tell that, okay, is, even the North fighting against it. I just got really upset and I just said, oh no, I'm disappointed. I just don't want to put my mind into what's going on. So, but the view is our president's economic reforms have been tailored towards satisfying the West. And I want people on the panelists, I know I hold their opinions very dearly, including that of Baba. And we will see this playing out. They've increased interest rate again. I think they did it by 5 basis points or 50 basis points. And then you are asking, what the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? Who are we satisfying? You saw IMF coming out to say, oh, the economic reforms for Nigeria is going according to plan. Is when? Because they are benefiting from the interest income they are making from us by bringing funds. Short-term portfolio investment, they just take the money and they bounce. It appears we are satisfying the West and keeping Nigerians in poverty. That's why I made reference to Trump. When Trump was saying, American first, I don't give a damn, American first. For us, it appears to be IMF first, World Bank first, China first, before Nigeria. Then after that, Nigeria elite, then before the average Nigerian. So looking at the whole thing way back, you're like, because if Tinubu does not do things, I don't think things will go right anymore. If you look at the statistics of our economics, from the only time we had a rebound, I won't even call it a rebound, that looked like a rebound, was during Obasanjo's second tenure. Jonathan came in accidentally and everything went nosedive. We had Buhari who came and finished it. Now, we now have Tinubu. We clamored for him with the view that things may turn around. Things may turn around. We make mistake, but you can't continue to do that mistake. I read in the paper and say no going back. What do you mean no going back? Nigerians are going back. Now poverty is eating everybody, and you are saying no going back. What do you mean no going back? No going back for who? For what? Yes, fuel subsidy, we can address it with more supply of for oil. But the devaluation, how do we resolve it? We are not exporting. We import a lot of our products. So are we going to keep Nigerians in that limbo of poverty because the West have told you to remove the fixed exchange rate that we have? Clearly it was IMF. Clearly it was IMF. And the World
But
Bank.
how do you defend a fixed exchange rate? Is the thing, Emeka? Because you have to insulate between the
in our
and
discretion. It is still the discretion of a country to fix or float its currency. Whether you want to fix it, whether you want to float it, whether you want to stagger it.
If you fix it, how do you defend it?
How do we defend it? What are we defending for? Okay, with the revenue we are getting from the people who are stealing the crude oil, why are they still stealing our crude oil? It's still going on. We are not meeting our OPEC demand. Our OPEC input.
Sorry, this is the question I'm asking you. If we fix the exchange rate, then we're determining that this is the value that the currency has.
Exactly.
You know, so that's not a free market valuation. That's a determined valuation by the economic space. Yeah. So how do you defend it between the free market actual value and the value that you fix it as? So that means you have to subsidize the currency. If you fix it, then you have to subsidize it.
But we have been doing that before, right? Yes, we had challenges with the previous administration. We had challenges with the previous administration. And the beautiful thing there is what our major source of foreign reserve is an essential good product, oil, that is needed by a lot of people. If we are fixing it, as long as we are meeting our quota, we can't just float it. What we have been doing is staggered devaluation. Emefiele did it 3 times. Emefiele was not the first. Soludo also did it, but not to remove it outrightly. Have we gotten any rebound so far?
If you fix it, how do you handle arbitrage?
Because we were unable to do the right thing, we created a monster. Now you can go about to criminalize that aspect. It's up to the government, but they don't want to do it because the politicians are benefiting from it. It is the politicians and the bank CEOs that are benefiting from it. Which average Nigerian is clearly gaining substantial profits from arbitrage? Except you are doing fraud. And if you are doing fraud, you are doing big time fraud. How many Nigerians, even the guys doing that are maybe any dollars, like the social media content providers, how many of them clearly go ahead to go and bid? It's not them, it's the politicians, the governors, and the bank CEOs. So if they want to criminalize it, they can, but they don't want to because they are benefiting from it. Just like the crude oil theft, they don't want to stop it because they are benefiting from it. And then again, you say you want to remove flotation, you don't want to fix your dollars, you don't want to stagger it, you don't want to do anything, you clearly just remove your hands, allow IMF to bully you left, right, and center. Keep your people in poverty, keep increasing interest MPR rates. Inflation keeps going up, even when we are not producing anything or exporting anything. So this is why I am clearly disappointed. Honestly speaking, I am expressing my emotions. 2025, our economic situation will not change. 2026, it will not change. This is 21 months. We have devalued we devalued the naira technically by floating it. We floated. Has the naira appreciated? 1 month. Have we seen any appreciation? Rather, it's still going down. The naira is devaluing.
It's appreciating in this phase, but I think a lot of it wraps around the returnees, the holiday people.
That's not appreciation. I get your point, but it's not appreciation. But we have not seen the rebound. Honestly, when we were analyzing last year, after the pronouncement of the government, we were thinking the naira would at least or at most come back to 700 or 800. That it is now 1,700. It beats everybody's estimate. It clearly shows this high sensitivity of the naira. And that is when the president will look at it and say it is not working. Look at Argentina. When that guy was carrying out his economic reform, people were saying this man is going about, what's he doing? He's a madman. But see how they have recovered in how many months? He cut out all non-government essential activities, reduced government activity. Even Trump has invited him. Do you know Trump invited him? The president of Argentina. He came to come and tell Trump what he did. That was the meeting they were having, and that's part of. I think it was even Elon Musk that, because I know Elon Musk was appreciating him at some point, that invited him to come, because Elon Musk with the Doge, whatever they want to go and do. That is the way. But for us, we are poor. We don't want to shrink government. We keep expanding government spending, keep running a deficit. We just went to borrow again. And when you look at you, just woman, what I will, since Madam Madam is here, I wanted to ask you, woman, did you guys discuss about the Biafra stuff? I don't want to talk about this economy.
You mean the Simon Ekpa space?
The arrest and also
yes. Now we in fact we streamed the whole convention. Even it was quite a joyous little event. You know, there's a constitution, there's a citizenship, there's a passport. You know, there was a clip of I don't think
there's also investment, sovereign investment that
yes, you pay money but you cannot get back, like Hotel California.
But you collect it when
like
the government calls it for.
My God,
these people they are racketing. They are too much. This is a Ponzi scheme, in national Ponzi scheme or sovereign Ponzi scheme. It was quite funny. I was laughing when I saw it.
They say you can withdraw your money when Biafra becomes a real on the ground. So
that's when they are all dead now. They can go to heaven to go and withdraw the money.
Emeka, won't you invest? Go and invest your money, your gratitude. Go and invest in Biafra.
What they would have done, it would have been better if they had said donate. So people cannot donate, and you know you're not getting back. So the mistake they've actually made was to say invest. You see how people rope themselves into criminal activities. They are now calling it an investment instrument. So which means an investment instrument must come with an end date and must come with a contract.
And that's one of the charges being leveled against Amanipa, by the way, in Finland, like some financial related something, you know, financial. There's a financial element to the charges.
That's the reason why he's doing what he's doing. All those dancing he's dancing. You know, you went to say he's a content
creator.
You see, can you imagine? When the law came to knock on his door, he said he's a content creator. It clearly shows how he was making a mockery of his activism. And then I would be thinking my people should be looking at this and saying, we need to organize ourselves now. This is not looking okay. It's not looking okay.
But it's more popular now than ever, though. That's the thing. And when we were looking at that convention, what struck us was the quality of persons there. Middle class, middle aged, middle income sort of people, not street boys or anything like that. It's like a real strong middle class backing.
No, I was surprised, you know, but you can't tell anyway. But I would not want to speak ill of people that I don't know. I was surprised seeing the number of people there. I was surprised even the age range, and I'm wondering, is this like a social gathering, or do these people truly believe in what they are doing? Because in my own opinion, this is my opinion. I don't think my opinion, some people would agree with it, especially those who think they are doing the right thing. I feel they are making a mockery of themselves, right? If you truly want to pursue this, I'm not saying it's wrong not to pursue self-realization, but there are ways to go about, coordinating this. Then they went to call some, I looked at, I was like this, it's when to me, it appeared like when my family people are dancing naked in the rain. and they're embarrassing you. So I just decided to switch off. Then they have 40 states of calling people even uh, 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 ethnicities that are said we do not want to be part of you.
But I was disappointed by that. Oyo was not part of the states. Now I wanted to be a Biafran. What they don't like me? Why now? Why have they done that? They didn't explain. You know, we tied 2 rappers in Oyo. We tied 2 rappers now. Then what was all this?
The Southwest, they've been able to say the Southwest, clearly they don't want the Southwest to mingle with issues. But then you look at, I think they mentioned some part of Edo.
A lot of Edo, actually. They took a lot of Edo. They went as far as Benue State, Plateau.
Even Kogi, some part of Kogi. And these are ethnic group that has said, we don't want to be part of you people. As a matter of fact, at part of the Ijaw ethnic group, and like, we don't want to. So what are they trying to do? Is I don't want to go think deeper because I just feel for me, my high level summary on this is just a racket. It's a financial racket in my viewpoint. And that's why they were talking about university. Biafra comes too much.
It's only the light being.
What is the meaning of Ngodo? What is I've been hearing that name.
I think I don't know.
They say it's the state in Biafra, the new Biafra. What is Ngodo?
I honestly don't. I will be honest with you. I don't know.
I think that's an Edo phrase, doing good.
Probably someplace within the south or south. In my view, I don't know, but I have to be honest. When you say 40 states, I was just laughing. Like these guys is truly. It seems like they are making content for us to watch, and I wish them all the best. And then those who I think are that are of sound mind should be able to know that this is not feasible now. That they truly do not have a plan. They truly do not have an objective. They truly do not know what they are doing.
Sorry to come in. I beg. One man.
Yes.
You said you want to be a Biafra.
I want the passport and I want the constitution. I want to be a Biafran. I feel discriminated against.
As a asylee or as a immigrant, as a student, how do you want to be Biafra?
I want to have a Biafran green card. I want
what to now? Is it?
I want to. No, I want to naturalize.
What
I want to be from Umar here.
Okay, how do you want to naturalize? Now you have to come through one way as an asylee or as a student. Are you getting married to a Biafra?
No. I will migrate now and declare my allegiance to Biafra and disavow every other citizenship or ethnicity.
Okay, Mr. you are welcome.
I want to be Chukwuemeka, yes.
Well, we wish you the best of luck. Rather than my people to be thinking about political relevance in the next election or in 2031, right? We are busy, doing things that are not looking okay. We are just regressing.
Talk to us about 2027. You are talking about 2031. Talk to us about 2027, Emeka. Because, of course, you were the most ardent Tinubu man when you first came in. You are the most disappointed in Tinubu now, as far as I can say.
What
happens in 2027?
No, the presidency, he's still the man to beat. I still see him winning the election. Yes, there might be some grievances from some people section from the north. I don't think it's all the north. You can see some northern leaders, especially from the northeast, coming in now speaking especially on this tax reform stuff and talking about the benefits. So the northern elites that are kicking back is because they are out of power. They don't, they are not benefiting. You understand? And then, but the concern now that they are hinging on is on the poverty rate. Though it's affecting all Nigerians, but the impact is more on the north, right? So they can use that like an article, can use that as to say that the president has failed. But if you still ask me, at this point, we have not seen anything yet. For me, I have not seen anything yet that will give me a conclusive opinion that the president will lose 2027. I have not seen it yet. Yes, the only thing is that economically he has failed. That, as someone who still has the time to cement his legacy as the one who built the foundation. I'm not saying he's not doing some stuff, but I'm just saying overall, the one who laid proper foundation in turning Nigeria around to making some headway in terms of improving the standard of life and living for Nigerians. He still has the time, but with the indicators rather that I see, and with the influence of external stakeholders, especially the United States, through their hegemony organizations, it clearly shows, I think he may not be able to get it right. I think he may not be able to get it right economically. But that it's going to cost him the election, I'm yet to no, I'm not yet convinced. What will just
Is almost going to win that election by default rather
he's
than
going to,
by
but
endorsement.
the signs are there. We can still see APC increasing their dominance in states, right? So regardless of the economic outlook, the poverty, politically, APC is gaining grounds. So it's a sign to the opposition party, even if
You see,
there's an
Emeka,
opposition party.
Even in 2027, the PDP northern governors, they will vote for Tinubu.
Of course.
Because they want to succeed him, and they don't want that space covered by somebody else. So they'll vote for him, finish their whatever it is, then come back at even all the northern stakeholders will vote for Tinubu.
We can see that Atiku is discussing with Obi now. This is not their first or second discussion, right? The discussion is what they
But
intend to
Emeka,
do.
a quick question, sorry. What do you think happened to Atiku? He's not really criticizing the government, or it's waiting for 2027? Thank you.
No, he is. He spoke yesterday or 2 days ago. He's criticizing the government. The problem is maybe you are comparing him with Peter Obi, who has been, talking too much. Atiku is doing it the right way. When, you pick keynotes, key events to express your displeasure and clearly show that, your points on why you think the government is not doing the right thing and how you can do it better. It's not about doing it all the time and then talk your way out of relevance. That's what Peter B is doing now. He's talking his way out of relevance.
Even one of his most ardent supporters, actually, let me play you this. I'm not sure if you've seen this or not. One of his most ardent supporters came out today, somewhat in a mocking tone. It's a very short clip. Watch this.
It is Peter Obi himself. I just don't understand how somebody who was this sparkling, inspirational figure, who created a movement almost overnight, galvanized the youths, the intellectuals, anybody who had any iota of principle in their bloodstream, at least admired him to some extent, even if they weren't necessarily going to vote for him for whatever reason. I don't understand how Peter Obi has gone from there to there, because as far as I'm concerned, he's like a firework that has turned into a damp squib. He's become so pedestrian. All I see is him making anodyne statements here and there on TV, wearing babariga and going to donate boreholes in Kafanchan or wherever. You know, it's all good stuff. He's still a good guy. But where is the leader that the opposition needs so desperately? And he's not looking like it. In fact, if you look at I accuse the entire opposition, the PDP, for allowing itself to be derailed by my dear friend Nyesom Wike, by the way, I saw him a couple of months ago, and I told him, if I was a PDP Mandarin, I'd have tossed you out by now. So the PDP, j'accuse. I accuse Atiku of spending more time, all this manana, Dubai type of big man type of thing, not really effectively taking on the government. And I blame Peter most of all, because Peter was a shining star. And so many people committed themselves to him emotionally, myself included. I'm not an obedient anymore, to be honest with you, because he's such a disappointment. I mean, there's no aggression. The government is lousy. I mean, pretty much the only good thing I can think that Tinubu has done is keep herdsmen at bay, because I've noticed there hasn't been any herdsmen shenanigans since Tinubu came in. So I congratulate him for that, if indeed it is his, But it's kind of like, there's so many things this government is doing wrong. Contracts being awarded without due process, economic collapse, rampaging inflation, widespread hunger and disillusionment. And, you never hear anything seriously punchy from Peter.
Well, in fairness to Peter, there is a lot of stuff that he comes up with, a lot of it on social media. I mean, he doesn't go on traditional media most of the time. That's relatively rare, except when he's sort of maybe at a public event or something. But he does come up with a lot of things challenging the government on social media. The question that you're raising is whether it's effective enough.
He's too mild.
Yeah. Well,
you see,
he should go more for the jugular, basically.
He should go. He's got so much. There's so much he could go for, and he would get so much public support if he did. I'm not just speaking for myself, by the way. I'm speaking for hundreds of obedience, ex-obedience, or current obedience who are really, really disappointed in him. We don't want a weak opposition leader. He's the star of the show. Atiku, PDP, they should also be doing more. But really, Peter is the star opposition player, and he's not doing well enough.
Madam, yeah, go ahead, madam.
Can I comment?
Yeah, Karen.
You see, when I see people speak like this, it simply means they didn't understand what happened in 2023. And it really a big concern to me that people like this woman who have an opportunity to go to the press or being invited to the press didn't understand what happened in 2023. I picked some few words she said about Peter Obi, and I will keep saying it. Like me, hate me, I don't care. Peter Obi did not Gabonize anybody. I've said it here, and I will say it again. Everything was going for that guy except himself. The hate for establishment, religious madness, ethnicity madness, everything was going for him except himself. Now, why was it as if there was agitation? The agitation was to remove the establishment. And the moment they failed, it went quiet. That's just the truth.
You are very correct, Rita. I align with your thinking. You are very correct.
The agitation was not to
do
a movement, to create
they adopted
a movement,
him.
to do an opposition, because the man does not have the wherewithal to control an opposition. He doesn't even have the capability and the capacity to push, galvanize, bring people together to unseat a government. It's a long journey and it's a tough one. It's not an easy task. So when people like this come to the press and they say he was a shining star, he was doing galvanized people, no, that's not what happened. People were angry. They want a change of their own. They came out. And when they fell, they went quiet. Then those that it went into their head, that the thing took their head off, those are the ones I call headless mobs. And those are the ones littered all over the internet. There are very few, handful of them. Littered all over internet, cussing and cussing and cussing. It's as simple as ABC. He did not, I repeat, galvanize anybody. Hate me, love me, I don't care. But that's the truth. But if you don't want to accept it, I rest my case. People
Even by his
stop
action,
saying
the
what
church
they
have
don't know.
the churches have left. They've left him.
No. Okay. I don't know how to put it. When you say the churches have left him, it's as if the churches were with him or he brought the churches together. That's not what happened. People were angry because they did Muslim ticket. People don't like Tinubu. They don't want him to be there. People don't like what the APC did to them. They don't want them to continue. And that was what happened. And when they didn't win, that's it. But if you doubt me, let him galvanize
You know, the
them.
figures for 2027 will be quite interesting because a lot, like you said, it was a special purpose vehicle for that particular election, and that purpose was not served. So a lot of the passengers will disembark. But will new passengers board on? Because he's never stopped campaigning since that election. So has he been able to convince more people to replace the ones that are leaving, or to add to the ones that the numbers in 2027 will be very interesting? I don't think I think it'll get marginally lower than it got last year.
Let me tell you, when they say you galvanize people, by now, if actually he galvanized people, he was the one that governed, that movement would have been still on. Let me tell you when a movement is still on.
But the movement is still on now.
No, it's not.
Of course, they seem to be running. That movement actually moves government. Government reacts to what that movement says and does.
One man, I did a study in activity. How many conferences and workshops is this man holding since he lost the election? It's not all going about dropping money and throwing words here and there. How many conferences, like youth of so place, you go to them, you sit down with them, you discuss with them. That way you keep dropping words, galvanizing them. You don't know what is activism. It's not this thing that do you. And let me tell you, just like Mecca said, 2027 is a long way in politics. But if it is this thing they are doing that they will use to win Tinubu, I tell you, he will win them handsomely and beautifully. I rest my case.
I think, in my opinion, right, I think there will be lots of pressure for Obi to become vice president to Atiku. I think that's what may likely happen. It will be a joint ticket. But they will be defeated because what party structure are they going to now? PDP is clearly very weak. Labour Party is still having their infighting. And it appears there's no love lost between Obi and our darling, the Labour Party chairman. So they need to go start up a new political party. And Atiku is not known for that. Atiku is known for hijacking political parties that is existing. He's not known to start a new one, grow it. And if that is the plan, that party should have been started by now. So if they are waiting next year, good luck to them. Both of them are still not strong enough to defeat Tinubu. They are still not strong enough. They may need to convince a lot
You mean individually or as a team? When you say both of them
collectively. They joined it. That's why I am saying that there will be pressure because they are still pressuring Obi, and I think Obi is buying into it. If you are listening to his recent conversation, he's saying, it's not a do or die affair. It's for Nigeria. Anybody, I don't mind being vice president as long as the person is going to do what Nigeria wants. So he's considering it. So that pressure, and recently he went to visit Atiku. Recently. So that conversation is still on the table. If they've not even agreed and they are trying to see what political party they might want to go in or what political party they might want to float. So I would be surprised, more surprised, if Atiku and Obi do not have a joint ticket together. I'll be very surprised. Maybe there's something clearly went wrong. But with what I can see and interpret, I think they are trying to form that alliance. They're trying to form that alliance. Is now, okay, how do we go? PDP, Wisdom has, hijacked and scattered the whole thing. In short, they don't understand themselves. So I don't know if Atiku will be able to go into PDP and try to rescue PDP away from Wisdom and organize it, then the other PDP governors will come in. But from the look of things, it appears like Osun State now. The dancing governor may lose his re-election. So which means APC will take over that place and increase its numbers. So, and clearly, PDP will become weaker. You understand? So if you do the total sum, individually, when they ran individually, they were not strong enough to beat Tinubu. Even if they run together, with what is happening, they are still not strong enough. They need to now convey, except a large number of northern governors, probably like 6 or 7 of them, decide to defect or decide to play a double game, which at the moment now is not looking like it. So, like the woman on Arise saying, she said it all. She said it all. They are not playing a good game. And for me, I keep saying it, P2B was everywhere and still nowhere. He was taking advice from people who are not politically sound, like Tanko, like Yusufu. Those people have not won anything.
He still doesn't have politically astute people around him.
He
has
doesn't
like
have
Tanko, Aisha Yesufu. I mean, who has his core team? You don't know. There's nothing. Yeah.
Those people are opportunists, number one. Like Tanko. Tanko used to be in with the Labour Party publicity team. Latched on to Obi and refused to leave him.
You know what I will say, Emeka? Just let me interject just for 30 seconds. I won't say it. I just want to drop the hint that the theory which the political bigwigs are working on in the East, Southeast, is that the obedience is a movement that is there for the taking. Like Zita said, Obi did not create that movement. That movement adopted him. So the obedient movement is being treated by the big political cycle like a movement they can use. They can snatch it and use it. And Obi is very afraid of that movement, because the movement is like a tiger is riding on. Then how to now disembark without ending up in the belly of that tiger? Himself cannot say exactly how he's going to do that.
But the movement is dead.
It's not dead, though. He's still alive. He's alive.
Dead. It's dead. It's just splinter groups. It's dead. And
that's why they say they can capture it.
So to capture, yes, I agree with you.
Yeah, but it's alive not to the mass that he was. It's been boiled down to his core essence, but very vocal, but not as large as people.
The theory is much more than that. I don't just want to expatiate.
What Baba is saying, I agree. So what they can do, any politician who has enough money, is to go around and capture those social media influencers that helped to launder Peter Obi's image and pay them. Those states showed it can be done. They started fighting themselves and talking about how they were paid. So when you capture them and you pay them, the next thing they begin to do, they begin to discuss and push your own image. And before you know it, the youth who are on social media will follow suit. So that movement is, like you have said, is up for the taking. It's clearly up for the taking. But the main core of the movement is dead. It's just splinter group that are, trying to want to linger around with Obi, and the rest have gone around to do their regular business. Some of them came around to make money. For some, it was racket. So they will wait till 2026 and they will bounce back again to continue doing their financial racketeering and convince gullible Nigerians why they think this person is the next Messiah that will come. So I said it to Peter B. His relevance is he has discussed himself out of relevance. That people do not see him with that same eyes or that same perception, that same likeness, that image of new change or hope. People don't see it that way. They now see him as a lousy politician, a politician who is unserious. So with that dramatic 360 change or turnaround, you are now going to want to attach yourself with an article. So the image, the non-verbal communication he's sending out is different from what he has told people in the past. So if he says he represents a new hope and change, but then again, you are now going back to an article, a former vice president who was part of those who destroyed Nigeria. It clearly shows that what you have been saying does not match your actions. And clearly that will be something that will be used against him and his supporters. So it's not going to look good for him in 2027. We know that already. But I think we're only saying this to those splinter
If he
groups
teams
still
up
with him.
if he teams up with Atiku, Emeka, then it signals then that it's just a power grab. It's no longer.
It has always been a power grab.
Yes. So they cannot use the language that they've been using all the way through, because for all that they accuse Tinubu, Buhari, etc., all those accusations. Even in Obasanjo's book, he told us that the worst element in Nigeria is Atiku. So and everybody knows how many judgments are against him in America. So they can't say they are coming to clean up this stench anymore. It's just a power. Yes, a power.
It's a power grab, like you have said. But you know that he has within his splinter group that are still with him, the splinter Obi group. They would want to re-launder the image of, oh yes, his article will only do one term, and then Obi will now come in. No, we need to fight dirty. We need to do what politicians are doing. So they will want to convince gullible Nigerians again, especially young ones, right? That and the reason why he's going to meet Atiku is because these politicians are not clean. You need to look for a way. Let's behave like them. You were already hearing remarks like that and those sentiments, but it's politics. And Madam has clearly said it. The group rallied around him. He did not organize the group. He's just like Atiku. He never starts anything, whether it's a group, whether it's an organization, a political organization. He never starts. He only goes in. Both of them, they fit each other properly. They are split mirror image. So that's why I'm watching. I'm like, okay, what do they want to do? Are they going to float a political party? Are they going to resolve the Labour Party issue? Or how are they going to restructure PDP to come back? Because they are all PDP members. Are they going to go back to PDP? Oh, yeah, so I'm watching to see what's going to happen. And if they say they want to start a new political party, they are already late.
I think they'll go to one of these satellites. Like Obi went to park himself in Labour Party. I think they'll look for one of these already existing portfolio parties and just go and park themselves. Maybe SDP and they'll kick Prince Adebayo out of the way.
Well, that's a good.
If we look at the last local government in Anambra State, the local government election, it was Danaya's Zenith Labour Party they use as a special purpose vehicle. So all the local government, 18 of them were there about. All the chairmen, they contested under ZLP and they all won. So I'm thinking that they may switch to ZLP, or OT himself may just use ZLP to contest in 2027 as a special purpose vehicle, SPV. So that's what I think.
That's because they are. That's why I say if they want to form a political party, they're already late. So it's the option.
Well, if they want to form a political alignment, also they're already getting towards being late. I think by the first quarter of next year, if we don't see, because they have to form it, they have to sensitize the public to it, they have to sell it as a viable option, they have to craft a narrative around it, they have to get buy-in of big stakeholders into the. So there's a lot to do, and there's very little time. If they are not already showing their public face by the first quarter of next year, that means everybody is surrendering 2027 to Tinubu.
If it's forming a political alliance, I don't think, because discussion is currently going on, right? They are discussing. So that discussion is going on. It's not the alliance that is discussing and their interests. Discussing their interests. So I think they are still on track, in my opinion. I'm not saying they are wrong, but they are still on track. That discussion, then which political party they will use. If it's a new one, they are late. If it's an existing one, how do they go in?
No, they can't form a new party anymore. But how would they present?
How do they form the narrative?
Yes.
Right? Yes.
Yes.
So, but that is not the difficult part of it. The difficult part of it is the alliance itself. How many big political chieftains and power blocks and power brokers will join that alliance? The public is the list of it all. That's the last part.
You know the big stakeholder spaces. A lot of the big stakeholder spaces in the north, they're more romanticizing about a Goodluck Jonathan ticket than they are Atiku Abubakar.
But those people, the people in the north now that are not happy with Asiwaju, cannot defeat Asiwaju. That's why they are not happy. They are out of power. They can't defeat him. They can't defeat him, even with their numbers. And if it's going to be possible, then the Asiwaju Power Bloc would come up with something. They can't defeat him. So it's up for Atiku and Obi to convince those groups. And I don't think with that political alliance is strong enough. I don't think so. That's why I say yes, they can form the alliance, except
what if Kwakwanso aligns with them as well?
That's now that we are not discussing. We now have governors.
Can I say something?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I think Zita may have been interrupted. Zita, did you want to? You know, because if you had Kwakwanso, if you had Peter Obi, and then you had Atiku Abubakar, I'm not even sure how much cachet. We keep mentioning it. Go on.
I wanted to say something. One man, there is one thing we should understand about politics. When it comes to politics, there is a way you align, you get voters angry. I repeat, people always talk about align, this person and this person come together, this person and this person come together, they go win. When this one join this one, they come together, hey, see, they go finish them. Voters are very ridiculous set of human beings. When you align, you have to use your brain. Otherwise, you get them angry. If I tell you that 13% of, let me be sincere, 20% of Tinubu's votes might be out of sympathy. Those are the voters that got angry. You will not believe me, but that's the truth. So when you say Kwankwanso, Peter Obi, Atiku, this, that, they come together, they go to it, you don't align that way. It's only a dumb politician that aligned that way, like Kamala Harris, that pulled out all the big wigs in the United States and get crushed. So you don't align like that. If you align that way, you get the voters angry. You give the other, okay, let me not use the word anger. You give the other man, he becomes the other candidate becomes a victim. So no politician in their right senses will want to do that. So they have to tread softly. But actually, when it comes to Atiku is very dumb. I don't even know why. I don't know, but you guys can continue.
You know, for all that we're saying, everybody, people are talking on the assumption that Tinubu's votes will remain constant as well. Tinubu would hemorrhage a lot of votes in 2027. Disillusioned, disappointed, disenfranchised. A lot of people will lose a lot of votes, especially in the north.
One man, 2027 is a long way in politics. I keep saying it. That's 3 years from now. It's a long way in politics. Very long. Election, most times, as I said here before, is a trigger. You might think you get it all. You have it all set up. You have it all arranged. It's looking good for you. Just like, what's her name? Hillary Clinton went to bed. By the time you wake up, you won't believe what happened. It's just a trigger. One little thing will happen and you see the vote moving in the other direction. And sometimes, if it happens in Africa, some headless mob will jump out and say it was rigged. But the elections are rigged everywhere in the world anyway. But I can assure you, to discuss who is going to win the election in Nigeria in 2027, I think that is way, way, way too early. That's too early. Because if you ask me now, yes, the economic situation in Nigeria is not good. People feel it so bad. But if it is these two guys,
all right. Let me do a little bit of advertising, and then after that, I want to play you a clip of a supposed governor presenting his budget to the assembly. But before that, just to highlight, we have Segun Showunmi joining us on Saturday. So there it is, right there, the alternative. A conversation with Otumba Segun Showunmi. So that's for this Saturday coming the 14th. That's for at 10 p.m. UK time. I'm sending the link to that session into the comment section now. People go bookmark it, click on the bell notification, give it a like as well, and dial all your senses to Saturday, which is going to be an epic session. I'm expecting Emeka, Zita, and everybody on the screen to be there. I want us to really present him very tough questions and sweat him a little bit.
So what is he going to discuss on?
Nigerian politics now. Okay. Do you know him?
I don't know him.
Is a PDP chieftain, and a very senior one at that, by the way. Here he is. Let me give you a flavor.
I think, sir, with due respect,
he was trying to...
one of the challenges that I'm beginning to become convinced is our issue now in the country, especially since we've started this democracy. Everything considered, I think it's that we must accept that it's easier to win an election than to form government. For when the alignment of the forces play in your favor, INEC and all of that, including the judiciary, you could be declared the winner of an election. The big challenge that has frustrated our democracy and the growth of this country, in my opinion, is that how do you form a government that every part of the country and the players in the country.
So that's our guest for Saturday. So that's our guest for Saturday. On the 4th of January, we'll be having Omoyele Sowore join us as well. So and then in between that, we're trying to slot in a senior figure from the north. But I'll speak about that more as we start to firm up the details.
I thought he was trying to run for PDP chairman.
Yes, Segun Showunmi, yes. He may still be running because the guy there now is an interim guy. So he might well still be. We'll ask him on. Yeah,
that's true. I might want to know his views and how he would transfer. In short, I think it's an opportunity for us to understand what is going on in PDP.
Yes.
Let's understand why is PDP
and why they have not wrestled Wike to the ground.
Exactly. He's an eloquent speaker. I think it's going to be a good one.
Brilliant. So that's that. But he's an eloquent speaker. But is this eloquent speech? Listen very carefully. A state governor presents his budget to the assembly.
The Edo State 2025 appropriation bill of 605 billion 76 million 76. Let me take it again. 506 billion 605 billion. Sorry, 776 billion. Sorry. It's confusing me. Okay. Since
order in the house, please. Mr. Speaker must be held in silence, please.
605 billion and details of the budget proposal for your consideration and approval. Thank you for your kind consideration.
So there it is right there. The Edo governor making Adeleke look like a Harvard graduate, you know.
No converts.
Oh my goodness me. We thought we had hit rock bottom with Senator Adeleke.
Okay. One man, do you want me to say anything on
One
this?
man, point of correction. One man, point of correction. It's Ondo governor, not Edo governor. How can you call him Edo? You just said
That's
Edo governor.
no, that's Edo governor now. That's the governor of Edo. That's our
No, I
Okpebholo.
just serious.
No,
I
that's
don't sure that.
Okpebholo. It's all
Which
over
of
the social
Obolo?
media. The one I just played. That's Okpebholo now. Yes, it's everywhere. Everyone is commenting about it. They are playing it on a rise everywhere. You know, it's Okpebholo.
You know, there's a reason why he wasn't speaking during campaign
You
period.
see, he's how would I put it now? I won't use the word stage fright. He's oh, I'm messing up on the word now. Like somebody who is going in to something for the first time. By the way, I don't even know why this is
I think you are right. It's stage fright.
Yeah,
His
something
voice
like
was
that.
quivering. The words were not coherent. He couldn't even read numbers. He was there to defend that budget, which, according to he put together, he didn't even understand a word on the sheet.
But he went to school, and they would have written it in words for him. So I don't know why they wrote it in figure. They would have written it in words for him, and he would have written. You see, all this drama, when they do it, sometimes I look at it as you have a governor who have PAs, who have people working with him, and they let this happen. Okay? If I were the governor, some people will get fired. You know, I see things in life from a different angle. I always tell people that if you have an opportunity in life to be in managerial position, you will know that's the easiest work to do. I'm talking about chief executives. They are there at the top. The rest are the brain thinking. When you come to them, all you need to do is to explain beyond reasonable doubt why they should put their signature. Simple. And they will just sit down and keep listening. And if they put their signature, that thing fails, you get fired, not them. So when things like this happen, somebody like Zita, I don't pride myself in, well, it is funny. I agree with you, it's fun to me. I just laugh over it, but not like using it as a caricature. Because he is the chief executive. Somebody wrote that thing. His own is to present it. Somebody has to present it to him first. Convince
But
him
Zita,
beyond...
it speaks to incapacitation on so many levels.
Yes.
Even if he has to read it, it should be sophisticated enough to be able to read. So that's one. So he should be able to read. And then he also speaks to whoever the structure is around him. So clearly he was not prepped. Clearly, you know, so your first budget as a governor, you are coming off the back of a contentious election, controversial, etc. One of the backdrops of that election is about your literacy and your articulation. So a lot was resting on that moment, and it wasn't prepared one, and clearly not capacitated too. So they say you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. So that's the monkey that the Dolites have bought.
I don't think so. I wouldn't use that word, one man.
It's a metaphor now. It's not a, you know what I mean.
Because you see, these are things that some people who don't manage their emotions and their thinking will say he was set up. Yes, he was finding it difficult to pronounce the word. But let me tell you something. When you write numbers from some people, from million in numbers, they find it difficult to read it out. I have seen it happen severally. It doesn't mean that person is dumb. It's because we are very good and used to reading words. Humans are created growing up. Everyday life is in words, not in numbers. But if you people don't want to believe me, that's okay. I don't even need anybody to believe me. But I want to say it categorically.
I don't think you can excuse this. So a state governor that cannot read his own
No,
budget.
I agree with you. He didn't read it.
Madam, you
It's
know,
wrong. He didn't
Madam,
read it. I agree with you.
can I?
Zita, let Patrick come in. Patrick, yeah.
Yeah, madam, like you said, you are right. The people that that you probably worked with didn't do their job. But you know, sometimes when some chief executive, they will forming busy. Is he not supposed to have rehearsed it and go before them? It just shows that he doesn't prepare. That's the point now. Even if they don't prep him, I've seen Trump rehearsing speech, short speech. Or this Oyibo man oh, that was born with English. The man was rehearsing the speech and everything. So it's very, very disappointing. And from that stage, but that's wrong. You should have rehearsed it now and make all those mistakes inside the office before coming to embarrass everybody.
That's
Do
the
you
job of the
know?
special advisors. His
Okay.
advisors failed him.
Do you
Right?
remember?
Regardless of how busy he may be, it is the job of his advisors to let him know that he needs to practice his budget speech.
Emeka, I was
Now,
coming to that.
His team members, those who work for him, should at this point in time know his weakness and strength. This is not the first time that he has been accused to have speech impediments. It was part of the campaign discussion. I know this, our darling in Arise, Rufai, brought it up when he now went to BBC to go and do an interview and then trying to debunk that rumor. But now it's no longer a rumor because it is now out in public glare. So his advisors and team, especially his media and publicity team, failed. And like what Madam Zita is saying, he should sack them. They failed him. They should know his impediments, they should know his weaknesses, they should also know his strength. Like what Madam Zita is also saying, if he cannot read out the figures, write it out in words. Oga cannot read figures. Make a write them for words, make him read them out. Oga, practice this thing. Regardless of how busy or other meetings may say, sir, you need to practice this. This is very important. Let's run this again. So they should be sacked.
Okay, let me come from the other aspect. That's what I want to come through the other one you said. You see, do you remember one of our most interesting first lady? Very entertaining. President Jonathan. Now
only you waka come.
Yes.
There is God though.
Now, when you become a chief executive, when I mean chief executive, I mean like a public figure, there is what they call image maker. The first thing they have to do is to get you an image maker who, number one, you must respect, trust, believe his judgment, and always get a feedback after an outing. So in as much as we sit down here and say, yes, those people should be fired, they should have written it in words. Life is all about words, not numbers. The people today live on words, not numbers. I agree. I said that. Yes, fine. The other aspect I'm talking about is Like President Jonathan, she doesn't listen. She wants to do what she wants to do, how she wants to do it, and when she wants to do it. And most times, when she comes out, it becomes an embarrassment. And somebody will ask, is there no image maker? Of course, somebody is being paid millions to make sure she comes out to represent positively. So now the question is, the governor, is he listening? Because when you know that you are the type that cannot stand crowd, it's a kind of psychological disease. The moment you see a group of people, you start mumbling your words. Don't be surprised that in quiet corners, when you sit with this man, he's not the same as this one you see. It's a psychological ill health. Although the part of the world we come from, we don't see anything being serious. Instead, we laugh at people who struggle with things like that. I'm sure this man is inside an office, he's not this bad. But since somebody should tell him, Oga, this one we go handle them for you. Is he going to listen? The first stage of solving a problem is recognizing the problem. So it's neither here nor there, but somehow Edo people just have to sort it out because he is their governor.
My only concern, Rosita, is that they will present something to him. They will tell him it's 900 million, even though it's 9 billion. And because they know he can't read, they will just say,
woman, you went to school now. How bad? That is
Mr.
not the
Woman,
problem.
Yeah, good to see you, Comrade Omorui. I knew this will bring you in. Your man, your governor is disgracing you all over the place.
Yeah, I'm not part of the disgrace. It's not disgracing us. Good evening. My greetings to everybody on the panel and on the comment section, and on our esteemed listeners across the globe. I just have one or two things to say. I don't mean to go personal this time, but please bear with me. However, I'm able to manage this situation. One thing I've discovered about our people, about us, I'm including myself because I'm also a Nigerian. We will do everything. We can go to any mile to condemn whatever we want to condemn, no matter how good that thing is. And we can, conversely, we can also go to any length, to credit to whatever we want to credit, no matter how bad it is. That is one thing that is working to the advantage of our political rulers. I don't want to call them leaders. The people are susceptible, they are gullible. So the leaders, the so-called leaders, merely take advantage of the situation to lord it over all of us. This is a man that was elected he was sworn in about a few weeks ago, right? During the campaign, electionary campaign, I see no reason why somebody would want to defend this kind of human being. He will have realized they should have, tutor him. The best, what you saw today is the best. Even if you teach Okpebholo from now to next year, the best he could get. See, they must have been working on that man for the past few weeks. What you saw today was the best he could give. No man can give what he doesn't have. I'm close to him. I'm not just from that state. We are from the same senatorial district. We are related somehow. But when people are bent on, getting what they want, especially either on political ground, based on political affiliation, based on religious affiliation, based on ethnicity or whatever, they are ready to support that evil, no matter how evil it is. So I don't know. And tomorrow we will come around to complain about the same problem we caused by our own selves. No foreigner is causing the problem of Nigeria. The problem of Nigeria is being caused by Nigerians. And it's supposed to be solved by Nigerians too, but we're not willing. Because one way or the other, we are all, we want to say we are sentimental. We are sentimental. Our sentiment will not allow us to address the core issues that is holding us back. And we will remain where we are. We are good in talking. This is the same Okpebholo. that never made this. Every effort to make this man speak to Edo people was abortive. We did everything we could to pull him out to at least talk to people. The only little opportunity we had to even talk to a medium like yours, a forum like yours, he will switch up the internet and pretend as if his network was bad. He will never come back. You know, he was never ready to answer any question. This is a man that could not differentiate between zoo and a museum. This is the same man that came out on a forum like this to tell people if he was Obaseki, he would tie the federal road for 20 million, for 10 million, and be federal government 20 million, without knowing that that was an offense. That was something he was not supposed to say on national television. This is the same man that tell you that when he comes to power, he will guarantee those people insecurity. He couldn't know the difference between security and insecurity. This is the same man that told you to get 24 hours light in Edo State, he will bring more poles and transformers. This is the same man that went to somewhere in Edo North to say, you need your minerals back. You need your minerals back. I'm quoting him right now. I'll give you your minerals. Without knowing that the mineral he was talking about was in the exclusive list, not in the concurrent list. And the state governor has no autonomy, has no authority over those minerals. Now we are here trying to defend him. I don't know. I'm not against anybody belonging to any political party. But sometimes we see clear things that are obvious. We make them happen. We turn around to pretend as if we didn't know from the onset. I don't get it. I don't get it. Even the leadership conspiracy against Nigerians is nothing new. But we are quick to blame the president because that one is the political figurehead. When we have our governors, our senators, our traditional rulers, and our pastors and imams doing the same thing. You know, I don't know how much time I have to convince you on the leadership conspiracy.
Comrade Omori, there's a good chance that he may be removed by the court anyway. I think there's a strong case against him.
No, he has a bad case, but it's not going to happen because of the way he came in. The challenge, that was why the last time I came on the forum, you were surprised I was supporting Obaseki. You know, there was something he said that you brought to the forum, that he has restored the full authority of the Benin traditional ruler, which is the Oba of Benin. Nothing was removed from Oba and nothing was restored. That was the point I was trying to make. You know, some people were surprised that as a Benin man, I was trying to speak like that. Sometimes we try to suppress the truth and we want to succeed as a nation. It doesn't happen that way. We cannot continue to repeat the same mistakes of our forefathers, those that came before us, and expecting different results. And one man, it's not going to happen. No magic, no amount of magic can make it happen. We are pretenders. We are very loud. We pretend a lot. We are very hypocritical, you know, as a people. Sorry to use these words. I'm not removing myself. Like, let me give you a vivid example. In my area, certain people are seen as above the law. Let me tell you what happened. There was an incident where a traditional ruler was a kingpin of kidnappers. Everybody was everywhere. These vigilantes were being killed. Everybody was ready to die until that incident was traced to a certain traditional ruler in my locality. As soon as that one happened, some people saw it as a no-go area because the traditional ruler was involved. Now we want security because the boys that were doing this job, most of them were caught in the act. In the course of interrogation, we will not trace the genesis to, the sponsorship to a certain traditional ruler. As soon as that thing was mentioned, some people now saw it as a taboo that the traditional institution must not be touched. And we want to succeed as a nation. Why do we pretend so much? When you want to talk, if you have the courage, if you muster the courage to say something that is right, they see you as a public enemy, as a personal non grata. They term you as an enemy of the people for having the courage to say the truth. How long do we continue like this as a nation? How long do we continue like this?
Are you surrendered now that this guy is going to be your governor for the next 4 years?
He's going to be, so long as Tinubu is the president, he's going to be one man. See, I can tell you, I don't know how much time I have. I don't want to be accused of taking too much time.
Carry on.
Okay, let me just tell you what happened. I can tell you how he became the senator. You know, that could be a subject for another day. You know, it's not because he was smart, not because he did anything special, not because people made mistake or something. You know, it's just that we continue to make mistake over and over. We're expecting things to just change on their own. We see things that are wrong because of our political affiliation. We are ready to support that thing, no matter how bad it is. So I can tell you today, if Evans is released today and he secures the ticket of APC somewhere, so long as somebody wants to use him to score some cheap political point, Evans will become the governor of the state. And when Evans is ruling, kidnapping is becoming the order of the day. We will come to Nigerians will gather and start talking as if the thing is strange, as if it's somebody that came from the sky, that somebody that came from the moon or from Pluto, somebody that we never knew before he became the governor. I don't get it. I don't know why we are like this as a people. We always, our views about instead of being objective about certain issues, we always be clouded by either our religious, political, or ethnic sentiment. It will not allow us to say things the way they are. I don't know how we're going to move on like that. Let me tell you, there was another.
I'm sorry. Apart from this flip-flop that he did in National Assembly, which other thing did he do that you are this very strong and thinking that he should have been the governor? It looked like he ran.
It was in the national. It was in the House of Assembly. So the one that happened today.
Yeah. So I mean, it looks like it's more what is involved is so strong that the way you are doing, making.
Yeah, Oga, let me. I narrated about. I gave you about 6 pointers.
So please educate me. It looks like the guy.
Even if you, my point is, even if you sit that man down, the man is bereaved of a deer. He's intellectually hollow, and he has nothing upstairs. You cannot give what you don't have. You know, somebody was talking to him, whether he will listen or not. He was tutored on this particular subject. This is not the first time. Do you even know, instead of, you cannot continue to mention the mistakes on that speech. Do you know he ended up not even mentioning that figure? You know, he was given the opportunity. He was guided by the speaker, you know, he was given the time. Even when people were trying to bully or trying to, you know, the place was becoming rowdy. You could hear the speaker saying, order, please, order in the house. You know, he ended up not mentioning that figure because he was told on what to say. That speech was written for him. That thing was, repeated over and over. It was rehearsed, a time without number. So you cannot give what you don't have. You can only force a horse to deliver. You can't force it to drink water. But are we surprised? Somebody like me cannot be surprised. My point is, I'm not surprised. And I just narrated about 5 issues that happened. He never spoke to us. He was running away he was shying away. They were shielding him from talking to other people because they knew the kind of person he was. And I just mentioned about 6 things to you, these 5 blunders, pointers to what we are seeing today. I started by telling you, this same man told us that he will tie federal roads for 10 million and give a bill of 20 million to federal government. The little opportunity he had to speak. He told us he will give us insecurity. He didn't know this difference between security and insecurity. He went to America. The first time he came to America,
we played that tape here when he said he will give them insecurity.
Okay, so these are not just these are not just slave. These are not. It has nothing to do with grammar. Or some people could be deficient. I'm not even that fluent in grammar, but if you have something upstairs, if you listen to somebody talking, might not be grammatically correct, but you could see the ideas emanating from that person. This is not about grammatical expression. It's not about using past tenses of present tense. It's not about being fluent in English. The man is empty. People knew he was empty. They imposed him on adult people. They expecting miracle to happen. What kind of people are we? I just told you the point, the little opportunity he had to speak. They brought him to America in Maryland precisely. They never wanted this man to talk to anybody. But those people were not comfortable with that. You came all the way. Like the people, like the last of his Yabu and Co were around him. They wanted to stay, manage the show. But the MC wasn't comfortable with that. So they wanted to hear something from the man. The same man that was saying Obaseki built a museum. There are no animals in the museum. I mean, that was the only opportunity. He didn't speak for more than 2 minutes. It was full of blunders. So we saw this thing from the beginning. We wanted to resist that this one cannot be. A state that has produced people like Ali as a governor, a state that has produced the likes of Professor Osubo as a governor, a state that has produced the likes of Okpebholo as a governor. How can this one happen to Edo State? But the federal might came. Jagaban himself was interested. The alliance of Okpebholo, the weakest of all this one were interested. The police commissioner was interested. INEC was even another thought. It became another wing of APC. Today we are seeing the result of. We are reaping the product of all of the seed we sow. Now we are expecting this man to do magic. How is he going to do it?
All right, thank you, Mr. Maury. Stay there. Patrick, come in, but we need to hear better from you. Your audio is very poor, so the floor is now yours. Stay with us, Mr. Maury. You can interject. It's very conversational today. Patrick, floor is yours. We were talking about we're talking about the never-ending saga that is DELE FAROTIMI. About 5 or so senior advocates are now suing him. It's been sued in Ekiti, Lagos, Abuja, and everywhere in between. So it looks as though he's on lockdown for the next 5 years. Well, we were talking about the tax bill still that is now turned into a north-south divide. And then we're talking about Obi's chances with senior obedience now losing confidence in him somewhat. And of course, the Edo State governor that cannot even speak is trying to reinvent the English language with Wafi infusions. So, or whatever else you want to talk about, Patrick.
Okay, let me quickly try to touch all of them. You see, the DELE FAROTIMI issue, the way they are going to bed now, it shows that the guy does not have a strong case, or probably doesn't have a strong evidence. Even if you see this kind of thing, even if you have evidence, I bet it's going to be a bit difficult to prove. You understand? So, and I expect him to have known that before making all those cases. All these ones that they say Obi is begging, I'm sure Obi will have spoken with him first before going to beg. In this kind of a case, I don't know, except Obi is not that kind of person that you go ahead and try to negotiate on behalf of someone when you don't have that person's consent. So I'm sure Obi had sought his consent and he felt okay, he could go ahead. So for him to have said he should go ahead, he has probably taken a second thought and discovered that this thing might not go the way he expects. And if you think you have strong points.
What do you think emboldened him to act in such a manner? Because he has put it to print, which makes it makes it almost impossible for the injured parties not to, because it's there in perpetuity now. You know, whether he regrets it or not, or takes it back or not, it's there in perpetuity now. Why would he do that? Yeah.
Some activist or student union person just refuse to grow up or mature into a new phase. You understand? There are things you do when you are young. You know, there's a quote in the scripture that says, when I was a child, I behaved like a child. I reasoned like a child. But when I became an adult, I dropped my childish behavior. It is okay to be a child when you are a child. If a child behaves this way, nobody will blame him. In short, if a novice who is not a lawyer and behave this way, people might not blame him that much. But now, when you are supposed to be an adult and you're still behaving like a child, then people start thinking, something is wrong with you. You understand what I'm saying? If in the morning my baby crawls to the sitting room and greets everybody, people will be excited. But if in the morning I crawl to the sitting room and I begin to greet people, they will say, people will think something has happened to me. That's what is happening. He has refused to grow. When you are in the school or a student, you can speak to VC anyhow. Speak to the words that can happen to you is rustication. In those days, in some cases, you don't even get rusticated. They just look at you and say, all these children, some of them are done that when they were in school. So they just let it go. But now when you become an adult, you should know that you can't continue to behave like that. You should think. You should metamorphose. And that's what people like Keyamo have done, that people like Showore have refused to do. That's why today, Keyamo is doing politically better than Showore, even though he does not have the followership and the clout of Showore. It's just the maturity. That's the difference between them. So, but this FAROTIMI has failed to mature too. That's what has run him into this problem. And I don't know, it would be a shame if he now goes and record those books. You understand what I'm saying? Now record those books. What will he, I mean, how will he face his people if he had to do that? So that's one thing. Obviously, for B to have gone there, they don't have a case. That's why. Then on Okpebholo,
I'm looking forward to his
public apology.
his first public comment when it comes out. I want to
You just
see
keep
if
quiet.
I want to see if he's still braggadocious or contrite. That would then tell you that how dumb he is or clever.
No, it won't be braggadocious. No, some people think that everybody is Tinubu, that you can talk to, that you just keep quiet and not even bother to sue you. Or everybody is like Buhari or Obasanjo, that you just talk to them, they just look at you and just wave it. It's not everybody that is like that. Especially when you talk on something that is that sensitive. That man's identity is his legal profession. He doesn't have, you can't describe him as anything. If you say Okpebholo, you say a legal luminary or a lawyer or a senior advocate of Nigeria. That's the only thing you can describe him with. And if you destroy that, that means the man is lost. He's lost in the crowd. Nothing differentiates him from, if you take him out, nothing differentiates him from any old man who just has money. You understand? Nothing differentiates him from them.
Yeah, but can I ask a question, sir?
Yeah, sir.
Okay. I'm not in support of I'm neither in support of FAROTIMI, what he said, or no, I'm not neither his defense counsel nor his supporter. But I want to say, does that in any way remove anything from, if you want to compare, what is happening in our legal system, in our criminal in our judicial legal, criminal judicial system? Does that in any way invalidate? Does he have some point? If considering what is happening in the country, does he in any way remove anything? I'm not against the person of Babalola or what.
You know what, Comrade Omaruye? What DELE FAROTIMI said in that book is probably correct. In fact, almost certainly is correct. Almost certainly the judges were induced.
Yeah, we all know.
Yes, but you cannot say it if you cannot prove it. That's the thing.
You had a senator in the National Assembly saying how they were coming to meet him, how much his wife was of help to his party members. When the Lawa has to tell him, no, you don't say this in the public. You have to shut him up. He came out to say when the wife was the president of a court of appeal, look at how much legal assistance or due assistance or due favor, how much he was able to manipulate his wife to bend justice in favor of his party men. We are here talking as if FAROTIMI as somebody that
Comrade, did he mention, sorry, Patrick, but let me ask him this question. That senator that you are referring to, did he mention name of anybody?
Yeah, in this case, it was a personal involvement between FAROTIMI and the son.
Have you read the book? Have you read the book? Sorry, have you read the book?
Yeah, to an extent, I've not been able to.
Let me tell you what is at stake for him. Apart from Okpebholo, other people are still waiting, because it was not even only Okpebholola's name that he mentioned.
But he was trying to tell us he's a personal encounter with these people.
Sorry, Simba, hold on. Other people are not waiting anymore. Nigerian senior advocate Adebayo Adenipekun sues DELE FAROTIMI in Oyo State. So it's been sued in Oyo State, and then there's more. There's another one that's suing him in Abuja. So they are not waiting anymore. It's piling up. that's why I said it's going to spend the next 5 years. Ogunmumiji, partner at Afe Babalola's law firm, files 500 million naira defamation suit against Farotimi. So that one is filed in Abuja. So this guy's life is on lockdown.
Yeah, I think he knew what he was going into before he went to DELE stage. I don't know what happened. But
All the people suing him, their stance.
I'm not sure. Yeah, if you listen to his interview with Shehu Okpebholo, he said he was ready. He was prepared. That they should sue him. They thought he was lying. That they should sue him. He should be prepared.
Comrade, what you are saying now, if you can see Farotimi, I think you'll be regretting some of his action now. It's easier for you supporter of this menu to be saying all this. It's very you don't know, but if you are locked for 1 day in prison, you will change all your mentality. They will reset your brain.
Okay, people are different. I've been locked up severally. You know, somebody mentioned that somebody was trying to make comparison between Shogore and the other man, Keyamo. It doesn't have something to do with maturity alone. It also has a lot to do with principle and
I wanted to ask you a question. Comrade, I wanted to ask you a question earlier when you were talking about your governor.
Sorry, let's do it this way. Ask that question, Simba. Respond, Comrade Omonrui, and then we go back to Patrick, who has been waiting. Yeah.
Yeah. When you are making your submission, you said that you and the governor, you are from the same senatorial district.
Exactly.
But you came here sometimes ago. You said you and Obaseki are related or something. So are you?
No, I'm not. I said I'm not related to Obaseki.
Are you from Edo Central or you are from Edo South or whatever?
It doesn't matter. I'm an Edo man. I'm an Edo man.
But after you say you are from the same that you are related, when you are from Edo South and you are saying you are related, you are the same senatorial district.
You just accuse me because you're trying to put something on me now. You just accuse me of something I never said. I never told you I'm related to Obaseki.
No. You said you are related to this present governor. That's what you said.
We are from the same senatorial district. If I anybody closer to me among all of them that were in that contest, this man should be the one. But I should not compromise. I should not support Igbo because he's close to me. Politics is not supposed to be like that.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm from Edo Central. I'm from Edo Central.
Simba. I think it means it in an Agbole sort of, rather than blood relation. Agbole, you know. Zita.
I would have loved to ask the speaker some questions.
Comrade Omoruyi, yeah.
Yeah, because sometimes we say things and then we say other things. I want to be clarified. Has this guy done any job? I understand that he was a senator. From the senator, he never even senate well before they bring him for governor, right? The question I'm asking, that somebody cannot express himself, does that make that person incapacitated to deliver a job? Do you know why I'm asking this question? I knew that Goodluck Jonathan, when he was the president of Nigeria, he won Edo State severally in his elections. Even in 2015, when everybody was screaming hell about him, he won Edo State. And Goodluck Jonathan is one person. If you are somebody who listen to people, more especially people in such positions when they speak, you will understand that Goodluck Jonathan is one president we had that could not express himself. He's a doctorate degree holder and his lazy and structure in English language is as bad as mine. Taking it far, he did not even deliver. He wasn't at the top of the game when it comes to doing the job of a president. Now I ask on this man, the question I'm asking you, that he cannot express himself. He make mistakes in English language, lexics, and structure. Are you saying that because of that, he is incapacitated to deliver for Edo people? I rest my case. That's just the question.
It's not
Yeah,
educated is
can I answer
what
your
that
question?
means. Yeah,
Can I
answer
answer
it
your question?
briefly. Answer it briefly, and then we'll get back to Patrick.
Yeah, you almost answered yourself. You know, you started by saying he was voted a senator in less than 1 year. You say he never did anything. He never sent it. You, according to you, if I may borrow your word, you say he never sent it well before he became a governor, right? That is your own word. So that is almost like a contradiction there. If you didn't do anything well as a senator, what we are dealing with here is more
I
than.
didn't say, I said he never Senate finish. What I mean is that the job as a senator, we've not seen his hands because it was such a short period before he now come to be the governor.
Okay,
That's why what I'm
to
mean
answer
by
you,
that.
to answer you, man, what we are dealing with is more than. You didn't listen to me when I was saying it's not about grammatical expression. It's not about whether whether he can speak or he cannot speak. He's intellectually hollow. He has nothing to offer. He's bereft of ideas. I mean, there was a senator from the north area, is it Kazuari? You know, you could see him when he was in the House of Representatives or so. He might not be able to speak, but you see him trying to demonstrate what he's trying to put across. From there, you will know that he has an idea he's trying to put across. You could decipher what he's trying to say. This man is intellectually moribund, and it's there for everybody to see. Why he became a senator? There was a particular senator, Clifford Odia, representing that editorial district. So he already completed 2 tenures. There is a gentleman agreement among them that 3rd tenure will not be allowed. So the man wanted to go for 3rd tenure against the will of his people. So they protested against him. That was where this one came from nowhere. The APC then was almost not having a candidate in that senatorial district because it was an enclave of PDP. So that was why he came and he got a protest vote and he found himself in the Senate. Somebody they wrote Wyatt for, somebody at the age of 40. He could not, even when they were giving him papers to dump in exam, he could not even dump what was written for him. Somebody has to dump it to the class to go sit down. Why do we cover so many shit and we expect, why do we try to deodorize, what the thing has to do with us? We want to pretend as if it's not happy. We know that thing is not right. We have a long way to go as a nation, man.
That's why for him. How you take notice?
At the age of 40, all these things are in public domain.
You see, and when you want to do politics, people say all kind of things about you. And
Oga, I say I'm close to this man. Campaign is over now. We are not campaigning. He's already a governor.
Close to him.
All right. Let Patrick flow a little bit. Patrick flow a little bit.
So what I'm saying is that the fact that he could not present or he could not say a number does not mean that he cannot perform. That's what I'm trying to say. So please, let's give him time. This is first appearance, and with time you will see things. And mind you, what we need is not even English. What we need is performance. So we have had people that speak English in that state too. Obaseki is having speak English very well.
Assuming that was a check you wanted to sign today, the check was supposed to be for 9 million. They presented 9 billion. He will have signed, right?
No, it's not the only one. The governor does not sign check. So that means you don't even know what they happen for government. Governor knows sign check.
I'm just giving you an example. If that was a contractual obligation, it was supposed to involve 9 million. 9 billion was there.
He wouldn't be the one to sign it. Calm down now.
Governor know the sign check.
Okay, let us continue to defend it. Why are we complaining about the situation of the country? Why do we sit down? Our views are are skewed by either by our affiliation, either by religion, political party affiliation, or whatever our association contributing with the person in question. And we expect a better country. Okay, we have a long way to go as a nation.
Let me allow you to finish. Have you finished?
I finished.
Okay, I will still say that the fact that I could not write English does not mean that he will not perform.
That wasn't even English language. You couldn't read 1, 2, 3. That is the meaning of what happened today. 1, 2, 3 is not English. That's a matter of figures. What has that one got to do with English?
That one no means say no go fit perform.
Yes, sir. With the perform now with the Sienna. I think I don't turn. Where you they live? Maybe you relocate to Edo Abeg very soon. I don't turn semi-London.
Bros,
No,
if I write a trillion naira in figures, I'm very sure you will not read it.
Even me,
Okay, but that time first, which I know.
You want make we do we go do practice.
Even me, where they deal with number every day, I go look up. I won't read it straight. I first try and count it, and you understand. And me, I deal with number every day.
Okay, I gave you like 6 instances of the blunders he made during the electionary campaign. Why are you clamoring? I wasn't disappointed today because I never expected him to get it right. We already knew what we voted in.
My brother, let's give him time. Let's even see what. Let him take steps.
Yeah, he will be there for 8 years. I have no problem with that.
Let him take steps. Let's see what he has done, what he can do for his people.
That was what we said during Buhari. 8 years is gone. Another one is there now. Another 8 years will be gone.
My brother,
we are terrible people, man.
No, that does not make us terrible now. The fact that
we are very terrible people. We are very hypocritical people, man. We are good in talking. We are very loud. We know the truth. We know the truth.
Let me land.
All right, let's Patrick land. But Patrick, as you are landing, pick this up on your way as well. It looks as though his minions, his mandarins are now coming out into the space to present a defense. Watch this and then pick it up off the back of it.
Yes, it's been social media has been agog with the governor, our governor, budget presentation about mistake on 650 billion and the rest of it all. It's a normal thing. Zuma made such mistakes, and a lot of people make such mistakes. I don't know figures. You see, that is how to know original and innocent people. Obaseki will not make such mistakes because he has stolen billions before. Aswa Rodalo will not make such mistakes because he has stolen billions before. Monday is not a thief, so he's not familiar with figures. So anybody who wants to talk and continue to talk is nonsense. He's the governor of the state, and he's the governor of the state. He's performing, and he's performing, and he'll continue to perform. And anybody who does not like his face should go to hell and burn to ashes.
A governor who doesn't know figures, and I don't enter one chance. The governor doesn't know figures.
Is it not the same thing we are defending here, sir? Give one more chance.
Let Patrick come in. Patrick.
That argument is also not tenable. The approach that is given, say, oh, because somebody has stolen before, that's why they don't figure. No, that's not a good argument. You see, I just feel for the guy. If these are the kind of people that surround him, you understand what I'm saying? They are the people that will not tell him, Ogari, he has that thing, he's just coming out to speak, and the case is even making is not even a very good and strong case. So, but what I mean, man, I'm not making that kind of case. I'm simply saying that let's give him some time. Let's see whether I will do well or not.
But let me ask you something, please.
So I'm left with no choice. Whether I won't give him time, I don't give him chance. I don't do it already. So my statement here will not.
Let me ask you something. What if this man now, because I'm not against him not speaking good English, because I'm not advocate of good English, but performance. But there is a way that somebody will be dull to an extent that he cannot do things on his own. Because I see it's not only that he's dull. I see a lot of people trying to help him organize, do this, and when you become so dull that you don't know your left and right, definitely you have, like this person that is defending him now, these are the people that will eat those state money without the notice of the governor.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. That was the same reason they brought him, because they could use it like a remote control.
They will just use him left and right because he does the unintelligent in him is so gullible.
Emeka, can I come in?
Thank you, Mr. Emeka. God bless you.
Emeka, can I come in?
And that's
just to summarize everything.
That's Ekene.
Oh, Ekene, can I come in?
Yes.
Okay. There is, when I say some certain things, I really do like to clarify myself, and I like people to understand what I am saying, so that I won't be misquoted. Now, what is the point I am making? We have to separate the two. You are bringing the two together. That's why Patrick is saying, give him time. That he is incoherent, that he doesn't have brain to speak, to communicate, to talk to people, to arrange things. It's a different thing. Whether he will deliver is another thing. But putting the two of them together in anger, that's what I am not going to support.
Ma, how does he deliver when he doesn't know what to do?
Sorry, Zita. I don't think the concern so much is his articulation. I think the fear that the Edolites have is that this guy might be a dullard, and all of his public outings, it leans towards him being somewhat of a dullard. Oshiomhole held him all the way by hand, spoke for him throughout that election, defended him, called Obaseki's wives unprintable names, put him in there. Even at the time of celebrating his victory, Obaseki still spoke for him. Anytime that he comes out in public to speak, this governor, there's this just uneasy feeling, not so much of his lack of articulation, but his lack of, it's not.
I get your point.
It's like a dullard, isn't it?
I get your point. That's why I made the comment. I said, will he listen? Because he is the chief executive now. All he needs to do is to surround himself with people who want a door forward.
The people around him was like the one that spoke just now. If we don't want him, we don't like his face, we should go to places and go to action.
Hold on. Let other voices say now.
Can I ask a question?
Can I finish before I lose my thought? You see, I would like some of you to go back and read the encyclopedia about Alexander the Great. You will know that he wasn't actually great.
But because he cannot.
Hold on, let me finish. It was his assistant that was actually the great. So when we come out to say all these things, I still repeat myself, let's separate the two first. Until he starts his action, then we will know.
We're drawing parallels between Alexander the Great and this yam and eggs man from Edo State.
Sorry, one man. So is this let me not call it noise. This opera is because he didn't successfully read out numbers, right? Convert numbers into words, right? Is this then you guys now
partly
you guys now made a judgment that is a dumb that is
he has antecedents already. So
let me give you another example.
Mr. Mori, hold on.
Hold on. So I've been listening to you guys. I just got back to my room. So as a governor, what do you guys what do you think his role is, his executive role on a daily basis? What do you think he does? Is he a doer or a decider in his job as a boss?
Supposed to be a leader.
Hold on, Mr. Please, hold on. It's an assenter. That's more the thing. It's what is role? The role of a governor is a pen. It's a Mont Blanc.
Yeah.
The
that role of a governor is an executive.
He'll be signing contracts that he doesn't know the figures that's inside. This is the fear.
No, it's not that, because they're
God bless you. I've explained all these things to them. I said, when you work with chief executive, they actually do nothing.
You're not hiring an analyst. You see all these doers, Sabibu can call. You bring them in as an analyst. That's what they do. You are just giving them direction and signing off on those direction, high level, just high level. He has commissioners, advisors, special advice. All is shielded mostly from this, but it's just so unfair because he misspoke. You now judge him like this. Have you watched the Peter? Wait, let me hold on. Now you guys have been.
Hold on, let him land. Carry on,
have you watched? Have you sincerely, with your right frame of mind, watched any Peter Obi interview? Listen to the question they ask him and the answer he gives.
Oh, God, beg you, forget Peter.
Wait,
we're not talking
hold
about.
on. I'm trying to make a point. I'm trying to make a point. I'm trying to make a point.
No, hold on.
I'm trying to make a point. I'm trying to make a point.
I think they may have a point now. Maybe they have the same retardation.
I'm trying to make a point because
hold on. Okay, use another example apart from.
No, I'm not using another example. I'm not using another example because when you like, if you're listening with discerning ears, like they asked this man this question, look at the answer he gave. You can say, is his brain misfiring or something? But yet nobody is questioning even his articulation is poor. It's poor. But nobody is questioning, oh, can he do the job? Can he do the job? Because at that level, you're really not doing the job. It's only extra. You just make appearances here and there. You have your high level vision, and you have people that are going to execute it for you. And the main thing is escalation that is past level is the one that will get to you. So you cannot.
So let me ask you a question, Kolata. Do you need a level of education and a level of mental capacity to be able to do that? But more to it.
No,
is an education a reasonable measure of
education? No. Education, you don't need an education to be a good executive. You need good judgment, good disposition.
Let me say this, Kulata. You don't need honestly, you don't need much education, but you need some certain intelligence and good representation.
Yes, but you cannot tell. We cannot tell a man that. Hold on, let me land.
You cannot take him to an international organization, and I don't see him attracting any foreign investment with this kind of attitude.
Investors don't look at investors.
They look to return. Nobody investors don't look that person.
Let me land. You guys will not let someone talk.
Let's have one voice. Let go. And
investors don't look at governors spoken English. They know it's a second or third language. They're there to make money. It has nothing to do with sentiment. They see resources in those states. They can take advantage of it. They're going to.
Can I settle down now? You can push him after he lands.
They see stuff in Edo State. They want to take advantage. They can make money from it. They will come to Edo State to invest. This guy has accountant in his what's it called, in his offices and all that stuff. But one thing that pisses me off, because he mispronounced some words, this guy has attained 2 of the highest offices in the country. You cannot be dumb to become a senator and to become an executive governor.
Which country are you talking about? Nigeria?
Nigeria, yes. You simply cannot be dumb to get to those positions.
The man is more than dumb. It's worse than dumb.
So can I land? Can I land? Edo State is one of the states that has some of the most educated people in that country. Top 5. You can argue with anybody. Top 5. And they don't take nonsense in that state. And for you to not only get to Senate and then to executive governor, and you're not calling that guy dumb because he mispronounced words? Are you kidding me?
Okay, let me give you an example. Let me give you another example.
There's no need for example.
It's not a one-off though, Kulata. That's the thing. Anytime, and it's not even misspeaking. It's just
that's why I point to our friend.
Every time it comes out in public. If
one man,
Senator Adeleke look like
how is it different? One man, be sincere with yourself. How is it different from Peter Obi answering questions off the cuff in interviews? Please be honest.
Yeah,
Be
but that
honest.
doesn't make the point now. Peter Obi is not rated, so you
Yeah,
have to
but
look
at
for
least
somebody that is
he
rated.
governed the state, and you can see people dancing palongo about, oh, at least he achieved a few things. It wasn't like exactly a great governor, but at least he did achieve some things. You cannot tell him that, okay, upstairs is kind of like a dance, even though he speaks like a dance, but it's not a dance. Same thing with this guy. He may speak like a dance. You're looking at his disposition.
Obi has a woman voice. That
Sorry, hold on. No. Let's not do this. No. Let's not do that.
We're judging the governor
hold on, Kulata.
by his appearance.
Hold on, Kulata. Let's do it one voice at a time. Let me be that as well. That's Ayo right there. That's Ayo still. So that's Ayo right there. That's Ayo still. So that's Ayo right there. That's Ayo still. That's Ayo right there. Ayo keeps the lights on this platform. And that's we are global. So thank you to all two. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. I'll shuffle myself. I'll bring Yomi in. Please, gentlemen, let it be one voice at a time, so that for the benefit of the audience, so that they can follow through with what your debate is. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. And please don't forget Saturday. Check Mushoumi. Everybody make yourself available. Thank you, everyone.
Anyway, one man. See you tomorrow. You guys are judging the governor by his disposition. You cannot judge someone by his disposition or his spoken English. It's not an accidental governor, an accidental senator. It's no fool.
See how my happiness with you now is that you are defending him, that now education is not the most important thing to govern. Yes, that's good. But you know, when you talk about people not being educated and all that, I know how you defend it also. It means that you are not an upright human being. But just because it's true to you,
what do you mean by that?
and it's your party, it's your party man now. So you are giving him every support that you want to give him. I'm not against him. I'm not against him not speaking, not being able to speak good English or whatever. But there are some extent you look to someone. Someone should at least come out and defend a little thing. I've not seen this man defend one single thing by himself. I've not seen it ever since during the campaign till he became a governor. I'm even doubting even if he went to secondary school, because me, I'm also a secondary school holder, but I see a lot of secondary school doing well, more representing and have that intelligence and all that. But I even doubt that he went to secondary school. Honestly speaking, I doubt that man even went to primary school. Even Kostaris,
Even at the age of 40, just about 3 years ago.
Even Kostaris that ended school at primary 4 level cannot be as dull as this man. You listen to Kostaris. Kostaris speaks to a lot of companies. She has many banks and all that.
Let me tell you, that's
many
what we are
things.
saying. No, that example you gave, Kostaris is one. That's why we are saying school is not the education. Education is learning. This man might not know English or might not master number, but he has learned to manage political process. He has learned maneuvering. He has learned negotiation, political negotiation. He has learned trade-off. That's why he could be governor. I'm from that state. Omori is from that state. Why are we not governor? We have education now.
Oga.
Why you and
See,
me no be
when you
governor?
people talk about Nigeria, when you guys know what is going on there, even you,
Why
I mean,
you and
I'm
me no
taking
be
a back.
governor?
You
If
guys,
education is not
I'm
important,
dumbfounded. I'm
and it's me, I'm
dumbfounded.
educated, and you are educated.
See,
So, and you are even from a very educated family. I know your name now.
let me
I
give
think
you
I know
this.
you.
This man
You are
was
from a
asked.
very educated
This man
family.
promised
The
Edo people.
problem Buhari had is not that Buhari don't have the claim to be a good president, but because he don't have high IQ and
I don't think
as
it
in
has to
he's
do with
not
his
that
IQ.
intelligent.
I think
A lot of
Buhari lost
a
it
lot
at
of
a point.
people rode on his unintelligence
He lost it.
and stifled Nigeria, root our resources under his watch. He couldn't monitor them because he doesn't have that capability because
The
of
man
lack
lost
of.
it at a point.
So
He
that is
lost it
it.
at a point. I used to
That
support
is
him.
my
It's not.
fear.
It
That
has
is
not
my
to
fear
do
with
with.
this man now.
It has
Not
nothing to do
necessarily
with
that
education.
education is the key to do the best thing in life, but at least you must have some personal intelligence, which I don't see this man exhibiting any personal intelligence, because even in business, I've never, there is no history of him. There is no history of him having run a public office before or having a business who have run a personal business before. I don't see it. It's just politics. People are just bringing him around.
This was somebody that promised.
Give him time.
This was somebody that promised 24 hours power supply in Edo. They say, how are you going to achieve that? He said, I will bring more electric poles and transformer. Does that guarantee 24 hours electric? Even me that is not an expert in that field, I know something about generation. I know something about distribution. Those were the things I stated for him. You guys are here to defend anything because you are a APC member.
Can we ask you a question, Omorui? How is what he said? Can we ask you a question? How is what he said? How is what he said different from Peter Obi shouting from consumption to production? Do you know what it takes to get from consumption to production? Did Obi articulate anything like that? He gave an empty vacuous slogan, the same way this guy gave you the same thing. But you never judge Obi like that. I see a lot of parallels between this guy.
Are we talking
and
about
Obi.
Why are you bringing Obi?
I'm asking you, like, how is it different?
The last time I came here, I was the person that said,
you are very immature in your thinking, honestly speaking. You cannot compare Obi, who has shared the bank for many years and has a lot of personal name for himself before he became a governor. To this guy,
Obi had no executive role in the bank.
At your age, before Obi get to your age, Obi has done a lot of things for himself before talking about being a governor.
Obi was not an executive in the bank.
You are comparing a dollar to Obi. What is your? What are you even thinking of?
You see what you just said now. You said Obi worked in the bank.
What is your problem?
Even at your age. Wait, calm down.
Obi has shared a lot of bank and has done a lot of things for himself.
Calm down.
What are you saying? Do you know how many schools he went? He went to many schools, has many certificates, both abroad and in Nigeria.
So, based on what you said now,
if you don't know what to say, you keep quiet, my guy. What are you saying? Sometimes you annoy me a lot of because most of the time, even you that think you're intelligent, you're not even in.
If you don't listen, I have the power to put you at the black background. I don't want to do that. Please, let's let us speak. You respond. He speak. You respond. No, we can't be talking on each other. No, I'm not gonna take that. Okay, please, I'll bring you back. Please, calm down.
I don't consider you an unintelligent guy. But if I use the mistake you just made now by saying Obi worked in a bank, like was an executive in a bank, and I call you a dullard, that would be unfair on you because Obi was chairman. He's not a bank worker. It's not an executive position. It's just some ceremonial stuff. But look at you yelling at the top of your voice, saying this, and I now cut that off and say, look at how dumb Ekene is. Meanwhile, I know you are not dumb. That's the exact same thing you are projecting on this Edo State governor. You ignore his achievement because he mispronounced some words, and then you're running away and getting upset.
What are those achievements, sir? What are those achievements?
Do you think it's easy to become senator or it's easy to become governor?
My brother, this was
easy. Why is everybody not senator?
That was the genesis. Another boy to Tony Aneni. That was the genesis of his political career.
Can I respond to Kulata? Can I respond to you talk about achievement. I still want to know the achievement of this guy. You said he became a governor, he became a senator. That is his achievement. A governor that if you have resources and godfather, they can rig you in there. And your godfather can put you in any position and use you as what at what level that he wants to use to root the resources of the state.
The heart of the godfather.
It doesn't mean winning his way to the heart of the godfather doesn't mean anything. And we're talking about. I want to know. He said the guy has achieved some things. What is the name of the business of the guy? Where does he own a shop? Where has he owned a shop? Where has he managed a business? Was he a teacher? Has he ever been a primary school teacher? Talk less of secondary school teacher. Has he ever been a professor? Has he ever been a lawyer? Has he ever been anything in himself? Nothing. And you are talking about his achievement. So win an election is now an achievement in Nigeria because you're an APC man. Sometimes
we gather every day and blame political leaders. We are worse than the people who blame.
Let us talk about people that want this country to move forward. If we don't want this country to move forward, that is most of the time I listen to people, I just cry. So because he becomes a senator, that makes him to be God of all. That makes him to be an achiever.
But Ekene, winning an election to a senator is a person. It can count in as an achievement. You may not count in as an achievement. Achievement to me, let me land, please. Achievement to me, it could not be achievement to you. So you can't say it's not an achievement. It may not be achievement to you. Yeah.
Thomas.
Go on,
Thomas.
Yeah, go on.
If we're here actually arguing whether being a senator is an achievement, then we've all failed. Please tell me the position in a country outside of president, governor. What's next?
That's the third. They are the third. If President Tinubu died presidentially fine today, if the vice fine today, the senator, the house leader will be the president of the house, the third. Every senator in the house, they are potential president. Am I wrong?
And I can tell Ekene that is shouting at the top of your voice.
With the kind of election system you have, the dullest among us can become the president.
And I'm telling you, Omorui,
is that a system to be proud of?
Omorui, I'm not trying to like demean you. I can tell you that no matter whatever country you find yourself, Nigeria or a perfect holy country, you will never become a senator. So that guy has upped you in terms of achievement. So go to Vatican, run for Senate. You will not become a senator. Yes.
Kulata, let me tell you.
Kulata,
let me tell you. Let me tell you, that man is nobody.
Not easy.
Let me say this. Yeah. It's because why you regard that man to be an achiever because he's a senator is because a lot of you guys don't have self-achieve, or let me say the way you demonize yourself with you before your leaders baffles me a lot. That is why when you see somebody win an election or become a senator, whether by crook or in a dubious manner, you regard him to be an achiever. You understand? Without even you regarding yourself, your own self-worth. You understand? So I don't see you as a Kulata who has gone to school, earn a lot of certificates for yourself, do some personal things for yourself. To see this man above you, it's a lack of self-esteem. It's a lack of self-esteem.
He has achieved more than me.
He has not achieved anything more than you. He can achieve more than you, but for me, he has not achieved anything more than me. You understand? Even if I can tell you this. If I'm able to take 100,000 naira to become 1 million naira today, which that man has never done, instead of going to every seat, routing our resources, I have achieved more than that man. Take it or leave it. You cannot do it anywhere. You lack self-esteem. That is why you see that man as superior as you are. I don't need to be a senator to be a performer. I don't need to be a governor to be a performer.
You are just
it's a lack of self-esteem. That's what happening.
Everybody hold on. I will not repeat myself again. We are not going to talk. You guys know me. If you talk on each other, if 3 people is talking, no one is talking because no one is hearing you. So, and it's not about how you shout, your opinion will be heard. No, let's give everybody opinion. Let's talk. Yeah, Patrick come first, then Remy will come second. Let's take Kolata, you still have the floor. I don't know who have the floor.
No, it's my floor.
It's your floor. Oh yeah. No, I didn't even know that you have the floor.
They're taking over everything from me.
No, Patrick, you take back your floor. Yeah, but hold on, please. Let Remy interject, then you take back the floor. Please, let's just series it like that. Remy, interject.
Good morning, everyone, and it's an opportunity to join it.
No, it's not morning here, it's evening here. I'm just joking. Go on.
Actually, in life, to become a leader, or whether a senator, a rep, or maybe a community leader, it's not a piece of cake. You have to go through a lot of processes. And once you become a senator too, there are so many programs you have to embark on. If you are able to, all these programs, if you are able to successfully accomplish them, It's also a sort of achievement. As a senator, there are so many community programs that they have to embark on. And that is why some of these senators, they are very popular in their senatorial district. If you are talking here that to be a senator is not an achievement, are you kidding yourself? To become a senator, the fight, the money, the connection, everything you put in is not a piece of cake. That is why some of them, they put in all their best, and when they perform very well, it gives them one leg to become a governor of that state. And that is what has happened to that man. He won in senatorial district. He has put one leg out of 3. Sorry, we have 2, but out of 3. And that gives him an edge. It's a big achievement. If today you are condemning him for misspoken or he cannot speak very well, you might be right. But at the end of the day, you have to judge him by his performance, whether he was able to put the state in the right state or maybe not. So, Patrick, you can continue. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. Kenny, what I'm trying to say is this. The fact that me and Kulata acknowledge that guys have achieved something, it does not diminish our own achievement. You understand? That, oh, how can you be saying that this man achieved? It means that you have diminished yourself. No, it doesn't diminish our own achievement. We just acknowledge it. And let me define achievement for so many people. You see, the ability to set a goal and go around it to bring that goal into reality is an achievement. So in a layman's term, you set a goal and you achieve the goal. That's an achievement. So the man has set a goal to become a senator and is able to achieve it. How many people set goals to become senator in Edo State? But only 3 people could achieve it. How many people set goals to become governor, whether by godfather or godfather?
Even by crook or hook, it's not small thing to do. Even to crook person.
Godfather is not easy. Godfather is not easy to manage now.
What are you talking about?
To manage, do you know how many people look up to Godfather? The Godfather has so many options. The Godfather is not easy to manage, and he has succeeded in achieving his goal, managing the Godfather. The Godfather.
What is your point now? What does that have to? What?
Patrick, give me 1 sec, please. Let me definition of achievement. Achievement is a successful accomplishment, especially one that is difficult or acquire and a lot of effort. So it's an achievement. It may not be achievement to you, but it's an achievement. That's the meaning of achievement. If you set the goal, as Patrick said, and you are successful getting it, despite
Thomas.
Yeah.
Patrick, allow me 5 seconds. Thomas, quick question. What's the highest achievement Peter Obi has ever achieved?
He's a governor.
What's the highest? So what's the highest position Okpebholo this guy has also achieved? This guy. No,
he's a
governor.
Now,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I want to ask.
No, but the higher achievement is that he successfully ran for presidency, even though he didn't win. That's still an achievement. You understand? How many people run for presidency and get that level of amount of votes? So we should not diminish our achievement. We should acknowledge them, but it does not mean that it doesn't mean that your own achievement is diminished.
It's an achievement. Making the third. Do I see how many people that ran for the last president?
Now, even people that are smarter than him, people that are more.
It's still an achievement.
Yeah. So it is a lot of things. But what we are saying is that let's even give this guy a chance. Let's not use our own colored mind and prejudices to just jump in. The man, I don't even spend up to 2 months.
Yeah, that was the same way you people, kept telling us to wait for Buhari. It's just starting. 4 years was gone. Another 8 years was gone. The same you people now blaming Buhari that he was a failure.
How many months? How many months has Okpebholo?
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Wait, tomorrow you hear this one.
To talk.
You hear this one. Stay. How many months has Okpebholo been governor now? I'm just asking you.
Okay, sir. You know how he got started. As soon as he was sworn in, in order to score a cheap political goal. You know what he did? No budgetary allocation, no planning, no feasibility studies. He mobilized tractors to a site somewhere in Rama Park, trying to erect a flyover. That was the beginning. I think 2 days after his inauguration. You know, governance is not propaganda. It's beyond that. It requires planning. It requires, managerial skills to do certain things.
So
because it's not about yourself, it's about the people.
Have they stopped the job at Ramat Park now?
How did you even come about that job in the first place?
Stopped it, or are they still doing it?
Where was that project captured? In the last budget or another the 2025 budget? Which one's supposed to come first? Do you put the car before the horse? No planning, nothing whatsoever?
Wait now. Have they stopped
I'm not there. I don't know. I'm just telling you the kind of government you have.
If you see this talk, say okay, go they use insecurity will start them now.
Oh my God!
I think Patrick, the question you should ask him is this: first, is it that bridge you are talking about? Is it about to be completed, and he tried to complete it? That is one. Two, does it bring in a supplementary budget? And I think he only has 2 months left. I think it was in September, the election. Is there a supplementary budget before spending this money? Does he have
no supplementary budget, nothing whatsoever. As soon as he was sworn in.
Are you sure? Listen, let's make a conversation. Are you sure of what you are saying?
Okay, very, very sure, 100% sure. This is a public forum.
So
people are listening to us.
You are trying to say he spent Edo money without no approval at all.
There was nothing whatsoever, no supplementary budget. There was no, the budget was not captured. He was sworn in.
How much is the money?
No, it was not even mentioned. No cost analysis. No cost benefit analysis.
No, hold on, please. Hold on there. You said he spent money without approval. I asked you a very good question. How much?
Okay, you are saying something. You are saying something. You are putting something on. You are the one saying he spent money.
You allege that he spent money out of approval. You said
when? How did I allege?
You just said it now. You said he did something out of
approval.
You said no, and you said he spent money out.
I didn't mention money. You didn't listen to me because your mind is made up. You guys don't listen.
Okay. Try to tell me again.
I said he was sworn in. I said the very day he was sworn in. After I think the third day. The next thing we saw was mobilization of contractors to site to erect overhead bridge at Ramat Park. There was no budgetary allocation. There was no cost benefit analysis. There was no feasibility studies whatsoever. I mean, is that the kind of
Omoru, let me ask you, Remy, please. Let me ask this. Sorry, maybe he has been captured at the last budget of the governor that just left.
No, sir.
And let me land.
No, sir. That one could even
That's the problem I'm having with you. Let me land. I love people.
You are saying maybe you are assuming what you don't know just to make me correct.
Can you let me land?
People
let me land, please. Maybe he has been captured at the last governor that left. He's just doing the continuity.
And I'm telling you, no, you are assuming to make you politically correct. That's an assumption.
Okay. The question is this: you said immobilize some contractor, and I will give you an example. When Tinubu came in, there were so many contractors that Wiki also mobilized. The contract had already been signed, but they have not been mobilized with money. And when Wiki came in as a federal minister of Abuja, FCT, he quickly mobilized them. He went to the presidency and they gave him the approval and he mobilized them and they started doing that job immediately. They did not request to the National Assembly for any approval again. So that is why I asked a very good question. Do you know about all of these things? And you said no. And you are still continuing to talk about mobilization of contractor. If my memories serve me right, there were so many contracts that you will sign with a contractor and they will not give them a dime, or they give them 20% of the money. And these people did not complete the job, or the
so no bidding process, no cost benefit analysis.
They already passed that stage already.
When was that? When was that?
Listen, please listen. We are all learned here. Before you can mobilize a contractor, damn, you have signed a contract with him.
You should tell us where the previous governor signed the contract now before you.
Please stop. We are talking about reality of
Which one is
things.
right? You are giving a defense of what you don't know. You are giving you said that the previous governor did this, would have done this. Tell us where you know that the previous governor did it.
Take care of the inner roads. Talking of
Do you think we are talking to fools or what? Where if you know that the previous governor did it, before this man came out to start to do it, tell us where the previous governor did. You that know it, and the person that don't know it, you that know that the previous governor did it, tell us where he did it. Sometimes you speak as if you are talking to children or what? What is happening here, man?
Let me respond to you. If you listen to me carefully, I never mentioned any previous governor. I told you the truth. I said before a contractor is being mobilized, they will have signed a contract that this is the road you are going to do, this is the amount of money, and government is a continuum. Maybe when he got there, he discovered that there's some contract or Baseki already signed. This is my own, just trying to say, okay, these contractors have been mobilized already, but they did not pay the full amount. And I gave you an example of what happened in Abuja.
And I told you that is a wrong assumption.
Okay, I'm not disputing with you. Unfortunately, I'm not from your state, but if somebody from your state is here today,
yeah, you're trying to be more Catholic than the Pope. That is not good. You cannot cry more than the bereaved.
But you are not
first, do you agree? Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me that a contractor will only be mobilized if he has signed a contract? Yes or no?
You're talking of when I say due process. I'm telling you the kind of governor. I'm telling you the kind of miserable person we have as a governor. What he did, you still agree with me. You are not even surprised. You're supposed to be surprised, like how could he have done that? You're doing everything possible to justify his own mistake.
Calm down.
No, Mr. Moroyo, he will not be surprised. He will not be surprised because he will help Tinubu to win Edo State in the next election. So that's what is happening there.
I think you are looking at it.
Remy, please let me ask a question from Omori, please. Omori, which type of bridge? Is it pedestrian flyover bridge, the one that pedestrians use leg to cross, or is it bridge that they drive on?
The one they drive on, the flyover, not a pedestrian bridge. The one he wants to link, you see that Ramat Park?
Yeah.
They want to reduce this. There will be a bridge that will go over to Agbo. The other one will go under it to Awuchi, as this of it, Aduwawa, as it. The one coming from Akapaba will go straight across Ramat Park to Agbo, somewhere Agbo Road.
Yeah,
the next thing we saw were mobilizing Chinese, what do they call it, NCCCC or something, Chinese company. The third day after swearing in, that was exactly what we saw.
That bridge is needed in that place, but I don't know.
I'm not talking about whether it is needed or not. There was visibility study, cost benefit analysis, bidding process.
That's a major job. He's supposed to have followed due process.
No, listening, people say that he cannot read numbers, this and that, he cannot read numbers. So what he will now do? Let me finish, Patoski. What the governor will now be doing is that whenever he goes to Patoski, let me say this. What your governor will be doing now is whenever he goes to the bank, he will draw some maybe millions of naira and carry it in the bag and be coming to site and be paying contractors without any daily work. How much? Daily work. How much? That's what he will be doing. Nothing to be written down. So the governor don't have to read numbers.
Isn't that why they tried to impeach Obi? Isn't the exact same thing that was
Obi was even dropping to buy fuel. He put in government car.
You see, when people, all the guys with biases, like they don't know that.
It's not what Obi did. Obi reduced a cost. That is what he did. A cost was given to him. A cost analysis was given to him by the senators. At the end of the day, he brought down the analysis. He brought it down to a certain amount of level that the people can no longer have what to loot, and that is what causes impeachment. If you don't know what to do,
let me tell you, this guy. Okay, let me tell you something about this guy. He might not have followed the group the due process in doing that job, but that means he has the right spirit. He has a readiness, the desire to work for his people.
Patrick, how do you mobilize a contractor just like that? Do you think it's like buying plantain chips?
And contractor will just go and will not see that he has proper documentation and everything. Contractor will just go ahead
and just go and start constructing bridge. Doesn't they have a reputation?
When they know they can lose their money and everything. So
no,
we don't have enough information to know whether
So you guys didn't
Patoski,
watch it?
what happens in that regard is that whenever that man brought out money, as far as he will just share to his colleagues,
No, we
then
are
the
just
remaining one he will
concluding
carry
based
to
on
his
what this
side.
guy is saying now. We don't have enough information to
But
know whether he followed or he didn't
Patoski,
follow.
let me say this. I'm not even condemning the guy. I'm not against him not speaking good English, but I'm saying the fear that I have that I think the guy looks so dull to me. Not really because he cannot speak good English, because there is a difference that someone cannot speak good English, and there is a difference that someone you see seriousness and the kind of a smartness in him. I don't see that smartness in that guy,
So that's
and
your
that is why.
prejudice. That's
Yeah,
your
that's my
prejudice.
fear. That's my fear. He can perform. He can perform. But if you see someone that can perform, you will just see it in his most of his action. But I see the guy. A lot of people carry him around. Even the previous governors, even in the Senate, a lot of people want to
I
read
can
his book. People want to sign
hold
check for
on. I
him,
can
Ekene,
and
hold
all
on,
before
these
hold
you
on.
things. People
Flata,
want,
Joe, for me 2 minutes, I can die. Ekene, no. You see, Ekene, I've been involved in hiring chief executives, the hiring process of some chief executives. Very major companies in that Nigeria. I don't want to mention them. You see, some people who do very well in interview, they speak very good grammar. You see the way they run through the PowerPoint and everything. You go say, wow, this one I ain't go transform the company. He go enter, he go destroy everything. So leave that one though. Where you say you will see when you see the person, there are some very unassuming, and if you check their profile, they have series of records of performance, consistent, yet very unassuming. You understand what I'm saying? Look at someone like Femi Otedola now. Look at the way he talks. If you carry that one for company, will you naturally want to hire that? You might hire him, but you won't see him as someone that could really deliver very well. Like unlike if you talk about maybe Tony or some of these smart people that are not even as good as him. But look at him. He can
no,
manage. Look at what he's trying to do with First Bank now.
successful people mostly are very naive.
Yeah, they are very
Many
cool
of them,
and
they are naive.
they are
They are very
they are
naive
very
in
unassuming. But this one way they do gra them, they will all come and
they
show
know they
you
too
the
do
way.
gara gara with English. Like Kulata, they do gara gara with English. They know they do like that. They are very naive
You see why you want
in,
to
uh,
pull out for that
in
one.
expressing themselves.
But what I'm
So
Flata, we
You
are
just
trying
a
to
yab
say,
me tonight. I don't
what
talk.
we they
Okay,
talk,
continue.
we say these governors, their job no be all this work wey we they do. Some of us, the work wey we they do, we they support ministers for this country. They do the analysis for them, they do all those things for them. No be them go do am. You go even after you don't do am, you go get to even sit down to explain am to them. You understand? And they will take decision on that. At times when they want to take they will take decision based on the fact that they trust you, that you are present. At times they no go too
Patoski,
understand am
okay,
too
that
much.
let me come in here now. Let me come in here now. You said they will do analysis for them.
Now we
Then
go do am.
after they do that analysis, my problem now is, will he have the brain to analyze those analyses that I've given to him and be able to ask questions that will
You
not
see,
affect the resources? Because
when we
you
do
got many of them can do analysis that will maybe bring out money from the state coffers that you might not even discover it.
no
That
wait
is, he
now.
might have good intention, and that's the
Wait,
problem I have with him.
wait. You see, when we do the analysis, the chief executive, some of them where they know be like maybe minister, they are not as educated. They might be educated, say, but they are not good with figures or in that financial and economic side of things. But they'll be asking you very practical questions. You understand? Some of those questions look very simple, the way they present them, but they are the questions that they are issues that you are going to meet in the field in real life. You understand?
Okay,
The questions that people will ask. So
please.
you make
It's
sure
just to
that your
ask you another one
analysis present that.
before you continue. It's just to ask you another one before, because I don't want to miss my point. Okay, when they bring this analysis, you just see what happened today. He cannot communicate with numbers. I don't see anybody. I don't see a lot of people, even businessmen or even people who no go school, that cannot communicate with numbers. But his own is so bad that he cannot
No,
communicate with numbers.
with
So
that
when
million.
when they bring when he doesn't know the amount of zero that makes up billions or trillions or millions, you understand? As he was saying today, what if they bring an analysis to him that will cost, let's say, 1 million naira. Then they added extra 30 to it to make it 1 billion naira. And he was not able, like what I see today, I fear that he cannot be able to analyze
Let me
between
tell
1
you.
million
Let me
and
tell
1
you.
billion. That is my problem.
Wait now, Ekene. He
Oh,
has
Badowski, let me ask the question. I want to know where this rage is coming from. The guy won under what party?
APC.
Ah, no, that is
No,
no,
that's not the
no have
issue.
problem anymore.
But let me
I
ask
know
you.
where
Let
this
me
rage
answer
is
him.
coming from.
You see,
It is he won us under APC, not Labour Party or PDP.
no. Let me answer.
That's where
Let me
this
That
answer
rage
was
is
your
coming
that was
from.
this kind of
Thomas.
they giving us this. This is the
Thomas,
time
let
of
me answer
Buhari. What do the APC they give us? And they defend that 9 they verse a lot of people.
No.
Starting from Buhari to
No. Ekene, let me answer that question.
Patowski, please. Okay. Hello, good
Let me
morning.
answer. Okay, good morning.
Sorry, Patowski. Please let me just contribute a little bit. Thank you very much, please.
Yeah.
I don't know why people are just shouting, ranting because of a governor made a mistake. Akpabio make a mistake the other day. He said, this money is too much when he was pronouncing. All of them go and go, hey. Does it because he made a mistake? Is that the purpose of it to able to governor or battle to governor the state? Is there any yardstick? You, all of us here, don't we make a mistake? So because of all hatred, we just want to cry more than they believe. The people in the Edo state, they are not crying. We in social media in abroad, we are crying. And you are asking a question, those who are shouting and ranting, they can't even answer the question. Just because everybody wants to go to just to shout. Is a dollar, is it this one, is it this one? You that is not a dollar, why are you not a governor? Go for election if you get 10 votes. You tell Godfather. In this life, everybody needs Godfather. It's not today. I don't know why Nigeria think it will because you hate somebody, you don't want to see the good side, you don't want to see anything, you just want to say just to rant and rant. If the people of Edo State who voted
You are the one ranting. Can you tell us the good side? You are ranting.
You are
You don't
ranting, you
make
are
any
not
point.
ranting. I probably come
You
because
are
of
just
you.
like Okpebholo.
Because you just
Look
go
at the
to all social media
your
with
look at
your
your
thing on
statement.
head.
You can't even
Don't
put
touch it
a
without
statement
giving
together.
one.
You
They've
can't even
asked
put a
you many
statement together.
questions here. You don't answer one.
You are just like Okpebholo. You are the one.
You see, you are not like Okpebholo. You see you follow
My
what you
brother,
know.
they will not let you talk. You land your voice. Yeah, go on.
You just come to social media. The people who voted, the people who are in the state there, they are not crying. You just come on social media because you have
Jama,
creative. Yeah.
is it not the Edolite that vote for this guy?
I tell you, who are you? Because you stay in abroad, are you the one to dictate to them what to do in the state? It's just executive governor. Do you know what he face a day? Just because of somebody say, pronunciation, you don't make a mistake, you don't become is that you that is not done. You go and be a governor, and let's see.
But Nigeria, calm down. I assume that not to be a mistake because you tried to mention that number several times, but he couldn't get
It
it.
cannot
That
be a
is not a
mistake to
mistake.
you because the way you are listening, you already make your mind because you don't
No, it's not that I
have
made up my
open-minded.
mind.
Have you never made it? Wait, I want to ask you. I think you are a trader. Have you never made a mistake over account money? Have you never made a mistake over account money for somebody?
There is a difference of making a mistake. If you see someone make a mistake, you know that this is a mistake. But you know, an opportunity was Najama, calm down. An opportunity was given to me several times to.
You people should wait till 2027. If you want, go and bring your candidate and win again. But let this man have won, and the state vote for him. No matter what everybody say, Godfather or no Godfather, everybody needs Godfather to succeed in life. All of us have Godfather. I don't know why. It becomes just everybody just cry more than they believe.
Najama, don't you see that man became confused when he was making those, when he was trying to mention those numbers?
Everybody's confused. All of us.
It's not a mistake, guys.
Sometimes
I see that he just
wait,
became
let me tell
confused
you.
with numbers.
Sometimes you see paper from a court here in abroad. There's a mistake there in judgment. You understand? Even what do you mean? And then everybody computer that you are using, don't it get viral sometimes? Because you made a mistake and crash. And you go and reformat it. What are we saying? We don't look people as if we are all God. We are not bound to make mistake. You just you made it's pronouncing. He said, this thing is too much. I'm confusing. Do you know what is in the head of a
Edo
government?
State 2025 appropriation bill of 605 billion 76 million 76. Let me take it again. 506 billion, 605 billion, sorry, 776 billion, sorry, it's confusing me. Okay, Since
Order in the house, please. Mr. Speaker must be held in silence, please.
605 billion and details of the budget proposal for your consideration and approval. Thank you for your kind consideration.
Yes, it's been, social media has been agog with the governor, our governor, budget presentation about mistake on 650 billion and the rest of it all. It's a normal thing. Zuma made such mistakes, and a lot of people make such mistakes. I don't know figures. You see, that is how to know original and innocent people. Obaseki will not make such mistakes because he has stolen billions before. Okpebholo will not make such mistakes because he has stolen billions before. Monday is not a thief, so he's not familiar with figures. So anybody who wants to talk and continue to talk is nonsense. He's the governor of the state, and he's the governor of the state. He's performing, and he's performing, and he'll continue to perform. And anybody who does not like his face should go to hell and burn to ashes.
God bless you, Oga. Wait, Thomas, please, just 1 second. Please,
Okay, Nigerian.
Wait,
Nigerian, do you see
1 second.
Wait, confused. Okay.
Wait, 1 second. 1 second. You see, that is no matter how, that is what you just like to be laughing. That is why most people are not serious to know the next thing to do. Let me tell you something. Majority of people, when you go to, you can't face crowd. When you, like in the church now, some people, you will give them mic. You know this man is very educated. The first day we hold mic, he will just confuse, forget everything he want to say. You understand? This is the first time this man is presenting this thing. This is the first time he's facing such crowd in parliament to present budget. I don't know why we Nigeria. We will never want, we will leave the message and face the message out. Leave that one. What is the budget for those things? We're not analyzing that one.
Nigerian, facing crowd doesn't stop you not to call a number.
No, that is the mistake.
No, hold on, please. Doesn't this sound ridiculous? At the end of the day, he couldn't call those numbers. I didn't say it's not. Hold on, let me land. I didn't say he's not intelligent. I didn't say he's not performing. I didn't say, but for him not to have called those numbers at the end of the day, it sounds somehow ridiculous.
Thomas, you know what is called stage. Nigerian, 5 seconds. You know what is called stage fright?
Yes, yeah.
Fear of public speaking.
Public speaking, yeah.
So that may be what's doing it.
Okay,
are you trying to defend this guy?
Even if that does to him, but he would have ended up calling the number now. After all the
he would have ended calling the number. That is it.
Thomas, can I make that is the problem. You guys don't allow me. No.
Prince, hold on, everyone. Let's Prince, I didn't say anything. Yeah, Prince Daddy, how are you, my brother?
Good, how you doing, Thomas? Hello, everyone.
In Ondewo, I don't even know what is the menu. I just know it's a greeting from Igbo. Yeah.
It's like saying hello, something like that.
Hello. Oh, yes, yeah, that means
well
I'm correct.
Well done.
Well done.
In day one.
Oh.
In day one.
Yeah.
Anyway, the guy, well, actually,
Prince Daddy, yeah. You go on, yeah.
I'm not familiar with the guy that responded though, but his lame excuse is actually lame, because the guy hasn't stolen money, funds in the billions. That's why I couldn't pronounce it. That's just silly. That's a dumb response. But nonetheless, him being the governor, I'm assuming that he must have reviewed the speech and gone over it. I would think, right? I mean, and that speech wasn't just given to him right there at the podium. And if he was having problems, pronouncing the numbers, they could have just written them in words so he can pronounce it. That would have been much easier. Yeah, people can get confused with a lot of zeros. I'm assuming actually that the number was pronouncing was actually in actual numbers, not written out. I'm assuming. So they should have just written out the numbers for him to read. That's simple. I mean, he's the governor. He has the resources, assistants to help him. I wonder why they didn't do that. But to draw a conclusion that the guy is not fit for the position, as I think Kenny is alluding to, I don't know. I can't say. Kenny may be right. I don't know. People from Edo can tell us. I mean, again, he was elected, right? I mean, I don't know to the level of his capacity that the people that elected him know is his ability. I don't know, but it was quite comical. He couldn't pronounce it, and be stage frights. That could be a reason also. But again, you get to a certain position, you don't get that. You don't have that luxury of that excuse. You are a governor. You have assistants. Okay, they should have made the presentation of the speech, quite legible for the guy to be able to read in the public setting. That shouldn't have been a stumbling block, I would say. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Prince Daddy. Yeah, I think somebody wants to say something before. Is he? Yes, yeah, Yomi. Yomi, yes. Go on, my brother.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, thank you. Everybody has spoken well. Well, I find it a little bit, somehow confusing when somebody is judging someone because of his inability to pronounce something or to even speak well. That doesn't really that doesn't really make that person an intelligent. I mean, that means unintelligent rather. So, but we should be focusing on what this guy has, why people elected him in the first place. So they must have seen some degree of quality in him. And I remember when his godfather said something about him during his first time that he misspoke. That guy said that we cannot judge this man because he's unable to speak eloquently. However, this guy has some kind of quality that his people loves him, that that he has a lot of qualities by pulling crowd. So, having said that, right, we should just wait and see how this guy perform before we can be able to judge him. But it's just a matter of time. Time will tell. So, if he can be able to improve by getting someone to coach him or train him on how to face crowd, because I'm seeing a lot of nervousness on his part. So the first thing that he should be able to do, right, is that he needs psychology to go about how he can be able to withstand crowd. That is number one. Number two is that he need someone that will always showcase him by presenting all his whatever that he needs to discuss about. let them, coach him before he even come, so that all these kind of shortcomings can be somehow remove or so that is my own that is my little advice for him. Then I really want to ask his question though. Can this man just take a moment out of publications, and I mean, sorry, out of coming out by taking a seat back, so that someone more or less like his deputy can just be in the front. That's my
bro,
yeah.
are you trying to excuse this guy? I know, I think, let me say I think, I didn't say I know. If I'm saying I know, that means I'm affirmation, that's affirmation. Do you think, I know you can read that number. It's not that you can't read that number. If anybody tell me, yeah, you can't read that number, that means that person is deceiving himself. But what do you think really happened in that place? It looked embarrassing. And it doesn't look well, man.
Yes. So first of all, so many
sorry, Thomas. I'm sorry, the guy that is speaking. I want to ask.
Yeah, Yomi. Yeah.
Okay.
When he was making this budgetary speech, is this the only number this man mentioned? I want to know. Because when you make budgetary speech, you don't only quote the final figure. Maybe you also quote
the final thing. You have to quote everything. Yeah, I think we need the full video of that number.
Anybody can listen to the budgetary speech and tell us. It's not only about.
Yeah. Okay. So, from what I had so far, right, besides the numbers that he cannot even pronounce well, even in his submission, he says something about proposal that really got me confused. Is it a proposal budget, proposed budget? So this kind of shortcomings are very obvious, unfortunately. Although he's very nervous, he's very, very nervous, but being a leader, right? Before he even got to that level, he would have performed or showcased himself at least to some degree. But the way he presents himself in that clip, I'm sorry, he needs a lot of work. And I strongly believe that he can still be able to, overcome it. It's just a matter of build himself up, psych himself up, and surround himself with good people that will help him out. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Do we have Isaac Black? Isaac, you've been quiet. You are a Dolite. What do you say about your governor? My brother.
Yeah,
how are you?
Mr. Thomas.
How are you, my brother?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, I think you have the floor now. You haven't spoken at all. Yeah, let's hear your view. And we still have so many stories. So DELE FAROTIMI story is still there, but I think this one is the one trending now. Let's iron it out. Yeah, you have the floor, my brother.
Actually, I came in because of this argument about my state. That is where I'm from.
Go on. You have the floor without interjection. Go on.
Yeah, because I'm from Edo State and I have been listening, and I've been hearing Ekene, I've been hearing the other brother Moriji from Edo State. You see, Thomas, we are not serious in that country at all. The reason why I'm saying this noise was all around during the campaign. There was this noise that this governor, or when he was yet a governor, could he come out to address a Dolites? Could he come to media? Couldn't this, couldn't that? And all this, we can't even learn from that past experience. That's one thing with Nigerians and one thing with us. We don't learn at all. After all this noise, the election came, this man won. I thought that was going to keep all the people silent to learn from that one. That's one problem we have. We don't learn. Somebody couldn't come to media. He said he will bring in security. He said he will put a NEPA pole to bring this thing. After all those mess, he won election. We didn't learn. Now he went to the assembly to present budget. He's still making the same mistake. We are still coming up with noise. We cannot still learn. So if he made all those mistakes and he became governor, and he still make the same mistakes and he perform, is it not what we want? What we want is make your mistake, speak your bad English, but perform. That's all. All this, he can't speak, he can't mention numbers. It's tiring, my brother. So all these people just saying, especially we from Edo, you can see the way Ekene is defending the governor from the east. Even when people are trying to bring out his shortcomings, he's defending him. Our brother from Edo is robbing us on the mount. Can't even defend his governor. That let's see. What I want to say is this. I am following the politics of Edo State eagerly, keenly, because I'm from there. You see, this man, for me, since he came into office, he has not rested. He has not been resting. He's been going out. And that is what he should start doing as a governor. A good governor, he started well. He's meeting people. They said he went to Rama Park. I heard you people saying it here, just and want to build overhead bridge. He went to them. Those people that are complaining that they took their lands unjustly by the past government, he went to them. I saw the video. He spoke with them, and he made a very good arrangement with them to make peace with them, to see if those things were not right. He's going to bring them right and give them back their land. He go to places where there are bad roads by himself. He comes down from his vehicle. He meets the locals, speaks with them, and that is a good start. So my prayer is that this man that doesn't speak English should put that overhead, this thing in that Rama Parko. You understand? Because we need it there. Very important. And all those Baba road that is visiting.
My brother can speak English now. Why can't you speak English? He can speak English.
So all those promises is
Isaac,
wait, let me end. No, wait, let me end first, I beg. All those promises that he's making, all this outing that he's doing since he came to office, going to all the corners, going to all the wherever he's going now, he should start working. He should start doing all of them. So if I'm not going to be here arguing whether he can speak or he can read number, but I just wait in anticipation, and I just wait, expecting him to do what is right for his people. That is why he's the governor. Thank you very much. Somebody wanted to say something. Thank you.
Isaac, I'm not against this man. I'm not against him not speaking good English, but even though this one looks so bad, very, very bad, that I don't see who cannot pronounce numbers. But at the end of the day, I want this man to perform so that many people that call themselves educated, we know that performance is not about education. So my only fear is not that he cannot speak English. My only fear is that let him not be so dull that the smartest people in that office will use him to siphon the state money, and at the end of the day, not doing anything for the state. That is only fear. Because if you are dull, there is one thing about not speaking English, but if you don't speak English, you have to be smart. Speaking English is not the issue, but I want to see the smartness in him, that he can be able to defend some things that will make his government to shine. You understand?
Ekene,
Because you cannot be
Ekene,
dull.
I'm going to drop now because Ekene, wait, I'm going to drop now because let me just quickly respond to that. You see, the other I saw some Edolites, civil servants. They were displaying their gratitude, their contentment, and I was so happy also for them when they were saying that this man has ordered the payment of the 13th month of this year. You understand? To them, to the civil servants. So that's all I want, for the people to be happy. All the sector, they have to come out and testify and say, this is the benefit we got from the state, and they are happy. So if he is able to be continue in that legacy,
the guy is
I
working,
don't care
isn't
whether it's peace. You
the
say
guy
what?
is working. The guy is working.
So far, the guy is doing what he's supposed to do,
Isaac,
and that is what
sorry.
we want.
Let me chip in something. Sorry to cut you. You see, when person they do something for the first time, this is the first time this guy is presenting this budget, so it can make me say. I'll give you a good example. Me, where I did here, even all of us, they up to us. There was a time I got hired in one new role. That role, I've not had that role before, but it's expected that somebody of my qualification should be able to do that job. So I just joined that company. You know, when they give me the first job, when people think say you done well in interview and you have some qualification, so to go and ask people, he go they do you somehow. I don't know if I'm talking to someone. So I start there looking at that spreadsheet from morning till night. Everybody don't nearly close. I was just looking at that one. As he said, everybody just they gather for one corner, they talk to themselves. You now have a feeling that they're talking about you. What I'm trying to say is that it happens to all of us. You are in a new role, you are doing a particular thing for the first time. At times you go fumble. You will need someone to put you through. But I expect to Shomole and the rest to really help him, because Shomole had been the governor in that state for 8 years, to help him or give him one PA that he feels that is very good, that can really help him to transition very well.
Thomas,
But give him
sorry, my
some
last comment, brother, please. My last comment to the panelists, please. My last comment. There are a lot of people behind their system, their phones, their laptop, their television. A lot of people behind listening. People like us, and we listen to a lot of your comments. I want to make one correction. Those people that listen to this platform that has this calm head to listen, you always piece them up, except those ones that are gra, who just want to be gra in hearing social media. Those ones that really want to follow social media and see the betterment of you and I, listening with caution. They hate these things you always say in this platform. Those people who come here to say it, you always come here, you just say all these PDP people, all these Labour people. I don't want to measure the other one so that you know where I'm going. All these. So there are people that are not interested in that. So those people coming here to come and be adding that to their sensible advice to people in this platform, is because they are PDP members. They want to come and support PDP members. When you know that in your inner heart, this person speaking is not really about PDP or Labour. You just come here and you begin to say all that. It's not helping also. It might be helping your platform, but it's not helping those people behind, those people you think that should be listening to you. There are people that shouldn't be listening to you. So you are only entertaining those people that shouldn't be listening to you, but those people that should be listening to you, you are not doing nothing. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll be there. You know, this flood in Valencia actually affected us. That's why I've not been here for a very long time. I'll be here
Sorry, my
soon.
brother.
Yeah.
Yes.
So thank you very much, Thomas. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, bro.
I'm grateful.
Yeah.
Ciao.
Merry Christmas in advance. Yeah. Yeah. I think. Yeah. Maybe we should abandon Edo people now. Maybe we should go
I think
to.
we can move ahead with other topics because
Yeah,
at the
Remy.
end of the
I'm actually
performance
coming
is
to
not,
you.
yeah, okay. So
I'm actually coming to you. Yeah. So, DELE FAROTIMI, he seems not to disappear in the news. So many people that I mentioned their name in those in that book has been raising their own lawsuits. You know about Ladipeku now, that son in Ibadan has raised his own. There's one in Abuja. There's one in Ekiti. So what's going on here? And this guy too, they
don't be
didn't grant
surprised.
him bail. Yeah.
Don't be surprised. More will soon come because I see him fighting against an institution. And when you fight against an institution that you already partake before you resign or before you stop practicing, whichever way it is, then the institution will come against you. It's just like you want to fight against the government of the day. It's not easy. And to make it worse is that how can he prove all those allegations? And I think this is a very well learned person. And when he wrote his book and and also make his video and telling people, calling names, disparaging them or something like that, well, I cannot judge him now. Unfortunately for him, he has the court to contend with. And I am, as a person, how would you feel that you are jumping from one court to another court? As at last count, it's already more than 5. And more people will start to
And this
come in.
news one, they are coming with money, 500 million lawsuits.
Yeah.
These ones are asking for money.
It's not even the issue. The issue is that he has to pay some lawyers. It's not free of charge. And he has to jump from one court to another court. And how, for the rest of 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years, what does that portray? And I think this is a lesson for all Nigerians. If you are going to say something, get your facts right. Don't just go there and defame people and without no concrete evidence. I'm not saying that FAROTIMI does not have the evidence. I'm just trying to say that at least if he does have it, then he can prove himself in the court of law, which is a good thing for him and which is going to be a good thing for Nigerians. At least we'll be able to know that, this Baba, Fe Babalola, Olanipe, all of them are just shortchanging the system by bribing.
And Remy has been saying, I will open some canker. That is his own word.
Yeah,
every time.
I want him to do that. I want him to do that. But it's not just by mere saying with just your mouth. You have to give us evidence. You have to give us. In fact, I think it's a lot of work. How can you prove that? And you are also going to prove that in the same institution you already disparage. I think it's going to be a hell of a work for him, even with his solicitors. And if you are, oh God, that clearly tells Nigerians that this man that you think is fighting for your cause, is a holy than do. It's also a rich man.
No, but Remy, you see, the man might not even be interested in proving anything. He just wants to embarrass those people. You know, when the shit hit the fan, it will touch everybody. And now people know that even if DELE FAROTIMI eventually goes to jail, people will know that Afe Babala and the rest, they are not as clean and they have you understand? He associated in causing some dents here and there. Maybe
I
that's
understand.
what he's interested in.
Even
They'll
before
put him in prison, he will come back.
Even before that dent, we as Nigeria, we already know that Nigeria have a problem. And having a problem does not mean that we are going to solve the problem overnight. It takes years. It takes planning. And the democracy we practice, at least the highest any president can have is 8 years. And since 1999, they have been tinkering with constitutional amendment. Every president has been doing that. So I think what I'm just trying to say is that if at the end of the day he end up in jail, first, it will serve other Nigerians. You cannot defame people anyhow anymore. And you cannot be talking rubbish like you used to talk. Something you cannot substantiate. You cannot just go there and talk rubbish. That is have a good lesson. And the second lesson we are going to learn from this is that the Supreme Court Justice or the High Court Justice and the others will also mind the way they handle their court cases, because all eyes will be on them too. So it's like a win-win for Nigeria at the end of the day. But at the same time, if you are going to defend
Remy, sorry for cutting you. Even though the judgment for FAROTIMI is not here, people have toned down their rhetorics online. Most
of course, they have
those,
to tone it down. They have to tone it down. They have to tone it down because
so many people are apologizing, sending apologize. I didn't confirm what I said that time.
Do you know why? Do you know why, Thomas? Because Nigeria have a data center. They can profile you from abroad before you even land in Nigeria. So if you think you can defend people in abroad and then you are going for your Christmas, they will just take you up at the airport before you come back. Immediately you arrive. So sometimes, you see the effect of technology now. So you cannot just stay in the diaspora and continue to promote hatred, violence, or continue to defame people, thinking, okay, I'm in America, I'm in Europe, I'm in Asia, nobody can touch me. But the moment you defame that person and you're coming to that country, it's already on your record and they will pick you up at the airport. So it's a beauty that Nigeria have that data center at the Nigerian Immigration Headquarters, which is one of the best in the world. I think we must give a good kudos to that minister, to that Tujuju for doing that, which is good. And I think people should just moderate their utterances. The other day I was talking about demarketing Nigeria. If you are demarketing Nigeria with your rhetorics, you are not demarketing Nigeria. You are demarketing yourself as a Nigerian. Even if you are in Nigerian America or Nigerian Canadian, the moment they flip your passport, they will see the place of birth. If you are not born there, they will know you are also a Nigerian before you become a national of another country. So sometimes it's not good to demarcate your country. Your country might be going through a lot of mess today, but it does not mean that a turnaround will not come. Who can tell you that by this time of December, the Naira will continue to appreciate against the dollar? From all time.
Of course, the rate to appreciate now. That's the normal thing now.
So are you trying to say it's because of the Christmas that is appreciating?
So many things. People are going home. Okay. Then Nigeria has a Euro bond. Yes. And then then so the fintech, all of them are selling their money now. Some of them want to spend.
They are.
So a lot of things. So it's expected. That's the normal thing.
So I will use this opportunity to ask a very good question, Patrick, because I know you are a professional. Now that in the next few months, as from last month that we started not importing PMS and we are producing in Nigeria, I know they are using the Naira conversion to sell crude oil to Dangote and the rest. Do you think in the next 90 days, the Naira will appreciate because we are not importing PMS like before?
No, normally it's supposed to improve because our demand is supposed to drop. But the point is, there are so many things that are involved. Most of us know. Even with the floating, with the Dangote initially, with some the things are supposed to have dropped. But there are so many variables. Look at all these governors, they say they are converting their FARC to dollar in anticipation of the thing crashing, all those kind of things. There are too much money chasing dollars in that country, and for so many non-commercial reasons, economically beneficial reasons. You understand? Do you know how many people are sending their children to school abroad? Despite badges of Naira is really poor. Do you know how much they pay? People still pay. Somebody was telling me last time in Canada that the son is going to pay close to $60,000 per semester. That's crazy. No, $70,000.
Where are they getting this money from? And they say, where are they getting this money from?
How much again?
Nigeria is not there.
Some people have 3 children.
Or 6,000?
Some people have 3 children. They will
But
pay
where
like
are they?
200 and something.
Padoski. Ibo not in Ram away, not the Sabuko so Nigeria.
Oh,
Nigeria is
no,
suffering.
no, there's money, but these monies they are in the hands of few people, and those few people, a number of them got it in a very bad way. If there's money in the hand of few people, and those few people got it right in the right way, it means that they have created economic activity that they used to get that money. If they do that, that means the economic activity would have benefited people. Look at Dangote. If Dangote decide to send his children to school, $70,000 per semester, he has done some economic activity that benefited a lot of people now, that could generate that kind of money. So all these people doing that, the kind of economic activity you generate that will make you to be able to afford to pay about $300,000 per semester must have been so huge. It must have been an enterprise that can employ like maybe 500 people or even 1,000 people. You can see the thing. But the point is that these few people that have this money, they are stealing money. And one thing about money is meant to move around the economy and drive it. But when you steal money, you take it out of circulation. You know, even food or anything, if you steal, you go and keep it somewhere now. You don't steal something and some big thing and start showing them around or make it continue to work. They steal the money and go and keep it. When you do that, you have put that money in coma. That money is inactive. It's dormant. It's somewhere. You understand? So it will not add to the economy. You have even taken it out of the economy, even though you have not taken it out of Nigeria. So that's the challenge with corruption. And you have so many people. Canada is just becoming an educational base for Nigerians now. People sending their children to school in Canada. But look at UK. Nigerian politicians from time immemorial have been sending their children to UK and US for school. And mind you, school is very expensive in the US. So very, very. I know Americans, I have Americans here in Canada who are schooling. I was wondering, why are you here? They say that their school is even cheaper for them in Canada than US. I was surprised. And these are Americans. So they are not even like immigrants or people. They were both parents. I have one that his father is Black American, his mother is white, like that. So it's somehow. But Nigerians, they just pay. Is it not in Nigeria that the governor is prepaying the school fees? What is some word pay the children's school fees ahead of? Who does that? So that's how terrible. But I don't see this. It's my prayer that this Naira continue to appreciate. But from what I'm seeing, it looks like it's a temporary thing because the things that led to it, they are not the kind of sustainable efforts. You can't continue to raise bond every time.
But you just mentioned now that if the price, because the Naira continue to appreciate against the dollar and they sell it to Dangote in Naira form, it's supposed to have a very good effect in the long run.
It's supposed to have, but you see, what I'm saying is that there might be so many. You'll be surprised at the variables like some exits, some things are creating that demand. Let's see, that's how it's supposed to be. But
I think after December, I think there will be more clarity.
By maybe January or February, yeah.
Yes. But I think at the end of the day, the Naira might be around 1,500 or a little bit below it.
1,000.
1,450 to 1,500.
Yeah. What is it now?
It's about today is about 1,000 in the official market. Is about 1,535 or 545 or something like that.
But before now, how much was it? I don't even can you imagine?
Before it has already reached almost 1,600 plus to $1. To $1. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's 1,500.
It's really appreciating within the last 1 to 2 weeks.
1,500 should not be something that is not achievable.
Yeah, it's achievable because the projected budget is on 1,400.
And the point is that is even relatively stable now.
Yes.
And that's what we really need.
And people like Ekene is hearing us now. He will not talk.
People, no, Ekene knows that it is stable. It's becoming stable.
He will not talk now. He will not come and say, okay,
said something.
Okay, now.
Ekene said something. He said, well, what he wants is stability, so that at least they can plan. If they know that if as a trader I want to stock my shop.
I don't know whether you are following NNPC. I follow them, and it's like Port Harcourt Refinery, the more modern one, is about 90% completed, and probably in the next few months it will also start shunning petrol out of that.
So which one is completed now?
Both of them. The old one about 60,000 capacity, that one already completed and started churning out PMC.
That one is
now,
churning out PMS now.
Yeah. Huh?
That one is churning out PMS now, right?
Yes, and then the new one, the modern one, that one the bigger capacity, that one of 120,000 capacity or something like that. So at the end of the day, that one is 90% completed because they were showing the labor union. They went there on a visitation and they were showing them the level of completion. I hope that they can come on board by January. So by virtue of that, then we have capacity of 210,000 barrels of crude oil refinery in both refinery and Port Harcourt. That means if that comes into reality with Dangote, then we have more than enough PMS in Nigeria. And I think it should force the price down usually.
Okay. Okay, guys, I have to I'm leaving right now, guys. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. All right. Take care.
The most important thing is that Tinubu should work on food inflation. I'm telling you.
I think we don't have any choice. You just have to allow importation of food, especially the staple one, rice, and especially grains, okay? Rice, beans, and the rest.
If you allow the importation now, dollar is high now.
Yeah, that's the problem. So, I don't know. And you know, Nigerians are also, an average Nigerian also exploit the situation very well.
It should enhance our capacity to produce. Gbogbo promise to make him by election yẹn dà. Gbogbo àwọn forest guard yẹn dà. Gbogbo àwọn oko yẹn dà. Now wow. So ta la fẹ́ trust mọ́ nsìn. Ó tà rò pé àwòtọ́ ló ń sọ sókàn fọ́nù gbà yẹn ni. Ó kàn fọ́nù ni now because ó wà lára promises to make now. Kò yẹ.
I understand.
It's one of the promises that I made now. I thought by now, and I'm just worried for next year because what happened to flood challenge in North? Have you?
Hello, sir.
What happened to flood challenge in year in if not have you?
Can you repeat?
I think there was flood in the north this year.
But not so alarming like the previous year. Yeah, what? In some part of it, is Adamawa or whatever.
So it might not impact food production.
No, I don't think, because Niger State is just ongoing without no wahala, and KB also.
Niger State is just the only state that is making.
And I don't know whether they also produce in that quantity in Kano, but they don't have any flood there also.
Niger State, the Kano State,
is it only what are the southern states doing too? We have a big land in Oyo. Just lazy bunch.
State.
Yes. Are we going to rely on food must come from the north? Why can't we go to the land?
No, I think between you and me, I think their land is more suitable for agriculture than our own. When I was growing up, I used to think our land was the one that is more suitable. It's not.
So I think the Plateau and Benue axes are more comfortable for farming, because I know that when they bring the yam from Benue and some some fresh pepper or tomato from Plateau, it's always better than our home. I'm not saying
Yemi, so bad on the north. wàá rí pé ilẹ̀ wọn tẹ́ bíi ti tàwọn òyìnbó
Àwọn
yẹn.
tẹ̀gbọ́n ó ti débi wàá rin 4 or 5 hours wàá kọ́ rẹ̀
wàá dúró síbi kan wàá dẹ̀ máa wo like 5 kilometres wájú báyìí. ṣé o pé ilẹ̀ tó bá tẹ̀ yẹn tractor easy láti move lórí ẹ̀. ṣé o mọ long spring class tó máa ń lò ní abroad yẹn.
English, Patoske English.
You know that long spring class they use on the plow that those farmers.
Yes, I know now. In fact,
you can mount it on such land, but that our own that has healed the topography because of the rain, the erosion, all those things. That thing cannot work. Not just about that. You see, because of the quantity of rain that falls in our place, the soil nutrient is really washed away. But their own small rain. So their soil, the nutrients are on the top soil. They are not washed. That's what happens here because we have snow. You know, snow will just wet the ground and dissolve the nutrient so that the crop can take it. But our own, the rain will fall and wash the nutrient. That's why their land is better for agriculture.
But their land is better, but they are not harnessing that opportunity in the north.
They are doing it now.
The mistake they are doing is that all those the agricultural products, they will have make it additional value, repackage it, not just sell the raw the corn like that or something like that.
And
make
repackage and sell to us in the south.
And sell to that south, and this south will not pay more money. And you know what? That's how it's supposed to be, and they will make more money than us. They are just canvassing.
That's true.
No, the people there, they still want that ranker day lifestyle.
No, need good leaders.
No, you know not that they don't have good leaders. That ranker day lifestyle is still there. Just to see me, I'm the one providing for this community. I'm the head of this community. So everybody must bow down to me or something like that. That is the major difference between the south and the north. But in the north, they have this particular leader that represents this community, and everybody bow down to him. Whatever he says, nobody can say no. So they want that hegemony to continue like that. And unfortunately, that is where they have a lot of their population out of school children. Because if truly they love their own people, how can you have up to 70 million people out of school? What's going on? They don't love their people. They're just pretenders, okay? If you love your people, take these people to school, get them something done.
But they are hiding under the religion, huh, Remy?
Well, that is a lie. Because when you go to Saudi Arabia, I've passed through Dubai several times. I've passed through Doha several times. If you see their people, they are working. Even on the time that they're supposed to pray, they will see them working. It's not that they will leave their work and go and pray. Not like in Nigeria. In Nigeria, it's just show face. How do you call it? Show off is too much in that Nigeria. You will see them. They are the older than those Christian, older than those Muslim. If they want to tell you are not a good Muslim, you are not a good Christian, they are the good one. I don't understand. I think your faith lies in your heart. Why didn't come and judge it? Why are they judging you? Everybody pray to the same God, and nobody have ever seen God. But they will now be telling you, I am a better Christian than you, or I am a better Muslim than you. But I don't get it. It's funny.
Yes,
everybody, Thomas, where you close down because everybody is running away.
11 will be.
11 midnight of Monday night, right?
11
Monday night
of Tuesday.
No, okay, we are already on Wednesday.
You should be in Wednesday now, or when?
No, we're already Wednesday morning here. It's early in the morning.
So this is the night of Tuesday.
So what is the weather there like today? There now? Are you guys on minus?
The weather today is minus 26. But
wow, you guys are cold there.
It feels like minus 36.
Where I am now, we are just 2 degrees. And in fact, we are surprised that the winter of this year is not as serious as last year.
What's the temperature now for you?
It's about 2 degrees.
2 degrees?
Yes.
Now, wow.
I'm telling you, by this time last year, we're already like minus 25. But
No,
this
the
year,
part of Canada that I am currently, I'm close to the north. I'm in the north. Northern part. I am. My family is in the south. I came to do some stuff here, so.
Okay. My nephew is in
July.
Ottawa, sorry. My nephew is in Ottawa.
Okay, he's in Ottawa. The weather is better in Ottawa. My son is in Ottawa.
Okay.
My son is in the US in Ottawa. Oh, weather won't be better.
Guys, let's call it a day.
Okay,
I think yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. Remy?
I'm born Australia here.
No problem. Anytime you enter Australia, call me now.
It's too far.
No. Australia is good. Just come. We will do Faji for you. Don't worry. We are here.
One of my close friends is in Perth.
Pets,
Pets. Maybe one day I will introduce you to him.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I haven't been to Pets, but Pets. Yeah, Pets is it's okay now. Pets, Sydney, those are the big city as well. I'm in Melbourne, Lemewa. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you everyone. Thank you. Carry the conversation in the comment section. We say peace. Thank you guys. Merry Christmas in advance. Thank you.
You can only see, but you can never DELE. You can only see, but you can never DELE. You can only see, but you can never DELE. You can only see, but you can never DELE. You can only see, but you can never DELE. You can only see, but you can never DELE. You can only see, but you can never DELE. You can only see, but you can never DELE. Listen, you can only see, but you will never want them. You can only see, but you will never need them. You can only see, but you can never need them. You can only see, but you can never need them.
These recent elections, it's unfortunate that because the two things happened. First of all, one party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue. That is, you know, you have force of arms. You also have force of lies. And it was gearing up towards violence. They were going to send some of the hardline.
My convoy is 5 vehicles. And you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter Obi, I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, now. I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? It must be an omission.
Thomas.
Yeah.
Oh, ní shut it down ni.
I shut it down. See. Orin ti kọrin tán. Yeah, let me shut it down.